That's insane. What the heck?
That is incredible.
It's every minion destroyed. The bless, that's just lethal, right?
Bless, apotheosis, like he's still going. I can't imagine this doesn't end up being lethal at some point. It's just dead on turn 5. He just played a rod and then fell over. That's huge he got to do this entire game.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil Larindabon to help me kick off the show today. My previous America's co-caster. Neil, how you doing on this fine day?
Absolutely great, TJ. Can't wait for day 2. It's always one of my favorite days. I mean, there's only 3 to choose from, so that's not that great a description. But day 2 is where it all happens. We might find out some of the players who are going to seasonal championships today. We might find out people who are going to last call today. Going to resolve a lot of stuff. And, of course, we're going to find out our top 16. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one, TJ. And I don't think yet we have really worked out what this meta is. So further insights into that by the end of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot of decks floating around the top, at least in terms of like win rate, that players may not have necessarily expected coming into the tournament. But we'll jump into that as we start getting into the individual matchups. First off, we gotta, tidy up around here and talk about what we're actually watching. We're going to be playing Conquest. We have been playing Conquest, which is our standard Masters Tour format. 4 decks per player, 4 unique classes. You ban one from your opponent at the beginning of the series, and then you play a best of 5 match with the remaining classes where you cannot win with the same deck twice, and you need to win with all 3 of your decks in order to be claimed the winner of this series. Yesterday we broadcast the first 4 rounds of Swiss. Today we're going to be broadcasting the last 4 rounds of Swiss, and then tomorrow we play all the way through, straight through that top 16. I also, this is at the very least in my top 3 favorite days of a Masters Tour, Neil.
Yeah, one of the best 3 days. I'm really concerned that he's only got one hand on that wheel when he's driving that ship, or whatever you do to a ship, steering the ship. He's got like one hand on the wheel and the other hand's just like, yeah. Like, you got to be more careful on that when you're driving.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
So the picture, the image of the words that you just read, word for word, out on the screen. There's a guy and he's got one hand on the wheel and the other hand's just like chilling. And it's like, no, you've got to have the 10-2 position and drive properly, otherwise you'll crash. I'm concerned. It's early in the morning. Yeah. There's water leaking in behind me already because of it. Concerning.
You got to make sure you're driving on the left side of the road.
Sure, let's go with that, because as Americans, no, we drive on the right in America here.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Forgot for a second that we were... us fellow Americans, or in fact American, we do drive on the right side of the road, unless it's a one-way street and you got to turn left. Then you drive left side of the road,
or drive backwards. And you're fine.
Or drive backwards.
Prize pool, TJ, is the best bit. Let's not mess it up. $14,000 for first place, $10,000 for second place, and $7,000 the sweet spot, where you get $500 per win for third and fourth.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about the Master Tour prize pool is that if you get 6th place, you get $4,000. If you get 7th place, you get $4,000. If you get 5th place, you'll also get $4,000. And if you get 8th place, you get $4,000. Pretty cool little interaction there, where 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th all earn $4,000. Just wanted to point that out. Something that I thought was cool here on my. One of my top 3 days of a Masters Tour.
I'm glad you didn't pick the bottom one to do that, because you'd be going 9, 10, all the way up to 16 through 11, 12, 15, 13, 11, and whatever the other one is, 10 probably. So I'm glad you didn't have to read out all those numbers, because that just slowed us down considerably, as we are waiting to get into our first match of the day, of course. So we're just adding some extra flavour for you today, this morning.
That's right.
View of yesterday, this was the match of the day for me. Orange versus Vasinho. It was absolutely amazing match, that one. Orange somehow, against the odds several times, finding a way to a 3-2 victory and keeping himself in contention for that seasonal championships after getting a 0-3 start in the first Masters Tour of the year. I think he needs maybe 7, maybe 8 wins today, and he'll get in there. And that would be an astounding story if we get that one.
It certainly would be. Yeah. We went right back to the beginning of the day with Meaty taking down Gabby. Gabby not having the best start. However, Meaty currently at 4-0. One of the many players, 23 players to be exact, at that 4-0 mark. So Meaty having a fantastic Master performance thus far. We actually have a lot of big names at 4-0, which we'll get to in a moment. But I think yesterday, you know, at least in the matches we saw on broadcast, was kind of an eye-opener. An eye-opener to, you know, decks that, like I said at the beginning, we didn't expect to have much success, having success. Some archetypes that we may not necessarily have seen as much in a ladder environment having success, like not the traditional control paladin, but obviously the dragon control paladin that you just saw from Dragon Man. We got to see some colossal casters in Neil, Soddle, and I, whose heads were all just massive yesterday. And we also saw Demon Hunter have a good time against Control Warrior pretty much the whole day on broadcast, which seemed a little bit backwards, given what we all expected coming into this tournament.
All apart from Raven, who was saying that he just thinks Demon Hunter is going to beat Control Warrior, and it just, you know, we won't talk about it too much because Raven was right so far, but yeah, it seemed to be doing really well. Another player there in those highlights that you should pick out if you get to see them again at any point was the board clear using the Spammy Arcanist from Habu Gabu. Amazingly how quickly he worked it out. He was just ready for pew, 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 bam.
I saw it like 15 seconds before he did.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you would, of course, you know. You started an hour before he did. You've been sitting there all night working out, if this board state comes up, how would I do it? And you got there just before him. Well done.
Yeah, that's what I do for my prep for Masters Tours, is I just look at Spammy Arcanist clears. Been doing it since Defile. It's just second nature to me. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of our 4-0 players. Like I said, there's 23 of them, so there's going to be some players that are left off this graphic here. Some of them we already talked about, like Orange and Meaty. But we also have Viper94, Fribs, Cursed, Woobin, Lucas.
Yep.
EMNASC. You know, been casting him throughout, what, like 6 years now, and still don't know.
Still just Lucas Demon.
Exactly, yeah. But like you said, Habu Gabu up there, Trahison, Moyen, a player that's been around for a long time. We got Bunnyhoppor, Cheesy 10, America's player, who's also been around for a long time. I remember casting Cheesy 10 in playoffs all the way back in, like, what, 2015, 2016. Leta, and then Ghost right up there at the top. These are listed in order of, like, current tiebreaker score. So the players at the top end of the bracket, like Ghost, Kwanwoo, Adriano, those players have a little bit more wiggle room in terms of losses, right? Those are the players that, at least for the time being, are the most likely, if they were to go 6-2, to make it into that top 16. But obviously we have 4 rounds of Swiss left. So so much can change between now and then. So we'll see how things are going to shake out. The big thing on these players' minds is just to get those couple of extra wins. That 7-win mark is the sweet spot, because that guarantees that you're into the top 16.
Yeah, very quick word about Moyen. Yeah, I'll finish my quick word about Moyen, even though the next match is on the screen. He did mention, I had a quick chat with him last night, and he did mention that he came back specifically because of 2022, like the new program. He's doing a good job of it, right? He's done pretty well in the first 2, got 4-0 here as well. So he came back to have a go now that it's open season for reaching the World Championships once again. So if he wins this tournament, he'll be on his way to the seasonals, one step away. So that was good to see. He's also got a good practice group, and as they come up later, I'll talk about them as well. And he's playing well. He's ill, just to make things even more, you know, just because it's not difficult enough playing Hearthstone at the highest level. But Ghost versus Trahison, We don't know that much about Ghost, although we see the name quite often at these tournaments, I feel. But trahison, APAC Grandmaster, has entertained us a lot and given us a lot of fun over there in APAC. And that's going to be our first match of the day, TJ.
Yeah, should be a good one. I remember Ghost back from... Obviously, we haven't seen him recently, but he used to play in the... I don't remember the name. The OGN.
OGN?
Come on, Neil.
So back in the... Yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah, they used to do training matches with China for China versus EU as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was... so they had a Korean league, basically. It was in, I think, not 2014, that's too early, 2015, 2016, maybe even 2017. I don't know if it lasted that long. But it was run by OGN, and I believe Ghost competed in some of those. I don't think he ever had like a big win, but he has been playing Hearthstone for some time competitively, but still looking for like that big breakout performance, as we say a lot here in the Masters Tour.
I just had a meditating moment, TJ, and came up with, in the very second season of OGN, he came top 16, which I suspect means he played, and lost to Dawn 3-2. That was in 2015, in the 23rd of June 2015. I've just remembered it all, just like that, right now.
Okay, there you go. Wow. Hearthstone historian Neil Lorinda Bond coming at you with the facts.
Takes a while, right, to get it in my head, and then it all just comes out, just like that. Just always when I'm off camera as well, notice.
Yeah, just comes out, blah, right there. Just comes right out. Trahison, didn't talk about him a lot, but definitely an entertaining character in Asia Pacific Grandmasters. I feel like Asia Pacific Grandmasters is just a cast of, was
careful,
just a cast of entertaining characters, but definitely showed some great moments throughout his time there, and got a couple of mech decks and Beast Druid thrown in there. So going with a sort of a pretty aggressive lineup here, essentially as aggressive as you can get in the current metagame. We'll see how he's going to fare.
And it's a really aggressive Beast Druid as well. It's the version that doesn't have the bottom feed and all that in it. It's literally, it's got a Finley in there in case for some reason he doesn't like his hand. And the rest of it is just hit him really fast and really hard. So looking forward to seeing that one. But it's the Mech Paladin, TJ. The deck of the tournament, absolutely no doubt about it. I called it before we started. We're seeing it in all these top lineups. I got it right. Everyone else is wrong. Don't look at the win rate. It's fine.
And it's got the win condition in there. Lightforge Carriel and Mr. Smite.
Yep, that's the only way you ever win a Hearthstone game with any form of Paladin. You just sit there, you just hang on, you just try not to die, and then you just Mr. Smite up to 34 attack and just hit them really fast. But seriously, Mech Paladin, very good meta bring in my opinion, even now. All the Divine Shields work really well against Warrior, they work well against Hunter. It's just I thought it was a fairly obvious bring to this tournament because of those two decks being so powerful and you having very good chances against them both.
Yeah. Mech Paladin just fits in with the theme of almost every aggressive Paladin deck over like the past 2 years, where you just continuously play minions and you just ramp up the stats on board and then kill them with Battlegrounds Battlemaster. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
It just does it in a little bit of a different way than it has in the past, but that's what it boils down to. And against Quest Hunter, at least from my experience, the stats do, in many cases, get a little bit out of control for the Quest Hunter quite quickly, where, all it takes is like one minion to stick, and then boom, you're off to the races in terms of Quest Hunter can no longer remove everything from your board each and every turn. This hand is not as aggressive as the start. Obviously, he's going for... He has a lot of like resource generation in his hand with the radar detectors. But that's not necessarily where you want to be in this matchup, because Ghost is going to be able to, especially with this hand, just continuously remove the board. And then if he can safely get to the point where he's completing quest, from there it's just a race. And if he gets quest before there's an overwhelming amount of power on board, he's in a good spot.
But the problem with completing the quest is those Divine Shields. You don't do any damage to a Divine Shield minion, so you don't advance that quest like you want to, and that is what leads to the Paladin usually having a lot of time to get going. That being said, as we pointed out here, this particular hand for Trahison, very slow when you have to radar detector on 2, has now got the stuff and is still... not taking any damage yet, and we're into the part you just described, but he is like a turn late to this party at the moment.
Yep.
Party started. Because he's got a 5/3 Divine Shield on the board, which is just the wrong shape. It's got a shield. Everything looking good for this particular moment. It's going to be interesting to see how Ghost tries to cope with this. How much does he want to invest into killing this versus how much does he think he can race? Maybe kill the next minion and just start pointing stuff at face. Tough call.
Yeah, it could go for just... oh, okay. I was going to say hero power coin aim shot, but Ghost is certainly in the business of, yeah, I'm just going to get him. He's going to go for most efficient quest completion here and still go for the play that I thought initially, which was hero power plus aim shot, but found out a way to actually just point some damage at the face and get the quest completed, the hero power down to 0 before having to go for that coin aim shot.
He is also playing the candle shot version. A lot of people aren't because they're expecting a control meta. He hasn't drawn the candle shot, but in theory, candle shot obviously a way to pop off those shields is a big thing we'll be looking for all day when we see inevitably a lot more of this matchup.
Yeah.
So being very careful to only use his hero power on the shields.
Yes. It is an aim shot buffed hero power, so this is doesn't feel great to be quite honest, but he might feel like it's a necessity to try and get this Dragon Bane shot. Barb Nets is not active, so it is only the one, but can just go Dragon Bane shot, even Barb Nets into another Dragon Bane shot to be able to clear the board, and this will be Tavish complete. With board cleared, this is quite a good situation, I would say.
Yep, Mark's shot will give him some cards at least when he needs that, but next turn, drop the Tavish, which will trade quite nicely, except now it won't, because Leviathan's been picked up, and at least start the race, but the race is going to be in such a good spot here. Trahison already with some buffed cards, and he will be able to just spam big things from this turn onwards. Oh, the carry-o. The choices.
No Mr. Smite in hand, though. Gonna be rough.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get that 34 attack smite in time before he kills his opponent. Leviathan first or Carriel first is the big choice here, though, TJ. Leviathan does deal with a Tavish, allows his board to swing freely. He will take a little bit of damage, though, or a significant amount of damage if he doesn't play the Carriel first. But I'd like to clear up the Tavish first, I think, here, and then drop the Carriel, slow your opponent down that way.
Yeah, I think so. Ghost is playing a double Rushrot Viper list. So investing that much mana when you don't have that significant of a board lead into Carriel doesn't feel great, just in case Ghost has the Viper in hand, and then you're just super far behind because you're likely going to take 7 from the Tavish, so you wouldn't be able to kill it.
Bubble bot or smite, he took the bubble bot, I'm pretty sure there, which makes a lot of sense, make that board more resilient. Obviously, had to have a quick sort of check on the numbers to see if he thought he was going to go over a key number with just hit them with smite to win a game, but going for those long-term shields, which will give him 2 or 3 turns of pretty much indestructibility in terms of if Ghost is shooting those down, he's not hitting me in the face, and then I can play my carrier and everything will be lovely.
Yeah. Ooh.
Might be a piercing shot here just for that chance of a win.
I kind of like Tame Beast. Yeah. You still get the hero power reset. It's much cheaper, and you can still use it as removal. Obviously, you know, piercing shot could be used as damage, but at this point, there's really not going to be any small minions played from Trahison, and some of them might even have divine shields. So I think Tame Beast has a lot of value in that instance.
Another board cleared, but a lot more resources gone without hitting face. And there's plenty more coming from Trahison. If you look at that hand, just when he gets to 9, he can start playing 3 minions a turn. So Ghost really has got to get moving here. Again, reloading the board before the carrier makes sense. Every time Ghost looks at the board, he's dead in 2 turns. I guess he's got to calculate at which point he actually can just put it all to the face. It's a lot of damage if he just launches this into the face.
Yeah, it is. But if he commits to that line, then he's kind of got to kill Trahison next turn.
Yep.
Because this is not lethal this turn.
Decides that's his best chance. He's going to get the Furious Howls for some more spells and for some more cards. But Trahison now with the carrier, and Ghost is going to going to need the Viper off the top to have a chance. But that's a lot of damage, TJ. That is a lot of damage. You can see why he committed to this line. That's lethal next turn if there wasn't a carrier. This is exact 2-turn lethal from Trahison, though, now. With Carriel doing 2, and the 10 on board is 12, and then obviously just repeat the next turn. There's another 12, plus the swing with Carriel. It's actually above 2-turn lethal. So Ghost does have to kill him through 16 and a Carriel right now.
Yeah, still has, again, the double Rush Drop Viper in deck, so could be able to pick one up off the top. I believe that would be lethal if Rush Drop Viper was picked up. It would be... All right.
Might have been awkward on the mono, actually.
16 would have been exact. I think it would be exactly 16. Right? Hero power. Aim shot, hero power, that's 9. Quick shot, hero power. Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Would have been.
He's been missing a mana for the extra howl, yeah. Now he's got to find a way to buy a turn, and this is the beginning of the end, but he can definitely try and hang in there. If he can buy one more turn, there's plenty of card draw. Yep, committed now to just staying alive. That's what you got to do. Get that howl play to keep the quick shot alive. That way he's got a chance next turn of Viper into quick shot into some stuff.
Yep. All right. Still needs the Viper, but a nice little clear there. The problem is Ghost, again, is probably going to die if he doesn't find a way to lethal Trahison next turn.
Yep. Story of every turn. There you go. Rajnajan, maybe, is enough. And from the look on his face, I haven't added it up yet, but I think piercing shot plus Raj was probably enough there, right?
Yeah.
With the Viper, obviously.
Yeah. Roz, hero power, piercing shot, the divine shield, hero power, piercing shot, the 1/1. It can't be enough. Each piercing shot's only dealing 2. The second one's dealing what? 5 because it's 3 plus 2.
Yeah. He's just getting excited. Nothing new there. It's still not lethal. He's down to 9.
Oh, man.
And he hasn't got lethal, has he? 2?
No.
It's 1 off. Ghost has bought himself another chance, and this time his chance is huge.
What about amalgam? Nope.
So he's going to have to try and draw Smite.
Whoa,
the banana
we're there already. Okay.
Yeah, but he's going to have to, right?
Yeah, because this is... Yeah, he's 1 off. I mean...
It's not a banana man, it's a Vindicator, I'm sorry.
Running out of time.
All right, well, lethal setup once again, and Ghost is looking for it. Right now has 4 damage.
But he's got a card draw with a quick shot as well, so there's lots of outs here.
Yep.
Surely.
Okay, so that's
2, 3, 4, 5. This will be the Viper, because he's wanted it all game and now it'll be useless. That's how this game works, right?
treasure guard. All right, he's dead. That was close.
That was nutty. Both Vipers in the bottom 8 cards. Ghost survived so much longer than I thought he was going to. Each turn I thought he was going to die next turn. He bought himself not only 3 more turns, but 3 more turns where he could win if he drew the Viper or come very close to it. And just didn't quite get there. But showing why he's 4 and 0, showing all those years of experience there and hanging on. And that went right back to the start. He realised not to waste a single spell on those shields, so he get the Tavish down, set himself up for a nice position, but the deck was not behaving itself today for him.
Not at all. But still a lot of series left to play. That's only 1-0 lead for trahison. And we have still some aggro decks left that Quest Hunter can, try and get the job done against. Maybe with a little bit less Divine Shield as well. Seems quite good. Which version of the Mech Mage? It is the Amulet Mech Mage that trahison is playing, which I think is even better matchup for Ghost on the Quest Hunter. We'll see if he decides to stay on it. Does still have
Warrior, Demon Hunter, Druid, but I'm not sure which was banned.
Yeah, me either. And I was looking at it, but I can't find it. So, a lot of series still left to be played.
Yeah, and all of Trahison's decks kind of do the same thing, and I do think that the Mech Paladin, I assume his Demon Hunter is banned. It is Warrior banned on the other side. And of the 3 remaining, I think the Mech Paladin was the best suited to that Hunter. So now we sort of get on with the tougher part with the Mage and the Druid. We haven't seen that much Mage this tournament, although a bit more than I expected, if I'm honest. Because I'm not a Mage enjoyer, I'm a denier. I got shouted at by a few people yesterday for that. But I'm going to stick to my guns, because that's obviously the only way to go. But
I won't shout at you.
You can shout at me all you like, TJ. I'm used to it.
Nope, I don't shout.
Don't you? Yes, you don't. Fair play.
Only if I'm twisting at the same time.
Yeah, because that's your era, right? Not mine.
Yep. Getting old. I'm getting up there, Neil.
You're catching me up.
Yeah, you
get to
young
my age,
whippersnappers.
numbers stop.
You guys don't know
It must-
anything about twisting and shouting.
Uh-huh. Oh, you have to show me some twisting and shouting sometime, TJ. I'm excited to see it. Beast Druid. I'm excited to see this too. No bottom feeders, just straight up make things, make them bigger, make them even bigger, and hit you with them. And there is a Finley in this deck, so if you don't like the way you're hitting them, you can just hit them in a different way. And our favourite card in the opening hand, which means he can't
Yep,
draw it.
aquatic form.
Yep, aquatic form. Can fetch your other pack mule. Really good hand for Ghost here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Great opening. Aim shot, also pretty good. Especially when you can get the if you can get like the first quest complete before aim shot happens, it's a good way to just be able to clear things up on the board and still progress quest because you get the buff to hero power and a minion.
Not wanting the peasant, wanting something more, because the peasant will just be easily dealt with. There it is. Pack mule.
Yep, and it is a what's it called, swap, right?
Yeah, swap.
Swap effect, not a draw effect. Wait, no, that should work that way.
No, it's the way Finley's worded, I think. Yeah, swap your hand.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so it doesn't work with draw effects. Apparently.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
different
there's-
from like Secret Passage, which works the same way, but Secret Passage is not swap. Secret Passage was replace, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was, yeah.
But it would have to specifically say draw in order for Pack Mule to get its effect.
Imagine Secret Passage if it worked with Bloods. How silly would that have been?
Last year would have been a very long year of Hearthstone. Let's just put it that way.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Asharan Gardens. I guess it's okay, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just buffing
fine.
this backfield more. Got Moonlit Guidance to sort of reload here for Trahison. Just wants to put as much stats on the board as possible. Needs to be in the mindset of pressure. And Ghost does have plenty of ways to try and clear this stuff up. This isn't going to be... it's only going to be first quest completion. So won't be able to get the free hero power onto the 3/4, but has it loaded up for next turn, and still the wound prey plus the barb nets in hand to be able to keep going with the quest. Ooh, the matriarch still expensive though.
Oh, and yeah, now the hunter's going to just get control of this one, I think, unless the matriarch gets down next turn somehow, which is now not going to do.
Yeah.
There's the Viper he wanted all last game. Yeah, go away, Viper, you're late.
Looking for a Naga. Okay, found one, but not the one.
And that's made this turn really awkward now.
He doesn't play the Slither Spear. Okay. I guess it would only have been Rajajan that could activate the barb nets. Besides this, so couldn't do it with the amount of mana that he had. Would have been clean on the peasants, but alas, here we are. Could just clear the whole board here with barb nets on one peasant, wound prey on another, and then the hero power, which is still buffed by the aim shot to fully clean things up. Does have playable cards next turn, regardless of what Trahison does. So, and we'll, with the candle shot, let this 1/1 stick around, which may not be the biggest of deals, but could be impact. Oh nope, not gonna preserve the candle shot instead. All right.
Amalgam with no friends. Always a sign you're in trouble. When your Amalgam doesn't have any friends. He's all minion types, still doesn't have any friends. Sort of like me. Those are certainly some cards.
Well, all right. Play your cards every turn, and this is, again, still just relatively easy for Ghost to just clean things up, and I don't really think Trahison has a chance here. Quest's going to be complete.
Yeah, and this time the 7/7's a relevant minion, right? It's not just going to get some sort of Leviathan trade into it. 7/7's going to be just big.
Anybody?
Aquatic form?
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
It's something.
Yeah.
That's reload.
I'm feigning excitement, but yeah. Get in there.
Insane pickups from Trahison.
Oh my goodness! He's got a 6/5 and a 1/1. The game's nearly over. Yeah, just going to occupy the board on the assumption that he just wins as long as he doesn't get hit for too much.
Yep.
Twice this game now he's forgiven value for just getting stuff down. Like with the barb nets, he thought about being greedy, but just chose not to be.
Malcolm's a good pickup. Ooh. They were actually terrible. just never going to be able to cast 3 spells while holding on to a card with this deck. He has to play everything as soon as he draws it, essentially, in order to even have a chance. Looked flashy,
the attempted move. Just, ooh, yeah, no, nothing.
Cool cards, not relevant. All right. Yep, get the Trog out of the way first. And Dragon Bane shot.
Yeah, and this goes back to where he kept the candle shot instead of the boar, right? The boar could have been traded into by now, but the candle shot will be able to allow the Dragonbane shot to do a clean number.
Yeah. Well, it's a matter of if he wants to get the Dragonbane shot value or just clear stuff off the board. Oh, so again, yeah, you're right. Soul's a candle shot can still get the Dragonbane shot value. So there's the composting on it. We'll draw Trahison a card, but Ghost still going to have a solid lead over the board. A lot of resources in hand. Ooh.
Play the left.
Pack Mule. There, it's not doing the thing. It's not.
It's okay. It's working now, is it? Good.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Oracle of a Loon. Pack Mule Pit. That's like one of the best runner draws you could get. Still may not be enough, however.
Well,
Ghost is going to have to do a lot of cleaning up here.
Yeah, this has gone from definitely over to definitely not over in the space of the last like 6 cards in a row all being perfect.
I mean, this is just like a board clear showing. He just Dragonbane shot, Hero Power, Dragonbane shot, Hero Power, Dragonbane shot, Hero Power, Dragonbane shot, double trade. It's just...
It sounds like one of your invented, this is always lethal situations. This is like just this complete recursive loop of stuff.
Yeah, it is. Look at it.
All went back to keeping the candle shot over the boar. Yeah, this Dragonbane shot to be so good. Amazing. Cast like 300 spells in a turn. Hasn't advanced the quest, hasn't done any damage, but obviously it's going to win the game.
I think that Hero Power probably should have gone face and the 1/5 should have traded in. But he wants to preserve the health on the 1/5 maybe.
I concede.
All right. Doesn't
He just
matter.
realised that this machine gun is just not going to stop, and Ghost levels the scores at 1-1 and gets the Hunter out of there. How good do you think Hunter is, TJ? Because I've got it down as a pretty good deck this tournament.
I would also put it down as pretty good. I do think that it found a nice little sweet spot in the metagame where it preys on the decks that a lot of decks in the good decks lineup are weak against, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
So it gives you not necessarily a target strategy. Well, you can fit into a target strategy, right? If you're, trying to target aggro. I think that Quest Hunter holds on to get aggro pretty well because you just always have an excuse to complete quest. But if you're just playing the good stuff, it gives you that sort of well-rounded Conquest lineup where you're not trying to hard target something, but your decks make up for each other's weaknesses. And we've seen those are the two main Conquest strategies where number one is you just bring the highest overall win rate decks. And then number two is you try and target a specific deck that you think very many players are going to play the numbers game. And I think that Quest Hunter fits in both of those, which is usually the sign of a solid deck, even though it may not be the best deck in the metagame. Speak of the devil, it's still up there.
This is Ghost Fell Demon Hunter.
Throw a Jason there. Why not?
Yeah, why not? I was saying, wait, Fell Demon Hunter. That doesn't say Naga, but yeah, that's because there's a Jace in here.
They're almost the same. You just take out some of the early game minions and replace them with Fell.
Yep. This deck a little bit slower, but obviously has that sustain against things like Warrior, for instance, where you get a bit of an extra shot at it, and does pretty much the same thing. Even the really fast Naga deck is still sort of not a turn one deck a lot of the time. You're loading up a weapon and clearing off their one drop. You don't start the beatdown until turn 2. It's mighty slow in that regard. So giving that up isn't a massive deal for different sorts of power level of cards. They're the same power level, but different cards doing similar things. But I don't think it's going to be a very popular bring, so it's going to be interesting to see it live on stream. And he's going to be against the Mech Mage. The terror of day one.
Yeah, this is the amulet version of the Mech Mage, a little bit heavier. Got a little bit more longevity in the game. With Belinda, it has the ability to make massive boards quite early on. If, say, Belinda hits the Drakefire amulet, because it makes the Belinda bigger and then also makes the amulet cheaper. So we'll see. Obviously, the Seafloor Getaway is a pretty big card in many matchups to allow you to flood the board incredibly quickly and get Mecha Shark damage onto your opponent incredibly quickly.
And the Mecha Shark, for me, I haven't played a huge amount of Mage, but the Mecha Shark's the tough part, whether to just jam it on the board, tempo minion, and the times you can just hold it back and do 1 million damage in one turn. So that's something I actually personally been keeping an eye on when I watch the Mages, see when they choose to do each part of that.
It's Flame Waker. Come on now.
That was also the same problem, right? Do you want to just do the stuff now, which you often did, because why wouldn't you? But Flame Waker was a lot harder to kill as well back in the day. You just sit there for 2 turns. Sharks tend to not sit there for 2 turns if you just jam them out there. Because look at all this removal that Demon Hunter has.
Yep. Now, obviously, the predations in this deck are much more difficult to activate, at least early on in the game, because you don't play the Slither Spear.
Yep.
Which is kept majority of the time and can be able to be played. But instead, you're still playing like the school teachers. So you still have like the same amount of Nagas, but they just come a little bit later in the game.
Like turn 3.
And Treasure Guard. You're still playing Treasure
Yeah.
Guard, which I've seen players have that in the Naga Demon Hunter, and I've seen players not have it, which I thought was weird. Like if you look at Trees inside, he's just playing the one Treasure Guard.
Yeah, it depends how much you're scared of Druid, I think, which you shouldn't be because you're playing Demon Hunter, but it does eat up 3 of those 2/1 whelps all by itself, which is a big deal because it means that something else usually hangs around after you've been whelped.
Yep.
I think that's why it found its way into the deck, because obviously a 1/5 that draws a card doesn't sound particularly enticing, but then again you see the Druid try to clear a board with a Treasure Guard and just any old stuff, and it just rocks in those situations.
Yeah. The Evoker picks up the Seafloor Getaway, which is what Trahison wanted to see in that situation because his hand was starting to get quite full of mechs. Picks up second Seafloor Getaway. So now we're looking at a possibility for a massive Mecha Shark turn next turn with a bunch of cheap mechs in hand already, plus the Mecha Shark.
Yeah, this could get pretty silly. Or he could just
holding on to potential lot of damage here. Ghost has Leta Steno plus double Predation Fury.
And Coin, just to make everything so much more silly.
And Coin is, that's 10, 15...
Yeah, go on.
18 damage? 18 damage?
I am willing to believe any number you say there. With Steno, because whatever you say, I'm just going to not be able to calculate it as quickly as you. So I'm just going to trust you. Look at all this damage. It's a lot of damage. It's a metric lot of damage. Yeah. Now you're on 4. How do you like that?
What?
With Chaos Nova in hand, by the way.
How much damage does Trahison have?
1 million as well.
Oh my god.
Just get sharked.
Oh, I want to go naval mine there. Just fit in an extra mech.
These board-based decks that interact with each other. Look at this. They're interacting so much right now with each other. Look at them interact.
Yeah. Pick up.
Yeah,
Are looking at click clocker just to fit it in, but it still hit click clocker. Nope.
Ghost somehow doesn't have lethal in hand yet, by the way. He's got like 7,000 outs, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, with minions on the board, it's... Oh, no. Fel Barrage would still be lethal. Because he could... Oh, well, Leta Steno's up!
The shark
It's just up! Okay. I just figured it. Dead. All right, whatever.
That's just sat there, dodged 15 shark shots.
Just that was even more. Was that more than 18? No, he was at 22, right? Or maybe more. I don't know, because he picked up the sigil, which let him get 2 more damage in. So I think that was 20 damage on turn 5 with Leta Steno. So
That's the slow version, like we said.
I mean, yeah, the fact that Leta Steno itself is a Naga, so it activates the predations. It's just so, I don't know, it feels like so troll. It's just like, for 3 mana, you can deal 10 damage to your opponent, assuming there's no minions on board.
How many times do these sharks miss as well, just to clear her up, to give some...
I know, I just figured it was dead. I just thought it was dead. That was 5 mechs played that turn, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it was 4 other mechs. Okay, yeah, 4 other mechs. So that was 12 missiles, and 3 hit the Steno, and 9 hit the face.
As it happens, Ghost did pick up the multi-strike, so it was fine.
It would have been lethal anyway.
But even so, I want to be amused this early in the day, and I'm suitably amused by that Steno just chilling on the board. Right, Ghost 2-1 up into the final deck. It is the Ramp Druid. And when we're talking about target strategies for this tournament, the big question mark was how good was Ramp Druid? Like, everyone knew, yeah, it was busted before. It's still going to be good now. But with Kazakhstan being nerfed, there were some question marks as to how people would struggle to build this. And as it turns out, hasn't made that much difference, has it, really?
Nope. Not really.
A little. It's, you now have to sort of jam in a couple of amalgams just to give yourself the sustain you might need against control, which, you know, are a bit awkward. But there's still some defense early from them as well, so they're not a disaster against aggro. So, yeah, not a lot changed.
Ghost keeping aquatic form, innervate, moonlit guidance. The opening hand.
Yeah, gonna stand and fight rather than.
Oh, just
Favorite?
rips the guff.
Just rips it.
Guff stuff.
Yeah, Guff stuff. Gonna let Guff rip on turn 3.
Yep. He's just gonna play on curve. That's what you got to do. Naga Giant, not the best pickup for the time being.
I was gonna say, yeah. Tell me that when it's 0 mana in 2 turns time.
Got a long way to go. Miracle Growth will speed that up considerably, but that's only 8 out of 20.
There's the other scales as well, so, you know. Just pick up the other Innovate with your Miracle Growth, off you go.
Yep.
But yeah, here come the Sharks.
Yeah, this... is he going to kill the minion? That's the big question. All right, there we go. And pressure still rolling in. Ghost just in a permanent state of head shaking. Innervate picked up. That's interesting. I was thinking Jerry Carpenter, but that's really slow because then you're essentially guaranteeing that you're going to be like nourishing next turn, taking another turn of damage. So this probably has to be scale, and Ghost can innervate out the scale next turn. Well, I wouldn't even need to innervate it because still has not used the Guff hero power. So could just use it to ramp up. Druid of the Reef. This is a Moonlit Guidance, so Druid of the Reef would still clear the Mecha Shark.
Yeah, I kind of like that because it gives you the chance to use your Guff hero power for ramp, getting you close to that Miracle Growth as well.
Yeah.
And then
this makes sense.
accompanying it.
Yeah, so you play Druid of the Reef that you draw, and then next turn innervate out the Miracle Growth.
Yeah, assuming that you're under a lot of pressure, which you should be.
Yeah.
That giant you made fun of, TJ, is going to be down to 10. You worried yet?
No, not at all.
Okay. I'm on giant watch from now on.
Okay.
Oh. He does have the option to take a turn to get the Miracle Growth Earthen Scales, but I don't think that works.
No, I think you wait for Naga Giant with Earthen Scales to stabilize, because he's going to be picking up
3 minions.
hopefully enough stuff here.
He got there.
Oh no!
Shark
It was
generator.
first. It's so weird. When the Mecha Shark is first. Okay. Yeah, this is not looking good.
They can nourish for ramp into giant and then die.
What about nourish for ramp into starfish, Druid of the Reef, Earthen Scales?
Okay.
clear the Mecha Shark.
This must be the way.
To nourish into ramp, you have 5 mana crystals left after you ramp for 2. Starfish, Druid of the Reef, and Rush, Earthen Scales. So you gain 4, you go up to 15, you clear the Mecha Shark. There's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage on board. And next turn you have 11 mana.
Trahison wants to know as well. Look.
That rope's burning again.
Doing his best tree impression.
The Seed Lord begins on.
Yeah,
I guess this still does the same thing because, well, I said Starfish, which doesn't really have any implication. Like I started with Starfish because I was like, oh, you need to get rid of this Mecha Shark, but then he's killing it, so still ends the turn at 15. And if Amalgam finds Mecha Shark, no, then wouldn't have board space.
He's had to burn the Earthen Scales to do all this, though. I guess a Nixia in hand. Maybe you find Shark for next turn, because you know you can't get it done this turn. Mr. Smite, not enough mana.
Just needs to find stats. But I think that Mr. Smite should be good enough next turn, right?
Yeah, assuming that Ghost doesn't find another Scales.
Yeah, but it'd have to be exactly Scales. And not that Scales.
That's
the
a
other
scale.
Scales.
This is singular
Yeah.
scale. Which is weird, because the singular scale makes 7 things, and the Scales makes 1 thing. 7 times.
Yeah.
Get the naming squad on that one.
Yeah, and can't even go Brave Boss and Nixia because it would still leave enough damage on the board to kill. Couldn't clear everything. And yeah, that should do it. Needs to draw, doesn't find anything, and yeah, that'll be it. Trahison. Clapping it up. Rubbing his chest. Whatever that was.
Something I love about watching Trahison, like win or lose, he just has a great time when he's on camera. He just loves like showing off to the audience, enjoying himself, and trying to give us a good time while he's at it. But yeah, he's going to be on his back on the Druid. Yes, back on the Druid. It says there at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. Druid versus Druid. Beast Druid versus Ramp Druid. I have so little faith in Beast Druid right now. It's like every time I see it, it just fizzles out so quickly. But obviously, it's got a ton of potential to have, you know, those quick boards of overwhelming stats with the Asharan Gardens and Summon Beast into Matriarch. Same thing as Beast Druid's always done. Just in a different way, I guess. So, we'll see. It's going to need it. Obviously, as you can see, Ramp Druid, even if it's able to hit a good amount of ramp, if it isn't able to take full control of the board at any point, they can still just end up flopping over. No spammy Arcanist in this Ramp Druid build from Ghost. It's just really the Smothered Starfish as kind of that tech card. So no ways to kind of like definitively take the board and find those creative clears.
Creative clears.
Actually,
Let's see if Habu Gaboo. Yeah, definitely got to get creative, especially in these spots in the tournament where you're 2-2 and you're facing down a fellow Druid.
Yep.
One thing about the Beast Druid, I guess, is it's, as he's about to try and prove me wrong, it's very hard to have a terrible opening hand. Because just everything costs, well, half your deck costs 1 and the other half costs 2. And plenty of ways to redraw, so it is going to consistently do its thing, and like you say, it's just a case of whether that thing is high enough power level to carry you through a tournament.
Double composting, double matriarch. Terrible opening hand. I found it.
The Seed Lord
Yep.
be its own treasure.
But then what's you might top deck something good. Oracle of a Loom. There you go. And another one. Yeah, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah.
But realistically, it's very difficult.
Gonna value trade or gonna trade the squirrel? Okay, value trade it is.
Always value trade.
Well, with composting in hand, trading the squirrel has a little bit more value, but obviously, you know, his deck is still a lot of cards in it, so I mean, unlikely. And also, he's got it with more minions on board. Composting has innate value in this sense. Could go composting Sir Finley here.
Aha!
Uh-oh.
Mystery
It happened
card.
last game, but it happened this game.
I know, it's been cut down from always being bugged to sporadically being bugged now.
Yeah, that's an improvement.
It's a mystery card. It's such a weird bug. Play the correct one. You know the score, trahison. You've been Grandmaster long enough.
The Seed Lord be its own treasure. Job's done.
All right, something happened. Some things went to the face. Trahison's taking a drink. We're going to have to make it up. And Ghost, we're going to go by the actions. His hands are not currently on the mouse. He's having a think. What should I do with these cards I can't play? There we go. Everything's sorted before Ghost even took his turn. Kindly took his time for us.
Beautiful. You love to see it. I'm talking about Guff.
You're always talking about Guff, TJ.
I know. Let's be real here.
Reflect in the moonwell.
Just
Resisted the
put
urge
it
to
in the
play a
way,
bunch
I
of
guess.
1/1.
All right, this is going to start to get out of control, I think. Ghost just doesn't really have room to do anything. Yep. The patented, as of 45 minutes ago, Ghost head shake.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Patent has pended on that one. It is now an official patent. Or patent, as some of my British friends would say, over across the pond there in the United Kingdom.
Guff stuff. Not really a choice here. Does have access to scale next turn, but everything else is kind of working against Ghost at the moment.
Reflect in the moonwell.
Yeah. And the 3 health is a big problem on all these minions, again, to slow down the scale.
Job's done.
Doesn't like odd numbers, does it, scale?
Nope. Take a good chunk of power off the board. It would be... Could take out the Oracle too. So both pack meals, that's 4, Druid the Reef 5, Oracle 6, 7. Yeah. So it'll leave 6 power on the board. Oracle would be gone. Trahison would draw 3 cards.
Yep, but won't have lethal, probably. Will he actually have lethal, actually, now I think about it?
This would be, well, depends on what he trades into, right? This is 8.
Plus 4.
Oh, it is
plus
lethal.
1. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. And there it is. Claw Fury Adept. Coming in hot. Trahison gets the job done with the Beast Druid. Comes back from behind in the series and is going to move up 5-0 in the Swiss now. Ghost going down to 4-1. Still in a reasonable position. Seems to be playing quite well. But trahison, the man of the moment for now, as at least as far as we know, since we've been sat here casting this match and don't know what's happening throughout the rest of the Swiss, trahison's in first place, the only 5-0 player.
Yeah, I know, TJ, because I've been, sneakily having a little look. So I know. But I don't know which matches we're showing next, so I cannot tell. But trahison is up there somewhere. Ghost did have the highest tiebreakers coming into today. They changed massively over the course of the day, of course, as it depends how all of your opponents have done against other people completely out of your control. But Ghost was in an okay spot, so 7-1 will get you in. 6-2, if you've got the best tiebreakers, gives you a shot. So he's definitely still up there. Just win your last 3, take it out of the tiebreaker hands, and we could well see him again tomorrow in that top 16.
Yeah, Ghost had the best tiebreakers coming into the day. Did have that #1 seed, but that's with only half the sample size of Swiss rounds. So that tiebreaker number can change considerably as the day goes on. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, and hopefully someone will update you. Maybe it'll be me, maybe it'll be Neil, maybe it'll be Gia, maybe it'll be Saddle. Probably won't be Raven.
Raven's already updated us that Demon Hunter beats Warrior and has been proven to be correct. So what do we know? I can tell you that Bunnyhoppor is currently the #1 in the standings, by the way. Safely say that.
You can safely say that?
Uh-huh.
Which is a spoiler alert, considering that Bunnyhoppor is actually going to be in the next match that we're going to watch.
Is he now?
Just kidding.
I thought I checked it. I had, but TJ got me anyway.
Saw the
I want to zoom in on TJ's face. And
One thing that I know Neil hates is when he inadvertently spoils something for somebody else.
Well,
he's just a true American like that, He hates to inconvenience other people, as a true American should. So I salute you, fellow American. You'll learn to bond. Even though you just said you were from the UK like 5 minutes ago. But
no, I didn't. I said my UK friends across the pond.
Your UK friends across the pond. Okay.
See, as Americans, the UK's
as
over
Americans, yeah.
That pond thing in the middle,
Yeah.
And then there's the dragons off to the east of the pond.
Unless you're saying that you both live in the UK and there's just a pond that separates your house and Raven
and the rest of the UK, which isn't actually that far from the truth in my case. But yeah, I digress for once.
A lot of ponds in the UK. But that was just our first match for round number 5 here, our first match of the day. We got plenty more action still left to play. We have some more round 5 coverage coming up, and then we have round 6, round 7, and round 8 before we call it quits for the day here. But before we jump into some more round 5 coverage, we are going to have to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More to come here from Masters Tour, Voyage to the Sunken City. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. I'm Raven and joining me for more round 5 action is Gia. Welcome, are you ready for another day of the Masters Tour?
Very, very ready indeed, Raven. My ship is still leaking, but I'm still not drowning. Everything is fine and we get to watch some more aggro druid action.
Yeah, we do. We are going to jump in, I believe, into game 3 of a series between MERO and jaylong. So I'm excited to get into this one. Just to give you a quick breakdown. Yeah, okay, we are going to game 3. Perfect. Just a quick breakdown of what has already happened. I believe, let me just triple check. MERO has taken a win already with the warrior against the rogue. And then jaylong has won with his hunter versus MERO's hunter as well in the mirror. Hence the 1-1 score. And I believe now we're going into a druid versus hunter matchup.
Very exciting stuff. Jaylong and MERO both coming from APAC, so we do have 2 players that I would be very happy to see either of them go forward through, as I'm still waiting for the first ever APAC Masters Tour champion to rear their head. But over here we do have the mutual Demon Hunter bans, which is quite interesting because if we look at sort of the composition of Jaylong's lineup as a whole, he's got quite an aggressive list of decks. The Face Hunter, Pirate Rogue, and the Aggro Druid in there alongside the kind of standard Naga Demon Hunter. But on the other side of MERO, he has Control Warrior. He has the Demon Hunter that's teched with Jace at the top end with the double Chaos Nova, so that fell version pretty favorable against aggro, and also the Quest Hunter. So honestly, jaylong would have wanted to ban 3 decks if he could have.
Yeah.
No good matchups to be found, except the Druid maybe.
Yeah, and looking at this druid here from jaylong, we are seeing some changes to the druid we cast yesterday in the orange matchup, where there is, for example, the bottom feeders in here naturally. There's a crossroads watch post, and also that Pride's Fury that I think you specifically were talking about, right? The lack of onboard buffs we've seen from druid a little bit so far seems to be the downfall time and time again. Do you think that I'm not asking you to say whether this is the best list, but do you think this is a better looking list as far as you can see?
Yeah, on paper, definitely looks more up my alley, I should say. Cuts the Claw Fury Adepts as the only sort of onboard buff effect that was featured in the previous list we saw. And also the Ajaran Gardens, which is sort of a conditional, like you need to find the Sunken version before you can get the buffs on board. I much favor the Pride's Fury as just being all you need to do is draw it and have the 4 mana available, and you can consolidate almost any board state. Even though it's not quite so aggressive, just having additional health on your minions really helps alongside a lot of the removal in the metagame right now. I still kind of worry though for the Druid's place against Quest Hunter because it takes a long time to actually get enough resources on board that Pride's Fury is that scary. And Hunter, if you play down your minions one at a time, Hunter is very happy to just pick those apart and complete their quest.
Yeah, I do think, at least in my experience, a lot of the time as Hunter, the times I struggle versus Druid are when they go wide very, very quickly, whether it's with, the squirrels and then drawing all the acorns, or whether it's just, an early-ish Oracle gets to, stick or get played with a couple of additional minions, and then that can really snowball, because as always, and you quite rightly pointed out, Hunter can deal with minions on a sort of 1 or 2x2 basis, but when it starts becoming, oh, suddenly there's just 4 extra minions on the board out of nowhere, that's when it gets to be a little bit difficult, and you need more and more specific removal tools in Hunter to make that work, as opposed to, well, if jaylong plays 1 or 2 minions a turn, most removal will be able to at least manage that to some aspects. So we'll see how it goes. Like I said, diving into game number 3, both players currently on a 4-0 score. So the winner of this will be starting the day and continuing the tournament in fantastic fashion, being at 5-0 in Swiss.
That's right. And it's such a big deal as well to start off a new day, continuing your win streak, because there's some people who, get the perfect first day and then kind of feel cursed going into the next day. They take a loss and suddenly it's all downhill from there. So in terms of mental as well, I feel that round 5 is a very important one. MERO looking very enthused with his opening hand, and for good reason. He had the Drekthar and he's on coin. So he'll be able to get that down as early as turn 3 and not only remove jaylong's board, but also just counter push and stay ahead on board. And if you're able to get a Drekthar that's unchallenged, you're pretty much running away with it.
Yeah, and already jaylong got a bottom feeder off the top and sitting with aquatic form. I do wonder if he's going to now just wait, even if he has to play off curve, for this bottom feeder to die, and then he can just aquatic form straight away to get the other one, or the buffed version, should I say. But again, the turn actually just doesn't line up so well, so he might feel the need to go for an aquatic form now just to try and fill out with a double 1-drop potentially.
Yeah, it is very close because, like you said, it's very important to get ahead of the hunter in those early turns where they're just playing the quest and maybe they can only remove 1 minion at a time. So I think the aquatic form sacrificing, getting a stronger bottom feeder is justified here in order to make sure he can actually spend all his mana on proactive development. Moonlit, too slow here, and just Druid of the Reef I think is not good enough either. So either picking up a 2-drop from the aquatic form or another 1-drop to spend all his mana I'd be in favor of. But jaylong definitely was on the fence at the end there. He is just going to hold on to the aquatic form.
It's really, really interesting, right? Because there's only a few cards that would actually kill this bottom feeder this turn. And now that he's effectively got 2 of the same minion on the board, stat-wise, which means if MERO was going to kill a minion, I think he would probably just kill the Druid of the Reef, right? And just leave the fish alive for now, just to make it less and less likely that it's drawn or gets accessed early in the game.
And jaylong...
Double.
Oh, wow. Yeah, double aquatic form. Very interesting. But I think jaylong can already smell that there is trouble coming because what is Quest Hunter keeping that leads them to just trading and playing the Wound Prey on turn 2 and holding onto the coin? Not very much. I think he has to have Drekthar on his mind. Over here, he can take Jerry-Rig Carpenter and play one of the Sow the Soils if he wants immediately. I'm just looking at that as the cleanest mana expenditure from the aquatic form.
Yeah, really tricky. I'd always look at Frost Saber just to have access to it, right? Just because if he gets an Oracle, then suddenly that's a way he can overrun Hunter. But with the nature of what he's drawn so far and what the rest of his hand looks like, I don't think he can rely on it. Because one, it just simply won't be cheap enough yet, but also his other draws off the top would need to be very, very strong indeed to make an early Frostwolf turn like really, really impactful. So I do like just going for this and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to play loads of minions. I'm just going to triple check actually MERO's list. Yeah, he is playing the one natural explosive trap as well. So that is something that jaylong does have to at least just keep in the back of his mind.
All right, it is Viper plus Glow Scale pulled from the Drekthar, which is admittedly not the end of the world for jaylong. I think Treasure Guard would have been highly problematic here if it had been pulled from Drekthar. A 2-3 still manageable, even though it really sucks to have to trade into these. So there's a line where jaylong just says post and face, but that line I don't like at all because 3 of these minions can already be just traded on board and the post is looking not quite effective whatsoever. Because he played aquatic form last turn, he knows that 2 of the 3 cards at the bottom right now are Frost Saber, Matriarch, and the Jerry-Rig, which can still get Sow the Soil. So I'm looking at form to get the Jerry-Rig this turn and now use the Sow the Soil to consolidate the attack on the board and maybe take some more favorable trades.
Yeah.
Oh, Pride's Fury though.
Oh, okay, well that's
a new one. That's a great one.
The fact that MERO's turn was exactly Drekthar must have been so painful for jaylong, because I think you quite rightly pointed out on this board, let's even say 2 of the minions were killed on MERO's turn instead of playing Drekthar. The Watch Post is great still, right? You just play Watch Post, build on that board, but you are right, like the minions being, the Drekthar plus the 2 additionals make that so difficult. I do like this play, and already we can see that Pride's Fury come in clutch, because just the extra health suddenly, well, now there's 3 health minions on the board, 1 health. Like, that requires so many specific removal tools from MERO that I think jaylong's almost certain the board will not be cleared this turn. Even an explosive trap would not get the job done.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially having seen a Wound Prey already as one of the most flexible removal tools available. Urchin Spines picked up for MERO, which is interesting because he doesn't have keep spells to pair alongside that, but maybe off of the tracking if he can find a wound prey at some point, that is pretty nice. I want to highlight that Jaylong, his sort of 2-turn planning of the aquatic form was pretty clever now that I look back on it, because I was thinking take the Sow the Soil immediately from the Cherry Rig, but he actually took Thorn Growth even though he wasn't fully spending his mana, just to make sure on the next turn he could dredge again for a potential Sow the Soil and get even more targets, but of course pivoted when he saw that the new dredge option was Pride's Fury, which is even better.
And this is... Jaylong's put himself in a pretty solid position now. This tower, or watch post, is really, really difficult to deal with. The Urchin Spines obviously can help with that as well, even though it's not optimal. Just having aim shot itself just kill off the tower's good, but it's still going to put a couple of buffs on the board regardless.
Right, that is pretty painful indeed. Jaylong, starting with Moonlit Guidance, I think is reasonable here. Like, there's a line where you just weave in the hero power with Living Roots, Power of the Wild, and full clear, but I honestly think he doesn't have to pay that much heed to the Rajnajan. He's at 30. He just needs to make sure that he gets the most stats on board to make sure that the watch post is as annoying as possible. And now, with an additional Sow the Soil picked up, he can go Sow, Living Roots, Power of the Wild, and get so many stats on board.
Time waits for no one.
So for a 2-2, I'd assume? And Living Roots for a couple 1/1s, and then buff the board entirely, and then his 2 bottom feeders have enough attack combined to get through the Treasure Guard.
He could have gone a slightly different route here and ended the turn with less minions, but the Face Naga dead as well. But I think specifically because, of course, the spells only hit face and Jaylong's on 30, or the damage, should I say, only hits face. I think this just works out better overall for just an overall game plan, as opposed to saying, oh, this is a dangerous minion, I need to kill it. It's like, well, just let him trade, because is MERO really not going to trade this 2-3 this turn? Like, I can't really see a world where that happens.
Yeah, he kind of has to, but like you said, having to go for Urchin Spines and then a spell to kill off the watch post means that the board gets 2 buffs before it even dies, and that's just impossible for MERO to deal with everything efficiently. Yeah. I feel like there's no good way for him out of this. Gonna see what's in the tracking. Explosive trap doesn't work with the spines because it's only for this turn.
Oh, if only. If it's just your spells played this turn, half point, I'll be like, oh, okay. That would be insane.
Yeah, MERO, head in his hands. I think he knows there's no good way out of this. I was wondering if there was a potential to set up like the Stalker Tavish, but he just didn't have it in hand. And in order to keep drawing, he would have to keep playing spells, which would get the minions out of range of even the improved explosive trap. So all he's done is buff Jaylong's board, and, you know, not his fault. There's just nothing he could have done to get out of this.
Yeah, and I think so. The soil, does that do it now? There's going to be, what, 21?
Yeah.
And that should be enough, right? So hero
power?
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the only way MERO was really going to get out of this game was if he had exactly Tavish on 6, got the explosive, and potentially got maneuvers as well to make the double Face Naga if there was a trade, and then try and just work through that way and try and just fight back for that board, kill off that tower with as few minions on as possible. But a really big win there for Jaylong, because that matchup, as you've mentioned, does get tricky, right? You need to be very strong with the Druid to be able to just ignore basically what the Hunter's going to do, and you saw it play out like that. A couple of good back-to-back turns, a great setup from Jaylong, and then suddenly he's just too wide. And outside of, like we said, exactly Tavish, there was just no chance at that point, because Hunter just cannot deal with a board like that.
It's true. Big win for Jaylong, and a big win for Pride's Fury, Raven. I feel so justified. Love it.
As far as I'm aware, that's just 100% played win rate right now. Exactly. So from what I've seen, so it must just be the best card in the deck.
Najaran Garden 0? No.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
But I'm definitely happy to see that there is still some sort of variant of Aggro Druid that's been getting the job done. I mean, Jaylong is 4-0 so far and has taken another win with the Druid, so he's won with it at least 5 times already in the tournament. And really like that there is still some variant to this deck that's able to be played in the metagame, because it shows that there's still a lot more decks to be discovered out there. I think very few people had Aggro Druid on their mind when they were coming into this tournament as one of the best possible brings, but it is doing its job of targeting some of the greedier decks. Jaylong, however, gonna move on to his last deck that he needs to get a win with, which is the Pirate Rogue. One that has been performing, you know, pretty decently throughout the tournament, even though I feel like its power ceiling is quite low compared to some of the other decks that can do truly crazy things in the meta. There is still something to be said for just playing a bunch of 3/3s with stealth and going face.
Yeah, of course. And like the swordfish weapon in itself just deals a ton of damage, helps out with keeping up the pressure. And I agree. I think Pirate Rogue, it's a absolutely fine deck, which is just how I describe it. It's not mind-blowing. It's not super weak. It's just okay. And I think if you are building an aggro lineup, though, I can definitely see why and how Rogue fits in that. I think you look at Hunter, I think you look at Demon Hunter, and then the choices get a little bit more mixed, right? Like people are bringing, you know, the likes of Mech Paladin, Naga Mage. There's this Rogue. There's Aggro Druid. There's a couple of others as well. And I think like that choice of how you fill out the aggro lineup, I think there's a lot of room in there to just sort of pick what you want to play as opposed to maybe what you've decided is strictly the best. So we'll see how this Rogue can perform going up against a bit more of a standard Druid list from MERO here, with that just sort of usual ramp Druid. There is that one Doomsayer in there that I wouldn't say is completely standard, but other than that, it's kind of more of what we have already seen so far, Gia. Wild growth available nice and early for MERO. It's exactly what you want to see.
That's right. This version of Kazakhstan Ramp Druid does not run the top end extra dragons, because we've seen some people opting for Alexstrasza, Malagos to fulfill the new condition for Kazakhstan. Instead, he has the double amalgams of the deep, which tends to skew the deck more towards like a less greedy package. So having the Doomsayer and double dosing Kelp Keeper also makes sense here. Not running Druid of the Reef, but it's either or between Kelp Keeper and Reef, I find. Something that Druid has sort of been falling into a trap of recently is having so many anti-aggro tools that they bloat their deck so much and don't hit the ramp as consistently. But as long as you get that first wild growth, there is reason to smile, just like MERO has shown us here. Even has the Kelp Keeper, so he'll be having no trouble whatsoever dealing with the early boards from Jaylong.
Yep, see Plague Scientist on offer there in the middle. I will say the first time that got comboed with a Puffer Fist, I just stared at my screen for a second as the whole board disappeared and was like, oh yeah, that just makes sense. But it's just one of those things where I didn't think of it because I wasn't playing Rogue on day one of the expansion or anything. And then it happened to me and I was like, oh, I've lost.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I'll remember that interaction. But yeah,
in theory, Wild Pyro's in Standard too, right? So you could do that with the Plague Scientist if there's some rogue deck that could benefit, but I doubt it's better than Puffer Fist.
Yep. Here though, honestly, for MERO, he has Wild Growth and he has Scale of Onyxia and a coin. Do you need anything else versus aggro right now? I don't know.
Yeah, Nourish would be great. Yeah.
But in general, I think like priority number one against aggro for Druid is just get to Scale of Onyxia, right? I think that is just the first step to winning any aggro matchup.
And Nourish gets you there very cleanly. However, this is from aquatic form, so obviously if you pick Nourish, you only get the dredge and not the draw. So MERO here is saying he wants the actual cycle in his deck, although it is a bit iffy now that he knows that at least one Nourish is at the bottom of the deck alongside the... what was the other card? Oh, Ivus, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so first Swordfish in play. Like you said, this is just 12 damage on a stick. The only sort of awkward part with it is sometimes you have to make the decision of whether you want the buff on the weapon or actually dredging the two pirates from the vessel, because that's a spell. Ooh, excellent.
This is nice though, yeah. Just a lot of damage again. High health minions coming out here from Jaylong. Make it that little bit more difficult, especially the odd health minions, right? I've talked a lot about Scale of Onyxia, and if you can put odd health minions on the board, it's like, well, except for one, I suppose. It's really useful, right? Because it's a whole extra potential trade from your opponent, which means these minions are just more and more likely to be able to at least have a chance at sticking.
Yeah. The extra health on the courier is huge as well. It means that the Kelp Keeper, if it's going to try and clear the courier, cannot value trade. But looking at MERO's hand again, I think it completely makes sense that he took the Amalgam because he actually has second aquatic form. So he can just get the Nourish right now on the turn that he can actually draw it and the turn that he needs it going into the scale. Oh, 2 Nourishes.
2 Nourish now? Okay, well that's funny. Well, at least he can get 1.
He probably won't see the other for the majority of the game, but he probably won't need it because this hand is looking quite potent indeed against Rogue.
The combination, right? Kelp Keeper now going to do a solid job along with that hero power to clear off one of the threats. Then, like, MERO's already ready with Scale of Onyxia against a current 1 minion that's a 2/3 board right now. Like, he's actually going to win on tempo in a minute. Of course, this Vessel looks like it's going to be coming down here for jaylong to help out, and it's a good sort of, not a counter to Scale of Onyxia, but it makes it a little bit more awkward for MERO because he can't trade into those stealth minions, of course. But still, MERO's still kind of just winning on board if he just plays Scale next turn. It's kind of absurd.
It is a strong tempo play, but again, those stealths are huge for the reason you said that MERO cannot take the trades preemptively, and that leaves him wide open to a potential pufferfist, sorry, on the other side. And to the point that jaylong is not even... Oh, okay, I thought he was going to keep that in hand, but he just wants the Dredge right now, gets the Sunken Vessel, so he'll have another free 2 3/3s off the top next turn.
Now we're going to go fishing with Moonlit. Does have the coin still for Scale. Excuse me, if he wants to.
He can take another scale and go scale, but honestly, that's not his big problem here. He is just kind of dying because the most damage he can remove here is 2, and he'll take another 6 next turn. So he's within range of like Wicked Stab plus second Swordfish, kind of specific still, but over 2 turns, very easy for jaylong to kill MERO. So MERO really wants to find Earthen Scales, I would think, because after playing Scale of Onyxia, his Naga Giant would be cheap on the next turn.
Yep. Ooh. So is he gonna double Doomsay like?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Double Doomsay hero power.
I definitely see this.
Yeah.
It's very clever to play around the 2 new 3/3s that he knows are coming off the top next turn, almost certainly. Those can't attack just yet, so it's kind of putting jaylong in a spot where he has to choose between leaving MERO at a healthy life total, or relatively safe health total, or giving MERO full control over the board.
Yeah, also as well, the no room for Krakatoa is actually a thing right now, isn't it? Because none of the minions can trade off because obviously the Doomsays have 0 attack. So like having no room to just drop Krakatoa and try and help, you know, clear the Doomsays with that is it's actually a really big deal.
Yeah, very nice spot from MERO, honestly. I think Scale there would have been a trap that I'd fallen into, and I would not have won the game here, but this is actually using jaylong's stealth minions against him. So I think jaylong is just going to go for the full face game plan, which is very reasonable. If he left, or if he had gone for clearing the Doomsayers, that actually unstealths his minions and lets MERO get a reasonable clear with the Scale. Big Scientist. Does this allow him to clear? No, right?
No. He could just go fishing again.
Yeah.
Because he still has mana to do other things with his hand anyway. Just floating? Did he just run out of time? Was there a great reason to not go fishing there again?
Depends if he wanted to, like... No, honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's not exactly swimming in mana next turn, is he, right? Krakatoa's 6 out of the 7. He has 2/2 drops, and going fishing is 1 as well. So I think that was probably just time pressure that might have got to him there. I could easily be wrong, of course, but still.
Right. Also, not sure if he missed a dagger swing at the beginning and re-dagger, or like if... But if he had a swing remaining, I'm pretty sure he would have wanted to go face there, but it didn't quite catch if he had already attacked. MERO, though, still has the same problem where there's no Earthen Scales, and he cannot get out of range of Wicked Stab or Mr. Smite. So the best he can do is develop board, which is Onyxia, I guess. It's the best way to I mean, you're still weak to Puffer Fist, but at least you have an 8/8, whereas the scale dies to Puffer Fist entirely.
Yeah, and the issue as well, or the frustration I imagine, is he can't like scale coin Naga Giant because obviously it fills the board and there's nothing to trade into. Just to try and put on like counter pressure because the hero power's fine, but it puts him to 6, not really a safe number. And I'm sure he would have loved to have an additional 8/8 on this board.
True. I think the reasoning for scale over Onyxia, though, is to make sure that he has spent that 7 mana. So by the time he top decks an Earthen Scales, he can actually go Naga Giant and scale very easily. So Jaylong going Krakatoa, interesting. I mean, he just wants the big weapon damage face, I guess. He can get 4 face here, but I'd be interested in looking for any shot at Mr. Smite here.
This is tricky again, right? Like, look at the mana restrictions on this turn. And Jaylong, I believe, did he float 2 mana last turn?
Yes.
Like, he could have preemptively dredged, right? And just had an idea of what was coming up next, or chose what was coming up next.
Choose soon.
Did know 2 out of the 3 options. Swashbuckler? Needs a miracle.
Yeah.
Okay, Hook Tusk. Looks like Jaylong is just gearing up for going long game instead. Oh no, that's burst damage, but he can't go face with it. Because he got an extra copy of Hook Tusk and will be dredging one off the top. I mean, drawing one from the dredge next turn. I guess that warrior spell, I confess I don't remember the name, will let him trade off the Miracle Growth minion pretty easily if something sticks on board. Is it called Hit It Very Hard?
Something like that. Yeah, I think, is it just called Hit It Hard? Or something? I can't remember. It's something like that anyway. I just can't quite recall which one it is. But MERO gets the 8/8 down. But again, it feels like so often when we're casting and when the others are casting this type of druid, it's, has he found scales? Has he found scales?
Yep.
Have they found scales? It feels like such a key card right now, especially obviously because we're in a meta now where you're either playing the druid or you're playing an aggro lineup to try and kill the druid. So of course scales is important, but it feels like we've seen players struggle to find it so often. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, I mean, a lot needs to go right for Druid. They need to draw the ramp in the right order, and then the card draw, and then have the scale when you already have a big minion, which is kind of dependent on you having found Miracle Growth or having played a Naga Giant. And the nerf to Miracle Growth is indirectly a nerf to scales as well, because it's one of the best targets for Earthen Scales. Anyway, Jaylong has a double Hook Tusk now, both active, of course, and he can choose to steal an 8/8 here. Don't know if that's good enough, but
I think it's
better than deck.
Yeah, it's better than
Mana.
everything else, isn't it? Yeah.
Eeny,
MERO can't look at
miny,
MERO's
taunt.
Pikachu shocked face there.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
Taking the taunt is a big deal because it lets Jaylong continue to push that chip damage with the weapon. And because the rogue 1 damage per turn kind of evens out with the druid gain 1 armor per turn, as long as Jaylong keeps on going face at least once with the dagger, he's forever putting MERO within range of like Wicked Stab and Dagger.
And a big deal as well is if Raid Boss is the response here from MERO, then Jaylong gets to just steal Raid Boss and Ixia as well because he has the second Hook Tusk in hand. And I think that would be a really good pickup just to be like, okay, well, you're probably going to have the 2/1s, fine, but I just get to steal the 8/8 again and just reduce the potential damage coming his way.
Be another 50-50 though, right? Because this Naga Giant's probably sticking around if Raid Boss happens.
That's true. That is true, yeah. But if he gets Raid Boss, that is
True, then he clears
pickup,
everything.
Yeah.
That's insane. But he is putting Jaylong on a clock. That's still not a Wicked Stab. I have to check if he's even running it. I got used to people running it.
I can look. He is.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Okay. No Mr. Smite either.
I mean, it just has to be Hook Tusk and hit an Ixia, right?
If he wants, he can guarantee getting the Onyxia by going hit it very hard first. and then killing the other 8/8 and then hooked us. But I don't know if there's a reason to do that because like you can try for the 50-50 and you. Oh yeah. Because like if you go Hook Tusk and miss the 50-50, then you can't kill Onyxia because there's still a Whelp on board.
Yeah.
But he's going Krakatoa instead, which will let him clear at least one of the 8/8s. The new dredge option is Swordfish, which is not amazing.
Choose soon.
But kind of has to take it just because it's more damage.
Damage, isn't it? Yeah, that's the. I was looking at Starfish in case you're worried about any shenanigans happening from MERO, but I think at this point in the game, jaylong just needs more damage.
Yeah, because jaylong's gonna push the weapon face and put MERO within range of the, well, just the crab weapon to begin with, but also Swordfish potentially. That's a Scales though, finally! All right, that's +9 health if he wants it, straight up. Is incidentally still not safe to like buffed Swordfish and Smite together.
Yeah, I think does he scale, trade away, and then just earthen scales, and you know finish the turn out because then it keeps the Onyxia very very safe, and can still you know threaten lethal of course.
Potentially.
Because surely he wants to kill this Krakatoa, but he also wants to set up 2-turn, right?
True. I think he could still set up 2-turn even with the Onyxia trading, but I don't think that line involved playing Wild Growth. I'm a bit confused about the Wild Growth to start because I would like to have more mana here to play even just like a straight up Kazaka-san potentially.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like to me, like the scales, and I guess like because the scales would still keep Onyxia immune because there would still be loads of whelps left, right? So a little bit surprised here. Still, he's sitting on 11. Got to be feeling okay about that.
Very tense, but jaylong knows that his next dredge isn't particularly potent, right? All the bottom cards in the deck were not good. He took the Plague Scientist, but doesn't have Puffer Fist, but he can now guaranteed steal the Onyxia.
Yep. And he just has to, right? It's too threatening otherwise.
All right. I think he goes face with the weapon rather than killing the well, but okay, disagrees. Yeah, he does need like 2 cards to have complete lethal from hand, so fair enough. Doesn't value the breakpoint right now in MERO's health. Guff is the draw.
This has to be big though, because Guff doesn't actually. I guess he can coin into scale anyway, which is fine. He can clear the board with this, right? If he just plays scale.
Yeah, because the 4/4 will wake up.
Yep. Now this
He's
is
going to evade out the ramp hero power as well and then scale, sure.
Looking a little bit scary for jaylong now. I think it feels like it's slipping away.
It really does. 16 is so big of a hurdle to get over at this point. But he can stabilize with a Puffer Fist draw. Oh wait, sorry, the board's already clear. So what he wants is board development.
And he just needs more stuff. Oh, he got the draw.
Well, it does give him some reassurance against the next board because the one thing he can be assured of at least is that if Druid is off board, they don't have burst to kill jaylong from 11. Kazakhstan not active yet.
Even wondering then if he was ever supposed to just play the Starfish first.
So, yeah, you could think about it if like most of the pirate draws were under like 4 mana to play. Like you could just say have an extra tempo 2/4 here.
Yeah, like unless you draw exactly Smite, right? I think any other card is fine, which means then you just have an extra minion on board. Obviously, drawing Smite and playing it is great. That was probably the best outcome overall.
All right, so for MERO here, board clear potential truly running out. I think he might have one more Kelp Keeper left, but he doesn't have enough mana to like get it and play a spell that would wake it up alongside Oracle. But there's Miracle
It's
growth.
insane. Well, the scales. He can just use Sarah's scales, right?
So he'd gain 5 and then 6. He could Nightmare, then Ysera, and then scale. Is that a thing?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm very okay with that as well. I mean, obviously he could just Kaz scales, but then I feel like with the amount of cards he has left, there is actually a chance he just gets burnt out of this, right? Because Kaz isn't active. But I think like Ysera, Nightmare, scales, like.
Yeah, the Ysera would also allow him to dream the Smite if he wanted.
Yeah.
But obviously Dreaming Smite doesn't really reduce maximum burst from jaylong. It just means he has more mana he has to spend to actually get every pirate to charge. So in the end, MERO is just going for the Kazakhstan play. I think this is fine. He doesn't really need Kazakhstan as a win condition. Although now that I say that, he might. Like, he's deeper in fatigue, but I think he still has one giant.
Yeah, I think he's okay, but I also think he would have been fine if he'd done the Ysera play as well. This is going to be a nice clear, though, with the little combo there with the poison. And means that jaylong can just pile on with this pressure.
Crazy. He's just outvaluing MERO at this point.
Oh. Wait, is he just going to get Omega punished for going wide? Is there a way for MERO to... Well, he can... Ysera awakens, right? He just plays Ysera and awakens.
True.
The whole board's gone, and MERO's still on 10? Like,
Yeah.
but with no smite? That seems, weirdly enough, pretty safe to me.
True. I just forgot Awakens was a card. That's a good card.
Yeah.
I
Unfortunately, it
was
doesn't go
looking for
face
some
anymore. but
spammy
still.
out. But yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, Awakens, ramp, Laughing Sister. Does he even need to ramp? I mean, you might as well if you have the mana.
Just Oracle.
Is there trouble?
It's going to ramp.
Oh man, it's a tense one.
Oh,
And Shadow Step is
no.
a complete whiff. Just kind of dead. The Nightmare. No matter what he does.
Yeah, there's literally nothing to do there, is there? Rough game there, and MERO evens the series up. He's still got some fight left in him, and look at what the win means to him. I think he was very much expecting to lose that game and therefore the series, because it got so close so many times. It looked like Jay was going to be able to just finish the game multiple times. He had multiple different outs, but it just wasn't quite enough. He got the Earthen Scales, and I think clearly, most importantly, he got the Earthen Scales from Moon-Touched Amulet, right? Moonlit, sorry. So he could actually double up the armor gain, and it was helpful that he did go for the Kazakhstan to be able to gain that much additional armor, because obviously the Ysera would have gave him different benefits if he'd gone for that, but that might not necessarily been enough health.
Yeah, he would have gotten 5 and then 6 instead of the 9 and then 10 from Kazakhstan, unless he committed the Nightmare, then he would have gotten 9 and 10 as well. But I think kind of saving that Ysera while jaylong just didn't know it was the Discover was a big deal here, right? Because jaylong, I think against almost any other Discover, felt very comfortable going wide on board, and I completely do not fault him for taking that line, but that Ysera was absolutely the ace in the hole here for MERO, and that means that it does come down to the very last game of this series. Demon Hunter was banned, right?
Yeah, it's Hunter Rogue, I believe.
Okay.
Be wrong, let me triple check. Yes, it's Rogue versus Hunter here. So we are, of course, going to see the Rogue again. We've just seen jaylong lose with it. And MERO is going to be on his Hunter, which is a Quest Hunter that I believe we've already seen as well. So both the players on their, I think, 2 decks they have already lost with in this series now. So it's going to be the battle of which one's actually going to be able to take it over the line. And honestly, I still like the Quest Hunter here. I think the Rogue minions in most cases come out at a reasonable enough pace that Hunter can keep up.
Yeah, it's kind of a close one, I would say, because
Yeah.
if the rogue is just going for the usual curve, then yes, I think Hunter can very easily pick apart those boards. But there are the super early Vessel draws, Vessel into Dredge in particular, that is, I think, too much damage for Hunter to come back against, because Hunter really doesn't have any healing outside of the armor from Tavish, which is conditional at best. And you, as the rogue, still have always that out for Wicked Stab and Mr. Smite, but time and time again, it feels like rogue just takes too long before they get a consistent enough amount of cards drawn to find those last bits of burst.
Let's see how it goes. Last game of the series, Jaylong on the top on the rogue versus MERO on the Hunter. It goes to 5-0, which is insane. Such a good way to continue the tournament. Of course, the best way you can continue, but you start to see, I think, the light at the end of the tunnel once you sort of pass that 5-win stage, right? You think, okay, just a couple more and I'm pretty much guaranteed into top 16.
All right, MERO starting off with only one spell. Interesting. I was wondering if there's any value to just cashing in the Wound Prey, but with the way his hand works out, he still has like one cost spell into hero power on a minion next turn if there was some target, but now that there's none, just going to continue progressing the quest with the more expensive spells.
Yeah, also just a chance that Coin Minion was going to get played by Jaylong, which meant he might have needed the extra bits of damage from Wound Prey to be able to actually kill it off. For example, obviously 5 health Minion is a bit of a nightmare for Hunter to actually deal with, whereas now with the Wound Prey, I'll try and speak properly, and Dragonbane Shot, Piercing Shot, there are ways you can actually get through this a little bit easier.
It's a bit awkward though if you don't use Piercing Shot here, because there was a way to get the Dragonbane Shot to multiply, but it would have to be over 2 turns, right? Because if you go Wound Prey, then Dragonbane Shot, then you can hero power for 0, but you're not honorably killing it. So right. MERO just says, let's just go for the simpler path, get one spell further in the quest progression, so now he can make the hero power cost 0 after just playing Wound Prey on the next turn and very reliably get a double Dragonbane Shot.
Yeah. Oh, go on.
Sorry, I just can't read MERO's expressions if he's happy or sad to see that, because like the 3 health Puffer Fist is no big problem for him to deal with.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm assuming he was happy purely because I was just about to say that I completely agree with your point. In the following turns, it becomes so likely that MERO can cycle Dragonbane Shot from this point onwards with the Wound Prey in hand and the hero power, as you mentioned, that just any minion that isn't exactly Vessel being played is a probably absolutely fine for MERO to deal with. He's just like, okay, if it's this health, I'll pick it apart this way. If it's that health, I'll pick it apart that way. So I think as long as just anything that wasn't Vessel came down, he was probably okay with it.
And the best part is, instead of cycling the Dragonbane Shot, he can also just put the quest at 1 more to completion, so Wound Prey Tavish is available next turn already.
Exactly what you're looking for is just getting Tavish live as soon as possible. Not necessarily an issue in this matchup, but also being able to play Tavish the turn you generate it is important to be able to do in Quest Hunter as well. Like I said, no Mutinous in this list, of course, but still.
Smite draw for Jaylong is huge though, because he just has Smite Shadow Step again the next turn, which is another 12 damage over 2 turns, and the Wicked Stab, which adds to 16, and the Swordfish, which adds to 20, and even more than that if you play the weapon earlier. So it is just kind of a race to face here. I don't think he can afford to mess around dealing with Tavish here. He just hopes he isn't dead the next turn and find a way to weave in the weapon.
Oh, this is such a big call because it's so likely that Jaylong is dead, right? It's so likely if he just goes Smite Face. But we can see MERO has possibly the worst post-Tavish hand ever with limited mana and needing to kill your opponent next turn, right? He has Face Naga, which is fine, but the problem is he has Rust Drop Viper and then Mystery Draw, and it all costs mana if he wants like cycle the Viper, then he has to still get a good enough spell, so he needs just a little bit of damage if this Tavish lives, and if this Tavish doesn't live, he's going to need a lot of work to be done in this short time period.
gonna go out on the limb and say that Tavish is living, but for Jaylong, it's still really awkward because the way the mana breakpoints work, he cannot fit in the weapon and also smite and shadow step across 2 turns, because if he saves the smite this turn and goes for a weapon, then he only has 7 mana the next turn, and you need like more than that. You're able to go 4 mana smite. You need 8 to go the 4 mana smite, then step it and play it again. It's just super awkward here. So he fits in the fillet fighter instead. That 1 damage might give him a different breakpoint. So he does have prep, sorry, so it's still lethal the next turn if he's not dead.
Right. Quick shot.
Not?
He has to face, right?
Yeah, face
face
Naga
Naga,
is 5 damage. Is he? No. With the hero power, it's lethal, right?
Yeah. Like I said, so unlikely that you're actually, you're actually going to survive at this point in the game as Jaylong. But I do think Jay played that game as it should have been played. I think if you have Smite, double Shadow Step, you're against the Quest Hunter that seems to be progressing very quickly indeed with that opening. I think that going Smite and setting up, the sort of 3-turn lethal plan, I suppose you could call it, was correct. But the one cost spell into Tavish and then just having getting hold of the right amount of damage, it's very difficult to fight back from.
I do like Jaylong's sort of macro game plan of just, not bothering with the board, of going for Smite, but there is a question of whether he needed to shadow step the Smite right on the turn he played it, because if you are expecting your opponent to go 1 cost hero power and Tavish, there's not actually a way to kill the Smite as a 5 health minion, but there is the risk of they just don't play Tavish that turn. Let's say they have piercing shot again, and then you're down like 12 damage further because you didn't shadow step it, and you don't have a shadow step target later on. Pros and cons for sure. Very difficult spot, I would say.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because in that world, if, like, say, the brave play, I'll choose to use those words, is leave Smite and he plays the Tavish anyway, Smite lives, then suddenly the Shadow Step on the 3-1, right, to, like, charge twice is actually pretty big on that turn, potentially, and can speed up the clock. But still, really good win there for MERO. It was a very close series indeed, but the Hunter managed to get over the line. The Rogue seemed to struggle just a tiny bit, even though that last game was close. But I believe, Gia, that is done for the coverage for this round, and I think we have got round number 6 coming up very, very shortly indeed. So we are going to go to a quick break and set that up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more Hearthstone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by Sottle to kick off round number 6 here in the Swiss portion of the event. Sottle, how you doing today, buddy?
First off, don't talk to me or my son ever again. Yeah, it's going great, TJ. I am significantly more well-rested than I was yesterday, so significantly more engaged. The brain is firing. The synapses are all connecting. It's going to be a good day of Hearthstone casting, I'm sure. And feels good to be jumping in at round 6 because this is where the rubber really meets the road, and we are going to have Burro going up against JWC here. 2 players up towards right to the top of the standings. Burro, a player that I know a little bit more about than JWC. He is a player that has been around the scene for quite some time, and as Lorinda informed me just as we were jumping onto the broadcast, he is of course a former DreamHack champion as well. But JWC is a fairly new name to my radar, perhaps particularly influenced by the fact that he keeps changing what his Romanized name is, so it's a little bit hard to keep track of what he's been doing throughout time, but a good matchup. Looking forward to it for sure.
Yeah, and honestly, Sottle, I think the big story here is what decks are actually having success here in the Masters Tour. If you look at sort of the breakdown of the players that are, currently 5-0-4-1, there's a lot more like Paladin and Mage in those lists than I thought there would be coming into this week. I thought that those decks, while they've been reasonable on ladder, would kind of falter in a tournament environment. What have been your thoughts on what decks we've seen emerge as powerhouses?
Yeah, it's interesting because we're seeing some of these lineups towards the top. If you look at lineup win rate, some of these lineups are doing okay holistically as a whole, but individually, some of these decks do have quite low win rate. The exception to that being Mech Mage, which has a much higher win rate than maybe might have been expected. I was a big supporter of Mech Mage, or a Hot Bucket Mage, as we will now be calling it, throughout most of the first couple of days of the expansion, but then I think a couple of decks came along and just hated it out a little bit, but it does seem to be having a massive impact in this. The Aggro Druid, though, or the Beast Druid, or various different representations of this kind of strategy, has looked a little hit or miss on broadcast. But overall, I like this anti-Druid strategy. It's certainly one of the things that I looked at coming into this, where the idea that Druid was targetable a week ago probably wouldn't have entered the radar because it was just too strong. But the idea that it is now is a lot more acceptable because of the small windows of weakness that we have seen. Again, on stream, we've been seeing Druid kind of break through that press a little bit, but I do still think this quad aggro target Druid strategy is perhaps a winning one for the Masters Tour as a whole.
Yeah, a couple of Crossroads watch posts in the deck here as well. And the Wing Commander Mulverick. Sorry, so I'm losing my train of thought. The blood's rushing to my head. Whew. It's crazy under here. Quest Hunter for JWC. Wait, what?
What are you under?
The water? The ocean?
Oh, I see. I see what you're going for. Yeah, okay.
Blood still rush to your head when you're underwater if you're upside down?
Good question.
Gravity would suggest yes.
Actually, no. Yeah, gravity would suggest yes, I agree, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so, just based on experience of being underwater, but my experience of being underwater is quite limited.
I mean, come on, Sottle. That was a bait. We all know that gravity doesn't exist underwater.
Okay, fair enough.
Pretty standard variation of Quest Hunter here for JWC, and I think this is outside of Crossroads watch post shenanigans. I feel like this is a decent matchup because you can keep control of the board early on, and we've seen you mentioned sort of hit or miss with a lot of these decks that fit in this strategy. I feel like the current iterations of Beast Druid are one of them. Doesn't quite feel like the deck has the consistency that it once did in terms of building an early board, making it large, and killing your opponent. Obviously, it can still do that, maybe just not as at the rate that it did you know, post-rotation, post-expansion. But they had access to more cards, so obviously every deck's going to feel more refined when you have access to more cards.
I do think it still has the consistency of the first two things, right? Where it's able to build the board, it can maybe land composting on there, and it can draw a whole bunch more cards. The problem is that very few of those cards actually end up killing you, right? Because the big miss for me is Arbor Up. Like, that was the card that just ended games super rapidly. And I think perhaps some of the inconsistency that's coming from these Druid builds is because people really aren't settled on how to build the deck to play around that. There's no... some decks are playing a Sharon Garden, some decks are playing... Okay, genuinely, it took me like 2 seconds to even find out where he'd go. Hi, how are you? Hi. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Oh, hello. Hello, TJ. Yeah, some decks are playing Sharon Gardens, some are going for Pride's Fury. There's very different ways where you can find a way to kill your opponent, but I think the inconsistency perhaps just comes from so many people disagreeing on what the right way to do that is. Even with this, like, straight-up aggro druid versus the more beast druid that we've seen from other things, right?
How are you even keeping a straight face?
Hmm? Oh no, where's he gone?
Ooh. Back.
Just cancel Hearthstone.
I think I found the Sunken City.
I'm not sure if we've peaked or we've troughed, but we've definitely reached an extreme at one end of the scale, and it's probably not going anywhere from here. So just cancel Hearthstone at this point.
All right. Here we go. Got some actual Hearthstone game footage going on here that we can talk about. Okay.
Both of the historic good cards in the aggro druid list are found in the opening hand there with Oracle of Loon and Razor Main Battle Guard. He's going to choose to keep neither of them, though, which I do think makes sense. I think he wants to just explode on the board as quickly as possible, and both of those cards do tend to be a little bit slow in this position. Aquatic Form can just give you that consistency you need to be able to find those early curve starts. And TJ, it's time to sound the pack mule alarm. Wee 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 wee.
The pack mule alarm.
Got a critical pack mule situation on our hands.
For no one.
If you keep Aquatic Form, I think you keep it because you're looking for a 1-drop, but I guess just most power on the board here. Oh, he's just gonna get it out of the way right now. Mystery Pack Mule is gonna be played onto the board.
Mm-hmm. And an awkward opener on the other side from JWC as well. Barb Nets is a fantastic card, of course, for Quest Hunter, but a little bit awkward on maybe turns 1 or 2 when you don't really have 2 fantastic legitimate targets to use it on, especially in such a board-based matchup as this. You know, using Barb Nets to go 1 on a minion, 1 on face does seem a little bit wasteful because you're probably going to need all of those procs to clear minions over the course of the game, right? It's one of the best board removal tools in this matchup in particular.
And does find Treasure Guard as well, now that we're back in things, to be able to activate both of those Barb Nets. So should have a good control of the board early. And to be honest, just playing Rosh Hashan on the board here is pretty good because it's going to take some attention away from Burrow's game plan because he really doesn't want to have to leave that up. So I like JWC's position right now in this early game.
Yeah, I do too. Certainly not the ridiculous start that Burrow would have wanted. He's not spread 3 or 4 minions wide across the board at this point, which he would love to be, I'm sure. It's just kind of individual minions one at a time at this point, and that's what Quest Hunter does so well at being able to pick apart. And now, as you said, Treasure Guard coming down. 1-5, a little bit innocuous in some matchups, but against the very token-heavy decks like Druid, 1-5 is kind of perfect, especially it's kind of doing the candle shot job, right, where it's supporting these 2 damage and 1 damage removal spells to actually be a relevant tool to clear up minions.
And then when it's done its job, it draws a card. Incredible.
Yeah.
Another one.
Tracking should help out.
Yeah. Barbnet's not. I guess Barbnet's is still good here.
It's pretty good.
It's
still,
awkward. Yeah. If only you could just double it up, you know?
If only it was still bugged. Ah, those were the days.
Those were the days. Were they, though? Depends on which side you were on, I guess.
They absolutely weren't. I tell you what I don't miss is the random people in chat saying, well, no, it's supposed to work like that. It deals damage twice. No! Read the card! Oh,
Imagine reading card text.
Imagine reading cards. Yeah, good point.
Well, when you don't have the board, Trog seems not good. Got so many cards. How does he even make use of these cards? I guess worst case, he could just go Battle Guard. Ah. We'll sow the soil? Why is this Beast Druid hand so expensive?
It really is. It really is. It kind of shouldn't be, but I think Burro is responding to it well. Right, this is the trick with Beast Druid, right? Sometimes you do just go off with all your 1-drops early and you just have this insane board and you start buffing it. When you don't have that, I do think that just playing out 1, 2, or 3-drop every turn is just never going to get there with Beast Druid. You do just kind of have to save up for something ridiculous to do in 1 turn. Again, the flaw in that plan that I point out, though, is that when you used to do that, you used to make this one insane board with Oracle, Razormane, whatever it ended up being, and then because your opponent couldn't clear that for 1 turn because he'd just done so much, boom, Arbor up, they're dead, right? That is the part that's now been taken away from Beast Druid. So when you make that big board, you then kind of need to have it stick for more than 1 turn, which I think is the trickier part of the deck now.
Yeah. Which the window of opportunity might be, yeah, like just right when quest is complete, you just go crazy on the board once JWC completes the quest in its entirety, so that it makes it awkward for him to have to play Tavish.
Yeah, makes sense. We saw a similar situation in the previous series in the wrap-up from round 5. That myself, Gia, and Raven were just having a little debate about just before we jumped on with the Mr. Smite and the Shadow Step, and like what the best play was to be able to disrupt the Tavish on the other side for the Quest Hunter, because that is certainly one of the things. You know, Quest decks are naturally so linear in the way that they function, in that they have very predictable turns, particularly on the actual reward turns, right, where you can leverage a little bit of exploitation there against them because you are just so obviously know what they want to do.
I wonder.
Found ourselves in a predicament, haven't we? Yeah, just in the no Tavish nonsense here. Just in the business of keeping this board in check and keeping the damage hero power. I think this is wise. Still has control of the board. One spell away now from full quest completion. Still has a card draw as well. Locked, loaded, and ready to go in the treasure guard.
Okay.
Ugh.
The Oracle has been found, which
Yep.
really incentivizes picking up the 1-drops here.
Yep. It's got a Trog in hand, though, and
Yeah.
the Battle Guard. Maybe what? I don't know.
Watch Post is never coming down right now, though. Is
No.
the problem that I see.
But you could set it up because JWC wants to play Tavish next turn, assuming that
Yeah.
picks up a spell that could be used for it. But it's just going to go
Right.
for the squirrel.
Reflect in the
Squirrel.
well.
No vowels in that word. When you're an American, there's no vowels in the word squirrel.
Yes, there is. It's the Earl vowel.
Ah, yes, RL, that famous vowel that we all know and love.
A-E-Y-O, Earl.
Dragonbane Shot, big pickup. Any 2 mana or less spell off the top would have been lovely here. That does mean Tavish will be coming down here more than likely. It is a relatively ugly hand for just straight up pushing lethal on the next turn, though, which is the problem. And I suppose this is where we can now get back into the debate of having a Crossroads watch post in your hand right now, right? So it would be very, very difficult for JWC to just start throwing spells straight at face on the following turn if he was going to go for a 2-turn lethal setup himself, because you'd just be plopping a watch post right now, and that would make your board probably just counter lethal on the following turn.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because no matter what he did that turn, he was going to load up the board. If he didn't play Squirrel, he was going to play Trog. So that's kind of where my head was at. Does have double buff potential here with the double Power of the Wild. Sow the Soil. I mean, still a lot of damage regardless.
It is. It is indeed.
And I guess even with Crossroads Watch Post, like if JWC was in a desperate situation, could just Tavish and look for improved explosive trap.
Time waits for no one.
All right, decides to grab the Crossroads Watch Post now. And I'm assuming
Okay.
is just going to double buff on this turn still, just to make this as difficult as possible. The issue here is that you run the risk of the 7 damage still going face from the Tavish, so yeah, I think this is wise to double trade these squirrels to remove that possibility. Still gets to push 7. Does mean this is still a very difficult 2-turn lethal setup from here, because obviously the Crossroads Watch Post can't attack itself, so it doesn't matter how big that gets individually. So all JWC really has to do here is pick off a couple of minions.
But it's so weird. Because you can't even, like, honorable kill with the Dragon. I guess you could. You would, like, hero power a 3.
Yeah, hero power the
Health.
4/3, and then Dragonbane shot it.
And then you wouldn't have... you're throwing nothing face. I guess you Drekthar can come down.
You could go like quick shot the 4/2, which would then be a 4/3 as it dies. Then hero power on one of the... Then hero power the new 3/3 Annoyatron, and then Dragonbane shot that.
Yeah.
Would
Or you
also
could just
work.
hero power pass. With
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, no, that's true actually.
Okay. Removes
It's interesting, 'cause
power
when he-
off the board.
Yeah, I wasn't really looking at the Drekthar line, but when he started to do this, I was almost wondering whether he was going to play 0 spells and then look for, what, hero power, Dragonbane hero power is 6, quick shot hero power is 5 more, so he'd have 11. So an additional spell off the top could have very well just been straight up lethal with everything going face on the following turn if he held it all in hand.
Yeah. This does give him another spell, potentially with the draw from the treasure guard. I don't think that was guaranteed, so I don't know if that factored into the decision making, but
Yeah, good point.
Moveridge fleet is ready to rock.
Oh, that's the one. Obviously, we'll do a little bit less damage than you would like because of the Crossroads Watchpost effect that's always going to come into play here. But it's still likely the highest damage individual draw in his deck.
yeah. So it'd be 4 damage.
3 damage now.
Yeah. So we're looking at, what, 11?
Oh! That's
12?
not it.
12 damage? So it's got to be Tavish.
But Tavish, what? What are the 2 secrets even here? Explosive and freezing?
I guess. I don't see any other options. There's no way to get the honorable kill on Dragonbane shot in a reasonable fashion.
No. You start the
Candle
turn
shot
with
first.
yeah, Candle Shot, the Annoyatron, then Dragonbane Shot, but does that do anything? Like, is that progress? Does this look like progress, TJ? It doesn't seem like progress.
It takes 1 power off the board.
That's fair. Okay.
That didn't quite hit the mark.
I mean, it did take 1 power off the board. I don't think it really mattered in the end, though.
Yeah, he buffed by 4 and killed a 5 attack minion while being immune for the attack, so yeah.
Yeah, maybe he thinks because he made the emote that piercing shot in that situation would have been better because that's the lowest health a minion's ever going to be. I don't know.
I think he also may have been planning, because obviously he has to always do the Dragonbane Shot first to get the refresh on the Dragonbane Shot, but I think he may have also then been planning to piercing shot afterwards, but miscalculated how much damage that was doing because he didn't account for the buffs, maybe. That's also another possibility, which is why he was very indecisive about using the piercing shot at the last moment there.
Yeah.
Now, Piercing Shot is going to do max 2. Oh. Enough.
Yeah.
That is enough.
Yep, just needs to make sure that piercing shot comes out first. I actually think he could have cast 1 Dragonbane shot too first and would still have enough because of the candle shot, but whatever. Oh, and it could have drawn an acorn too.
That's
Would have
cool.
been even more
Yeah,
lethal.
I wish this was the out, actually, and we had to think of this, where he didn't quite have enough damage and he had to kill a minion first to get a higher damage piercing shot target. That would have been cool.
Not gonna lie, I don't think I would have thought of that.
Yeah.
I would have thought of it like tomorrow. Oh. All right, well, very close, but still gets the job done for JWC. I think that was pretty well played given the circumstances. You know, obviously Burro had a pretty expensive and awkward hand to start things off, but went for pressure at the right times and it just wasn't quite enough to get the job done. What was 2 damage off lethal there towards the end?
Yeah, and that whole, like, as soon as Crossroads Watchpost entered play, the game was just incredibly weird, right? And who knows? Like, that situation is so hard to resolve for us, for the players, for everyone watching. Like, honestly, we could go back and it'll probably take us half an hour to an hour of breaking down that game to decide, like, what optimal lines were on every single turn. JWC, in the end, just finding just enough to reserve damage. But, I mean, I sound like a broken record at this point, but I'm going to go back to it. it's the lack of Arbor up, right? Like, that's what makes any of these 3 or 4 turn strategies that JWC set up there through the Crossroads Watch Post. None of those are possible if your opponent just plays Arbor up in their deck, right? Because they are just going to draw it at some point and absolutely murder you in that position.
Yeah. Especially with all the discover effects that exist now. Or discover / dredge, whatever you want to call it. Tutor effects. There you go. Use a classic card game term. But yeah, I do still think that maybe not expected outcome, but the favorite for JWC there. Now, Warrior and Druid left remaining. I feel like the Druid is probably the weak point in this instance.
You would expect so, yeah. I think the Druid is the deck that is being very specifically targeted by this lineup from Burro. The Warrior, of course, is a Control Warrior, which you would expect to be banned in this series. We didn't really cover it at the beginning. The reason why the Control Warrior has survived is that there is a Snowfall Guardian Shaman in JWC's lineup, which I think quite rightly Burro has taken the opportunity to ban out instead, because all his decks are essentially 100% board based, right? So as soon as one Snowfall Guardian lands and there's one Macaw in hand or a second Guardian, he's going to be in massive trouble trying to get any damage to go face.
Yep. So really has to corner the Druid if we look at how these matchups pan out. And with a loss to start things off, could be a little bit of an uphill climb for him, but we shall see. Burrow's going to move over to Mech Mage. No amulet in the Mech Mage. Just good old-fashioned mech stuff.
Mech stuff indeed. There is, however, the Crossroads Watch Post thrown in here as well. There's also a Varden tossed in on top of everything else as well, kind of taking the spot of some of those last tech card options. There is Iron Deep Trog in there as well, which is another sign that this is kind of aggressively being tweaked towards Druids specifically. But outside of that, it is the usual stuff that we are used to seeing. It looks like JWC is going to run out with this Druid as early as possible. Celestial Alignment version this time around instead of the straight up ramp that we've been seeing previously. No Doomsayers, but we do see a spammy Arcanist thrown in there as well, which could be very, very useful in this matchup. There are natural 1 health, 2 health, 3 health breakpoints all across the Mech Mage, going all the way up to 4 in some places as well. So particularly on a Crossroads Watch Post turn, right? The ability to clear boards without casting spells can be incredibly useful in this kind of situation.
Yeah, every time I try and cut Spammy Arcanist from any form of Ram Druid, I always immediately find a situation where Spammy Arcanist would have just been the nuts. It's just how it goes. Like the card.
God. Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Nourish in the opener. Does just toss it away, though, looking for some of those early game cards that he's thrown in for these kind of matchups exactly. Whereas on Burrow's side, there is no Seafloor Gateway in this opening hand. There's also none of the super aggressive 2-drops. Just playing like Hot Bucket on 2 and just hitting your opponent with a Bloodfen Raptor a few times can be very, very powerful in the Druid matchup. Sea Scout Operator is also a lot of power that you can get on board early, especially on coin, so you could consider keeping that. But Annoyatron and Sweeper kind of missing their target in this matchup, I would say. You don't care about the Sweeper value early on, and you don't really care too much about Annoyatron. You just rather have as much damage in play as quickly as possible, I think. Yep, full mult. I respect it. That's better.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
The Annoyatron back makes things quite interesting. If you land the Click Clocker buff exactly on the Automaton, then heck yeah, you're in business. But you really do not want a naked Automaton on board, I don't think, right? A 3 health naked Automaton that can just get Druid of the Reef dealt with.
Yeah.
So I think Burro kind of sacrificing the Trog even a little bit here into the gods of Druid of the Reef, which I'm okay with.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good check for it because JWC, I mean, obviously doesn't have to kill it if Druid of the Reef exists, but makes his life significantly easier over the next few turns since he's going to have to be playing spells. Could opt to just like hero power it, and the next turn, if the automaton does come down, could hero power the Trog again, and then Druid of the Reef. Also has the option to just wait for Oracle Balloon turn if he just has a good hero power, and then go Oracle Balloon plus Druid of the Reef. Options are open.
I think if Automaton is coming down, it's coming down alongside Click Clocker, probably in that order. I think Burro will be smart enough here to work out that Hero Power Druid of the Reef is just absolutely terrifying response to what he's doing if he doesn't coin out the Click Clocker.
Yep.
Mothership, probably the least favorite one from Burro's perspective to hit with the buff. Game, I think, will largely be decided by the point that that can come into play. I think he'd rather have had a 4-3 Trench Surveyor. Debate on the Annoyatron, I suppose.
This is much pressure as early as possible.
Yeah.
The Seed Lord be its own treasure.
And so the Trog survives.
For now. It's only 1 damage.
Ooh.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. A lot of damage potential going on. Fits the curve quite well. Could go double 2 next turn. Unless he wants to hit something specific with the Trench Surveyor, but I just never going to be as much pressure as this. So
Yeah, I like it too. I think there's also a moment of pause there where you're just wondering, like, am I ever playing a Noyatron to just protect this Trog from a hero power? But I think that's probably nonsense. It's just such a weak turn overall in comparison to playing 6 extra damage on board.
Yep.
I wonder.
Well, this isn't a good situation at all.
See the problem nicely illustrated by that 20 mana Naga Giant in hand for JWC. Just no spells have been cast in the early game. No Wild Growth, which means nowhere close to a Nourish, no fast Innovate starts, nothing of the like. Really been forced into being 100% reactive by this early Trog into Automaton curve. Burrow's face, like, he's so far ahead in this game, but he just looks constantly in pain with the way the game is going, and I'm not sure what he's so concerned about.
Decisions. I
Hate
feel him,
those.
you know? Yeah.
Really? All right, I understand his pain. I'm not sure I would have done that. I mean, this kind of signals the intention to then pick up the Sunken Sweeper off the Trench Surveyor on the following turn, which is not necessarily something that I think you're super interested in doing, because playing another spider tank, even though like that card is insane in a vacuum, don't get me wrong, it's still slow to develop pressure in terms of other things which could be on the bottom of your deck that you might end up picking instead, right? So floating 1 mana there to play 1 less power on board, because you would have gone Surveyor and Annoyatron otherwise. Not entirely sure if I agree.
That's what that face was. I'm really going to play a sweeper here.
Yeah, I think it was.
I mean,
Meanwhile, JWC sat there like, do you want to see what an actual painful hand looks like? Look at this!
This is gross.
What are you wincing about? Let's swap hands. I'll play yours.
Reflect in the moonwell.
He's going to die before he even gets to play a real card.
Wow, even Hero powering down the 2-1 over the Trog as well. Really trying to influence those trades, I suppose.
Yep.
I mean, I struggle to think of a better draw in the deck than that this turn.
Just stats and keywords. Gonna earn a lot of keyword points this turn.
But I suppose already you've seen a very miserable slow hand, so you are thinking about Innovate Scale at this point, even though that is a very specific 2-card combo. But even then, I think because you don't cost yourself any health on your existing minions trading into this, I think this makes a lot of sense. I also like reserving the full health on your Wind Fury minion here. And you now have, what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10? You have 10 whelps worth of minions on board going into a potential Innovate Scale from your opponent. So, yep. This all looks great to me.
I can see.
And there it is.
What a,
What a
difficult game.
Oh, God.
Okay, there we go. Looks a little bit more relaxed with the way the game's gone now. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Like I spent all those time thinking through those decisions, and all I had to do was place a measly amount of stats on board, and I won. That just happens. That was a pretty good opening. Had a Trog, Automaton, you know, with cheap mix to follow it up. And yeah, a lot of times that's all it takes.
Yeah, but that innie off the top, I think, just being able to deal with the Oracle while losing essentially 0 pressure, I think gaining net pressure in the meantime as well. You know, what I will say, like, you know, we're poking fun at the kind of the agony that Burro's in from a position that we can see was very easy. Obviously, Burro can't see the hand on the other side. He knows just basically from how weak the turns have been in the early game, the hand isn't insane from the Druid on the other side, but he still has to plan to beat various things. From his perspective, that game looks a lot more difficult than us who are looking at 60 mana's worth of stuff in Druid's hand and only 5 mana to spend it on, you know? So it's certainly he was thinking through his turns and coming up with consistent plans. I don't necessarily agree with the sweeper being played in that position, which is the one point I would maybe disagree with. But otherwise, I think he had his plans laid out very nicely, right? How to beat the breakpoints of the Druid of the Reef in the early game, sequencing with the Trog and the Click Clocker and the Automaton, and then from that point on, just building pressure as effectively as he saw it. I might have a different way of going about it, but he certainly had a plan that he stuck to.
I do think there was a spammy clear if he doesn't play sweeper, if he goes double 2 there.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, if that's the case, then good catch. And that would have been going into the 5 mana turn as well, right?
Yeah, because he plays a 2 health, 3 health.
And he had a 1, so the Click Clocker still had Divine Shield, right? But there was the 1 health Trog on board?
I believe so, yeah.
But that would have been 1 and 2. And with what he did, there was no bridge between the 3 and the 4, and the Annoyatron would have ended up being the bridge between the 3 and the 4.
Would have been the 3, yeah.
You are exactly right. That's 100% why he did it. I apologize.
Unless I'm mistaken and we both look stupid, but I'm pretty sure
Oh, that sounds right to me.
that was why he was so deliberate about that turn.
Yeah, very, very, very good point.
All right. Going back to the Druid here for Burro. Wow. Aquatic Form, Battle Guard, and Watch Post.
Mm-hmm.
Being the keeps.
The sea floor be its own treasure.
This JWC just has the curve hand.
Yeah, I mean, who's really playing the aggro Druid here, am I right?
Yeah. Just needs to find something on curve for the amalgam. Good to go.
Are you desperate enough for a 1-drop here to go fishing, or are you just going to play the 2-2? Looks like he's just going to play the 2-2. Okay.
Yeah. It really is.
He's just curving.
Just curving out.
I mean, Gale's Vate Amalgam? Like, genuinely? Are you interested?
Yeah. I'm down. I'm 100% down. Just full control of the board. Squirrel. It's probably got to be Scorpid. Like, given the deck, you know?
Uh-huh.
But, oh, okay. Well, that's the opposite of what I thought would happen.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this part of the play. And then presumably his plan now is curving out. He's just going to slam Oracle on board next turn. So then he just took the highest value card. I mean, arguably, you can have the debate of which is the highest value card to duplicate off Oracle between the Pack Mule and the Squirrel. But in terms of immediately winning board, which is what he's trying to do with the start he's got, the Pack Mule is more value on turn 4 than the Squirrel will be immediately.
Yeah, Squirrel could actually potentially make things awkward if you know, the turn you want to like scale of Onyxia, like a Squirrel pops out.
True.
So it could work, or you know, Onyxia, whatever. It could work against him in some cases. So now that you explain that to me, Pack Mule does make sense given just what he's going to be doing on curve.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
It's just a mirror match.
I know. You'd
Change
never
my
be able to
mind.
guess which deck this is, given the curve so far.
So Oracle, no attacks. Does attacking into the 1/5 with your 2/2 ever significantly increase the chances that your Oracle gets killed? Maybe it doesn't actually. Maybe it's fine to just take the pokes into the 1/5 while you can.
I wonder.
Yeah, I think it is, right? There's still not a world that I can think of where your 2/4 dies in that spot, right? You've seen one Sow the Soil be used for 2/2 already.
Yeah, but do you want to accelerate the board like that?
It's a good question. Yeah, that's very fair.
Or yeah, one bump. Okay.
All right, compromise. Fine. The reason why I'm interested in dealing with the 1/5 is that I don't want the game to move towards Crossroad Watchpost while you're still sending attacks into a 1/5, right? I want to be sending attacks into other minions and clearing them off the board before Watchpost and other things can come down. We are fast approaching that point.
Bramble hold the line.
Playing the second Battle Guard, this does not reapply discount. They both just say the first minion you played each turn. The first minion you played was still the Annoyatron, no matter how many Battle Guards you have in play.
Aw. Wait. No. Aw.
Gales is still pretty good, right?
Gales is still pretty good. Yeah, it's still pretty good. Burro's face is like, what is happening? So you double trade the Annoyatron and Scales trade the Oracle? I guess you maybe want to...
You have double Scales, right? Oh, no, this is Dredge, not Moonlit Guidance, right? I was thinking you had...
Yeah, it's a quantiform,
well.
yeah. Wrong deck, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite right. Now this is a painful game.
This is pod racing.
I love how he's won the board so definitively that Spammy Arcanist is now just the worst card in his entire deck.
When he drew it, I was like, oh, yeah, it's insane. Now he's just going to have board forever. I'm like, wait, he already has board forever. Like,
Yep. He wants to draw all of those other 1 and 2 drops in his deck for his Oracle. Oh, wait. Still, relatively good response here. 2 massive value trades on the Battle Guards going in, and now that Annoyatron basically deals with the rest of the board single-handedly.
now?
Now Spammy's kind of good. Oh! Oh!
Oh, but guff stuff. Oh.
I think you there's no way to preserve your own Oracle, though.
Yeah, there is. You double
yeah, there is. If you go,
into the
you just double trade first. Yeah, and it only goes off.
Yeah.
Or twice.
Yep.
Agree with this.
And then it can guff next turn, and on 6 mana, you can also fit in a hero power as well. So, just good. And Burrow's in the game of playing off the top.
Yeah.
Not necessarily where he wants to be. And now JWC is... deck's just good. Moonlit Guidance is probably the perfect card to pick up in this scenario for post-guff.
Yeah, weirdly, I like this for a number of reasons. Firstly, like the Spammy was just the best play on board, which, you know, I think JWC quite clearly has done the best play he can make on board all game until he's run out of the ability to do that. And then also weirdly, like even though Guff says 5 on it, it's almost played on curve on 6 rather than on 5, right? Because that ability to be able to hero power straight away afterwards is so powerful, as I expect him to do here. Considering the trade, if you trade, you give your opponent access to 2 more cards next turn, potentially, as opposed to just 1 more card, which, you know, sheer quantity of cards Druid can play in a turn is actually a very acceptable metric for how strong their turns are going to be, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Burro quite happily takes it. Ah, sorry, 4 more cards. Sound the alarm.
I already did. This one's a silent alarm. We don't want to alert the intruder.
Is it 3 minions or is it watch post 1 minion?
Yeah, that's a tough situation. What do you expect from your opponent in this position? I think getting the watch post down now and then being able to follow that up with a bunch of minions has a lot of value.
I agree. And I think if you're playing 1 minion, that 1 minion is Trog, even though this looks illegal because it's floating mana. I do think that this is the way to go about it because obviously if spells are being cast, that Trog very rapidly multiplies into multiple minions, which then means if there are subsequent spells, then you are getting your much needed big aggressive board that you've been looking for this entire game.
Yeah.
Pass! Well, ramp pass, I suppose. There we go. Nicely done.
Actually a good pickup because...
Everyone makes mistakes!
The mind games.
Yeah, this time I am fully on board with Burro's Agony. The mules have 4 health, right? Yes, they do. So they only require 4 whelps to trade into, which means the Onyxia will still be able to crash into the watch post and still be immune.
Yep.
Massive.
Wee woo, wee woo. See, right when my alarm sounded.
Yep, perfection. Ramp Onyxia, 4 trades into the taunts.
Yeah.
1 trade into the 6/8, 2 more trades into the Trog. Get out of my game.
Nice breakdown. Naga Giant still costs 18 and he's got 12 mana.
Ah, what a deck.
It's 2 Earthen Scales. That's it. That's what he's cast.
Yep.
Cool turn.
All right, personal challenge now. You're so far ahead in this game. Play that Naga Giant for 18 at some point in this game. Ah.
That's good.
I concede.
Yep, sounds about right.
All right, well, that was the deck that Burro really needed to beat multiple times. And it just gets across. First try. So now it's down to the Warrior for JWC and a couple of tough ones for Burro to get over. Not looking like a pretty dire situation at the moment.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, bad matchups in terms of lineup can really be very telling because Burro has appeared with his quad aggro lineup against a lineup that features both Shaman and Control Warrior. And then with your ability to only ban one of those, yeah, you're hitting target Druid, right? And you're saying, great, I've targeted Druid, I have a Druid in my opponent's lineup. But, you know, it's not straight up hard target where you have like 80-90% matchups against Druid with every deck, because what really does have those kind of matchups? What you have is, you know, a series where you would expect reasonably to go 2-1 or 3-0 against a Druid. And if your opponent has a weaker lineup against you, you can afford to go 2-1 against a Druid, right? You can very rarely afford to go 1-1 against the deck that you're targeting very aggressively. But in this case, he's now in such a miserable position because he's had to ban Shaman, so the remaining deck for JWC now is Control Warrior, which theoretically has an insane matchup against his lineup. Certainly against the Demon Hunter, maybe the Druid can get enough repeated gas. Quiet, TJ. Maybe the Druid can get enough gas with composting and so on over and over again to be able to get there, but this Demon Hunter, it's not a good matchup against the Control Warrior.
Yeah, you're right. We've just seen it's skewed the other way on stream thus far.
Yeah.
But every other point of data tells us that it is a big struggle for Demon Hunter. But we shall see. Burro's got to make some semi-miracles happen in order to get the dub in this series. Obviously, we're watching a 5-0 versus 5-0 match, so this is not any type of elimination or winning in or what have you. If Burro were to lose this series, would still have very many chances of making the top 16. We just have to win out, and even then, may only need to win one more. Put himself in a great spot by starting 5-0, but this series is looking like it's gonna go JWC's way from our standpoint. We'll see. Demon Hunter, a lot of players say that it's the strongest deck in the game for a reason, and maybe we'll get to see that reason in this game versus JWC's Warrior.
Yeah, certainly a deck that can win any game, right? We've seen the way it can run away with it. Like, it is the ultimate threat check deck, as I referred to it earlier. Like, it has to do very little, and if you don't have the answer for it, it will run away with the game. And that is true even against Control Warrior. We saw it before where, you know, Battle-Worn Vanguard, which sometimes is the single worst card in the matchup because you make a board of 1/2/2 and 6 1/1s over the course of the game, and then Ranker comes down and absolutely destroys you. But if you play it and they don't have an answer for it, and you push 2 damage, and then you push 4 damage, and then you push 6 damage with that one individual card, then that can be a route to victory for you, especially with so many of these Control Warriors, this one included, going down to a single copy of Ranker in the deck, which is the #1 card you want to have to deal with a lot of these board states. Outside of Vanguard, obviously the minions get bigger. Pufferfist is 3 health, Mankrik and Mankrik's wife, obviously significantly bigger minions. Lady Stheno as well is right up there, so I can understand why Ranker isn't considered good enough. It's a very similar theory to how we've been talking about Candle Shot, for example, in the Hunter, being used to bridge the gap between the 2 and 3 health minions to make Dragonbane Shot work. It's very similar logic to why Ranker isn't super impactful these days. But in this one particular matchup, I do think just shutting down Battle-Worn Vanguard is incredibly powerful. And there it is, TJ. Ask and you shall receive.
I didn't ask.
Oh, my bad. Was that me talking? Sorry, I struggle to tell the difference. We're so similar, TJ, that I struggle to tell the difference between us sometimes.
Yeah, we're basically like the same person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our personalities are just so in line.
I mean, honestly, though, like, broadcast persona aside, in terms of the actual casters in real life, I think we genuinely do have the 2 most similar
I would say so. Yeah. On broadcast, it may appear like we're polar opposites, but if you look at our what we find enjoyment in our lifestyles,
yes,
and what we hate,
yes,
same thing, same person. Mm-hmm. Very true.
Just jams it on curve. There is an answer if JWC wants it. But I think this is a good read from Burro. I think this is a mulligan read because the keep here was that from the depths on the left-hand side of the hand. I think Burro's saying, well, if you're going to keep that card and you're going to play it, I'm going to punish you for it with a real big minion. By which I mean a 4/4.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Ooh, okay. Just following the curve now as well with the treasure guard.
Yeah. Vanguard's done its job.
Job's done.
Delve its 2 damage.
This now makes sense, though, right? Because your opponent did go coin 3 on the previous turn. Because your opponent went coin 3, you can now go 2-3 into Drekthar, and coin Brawl is no longer an availability. They'd have to have a 2-card Shield Shatter combo to be able to deal with this.
Yeah.
I like it. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
But this is it, right? I mean, this one I'm absolutely not going to rinse Burro for looking stressed over, because this is a potential series-defining decision here as to whether you take the risk. Because this is betting the series on no 2-card Shield Shatter combination after your opponent has double dredged in the early game, which is a really tough position to be able to navigate. Because I think if you make this push with Drekthar and it gets cleared, you've played your game at that point, right? Like, that's it. And it looks like Burro is going to go with the soft push. You can see he's not 100% happy about it. But what this does is present a board that he thinks his opponent will be forced to clear. And then if that clear happens, he gets to play Drekthar the turn after. This is hedging around that 2-card clear.
Yep.
Hey, would you look at that? 2-card clear.
And it's got a Nessie to follow it up to.
Yeah.
Nessie. I said Nessie. Who am I?
It's Nelly, TJ.
I've said Nessie every time because
Nelly the Colossal.
Doesn't it look like Nessie?
Said goodbye to the circus.
Doesn't it look like Nessie? No.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the general idea, yeah.
You've seen Nessie IRL, haven't you?
Oh, 100%, yeah. So it's a rite of passage. Every British person at the age of 12, it's kind of like the mark of going into adolescence is you have to take a pilgrimage to Loch Ness and then take a really grainy, obscured picture of the lost Loch Ness monster and post it online. It's just a thing we do.
I honestly, like, it wouldn't even surprise me if that was true.
What do you mean? It is true. What?
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that wasn't true. I'm just not very easily surprised. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, fair. Oh, as Lorinda has just pointed out for us, they are canon related according to the flavor text on the Hearthstone card.
Ah, okay. There we go.
Thank you. I knew if we kept him around long enough, he would eventually be useful.
That's how usefulness works.
Yep.
Full control of the board for JWC. I was about to say at least for the time being, but yeah, it's really not going anywhere. The load is there from the ship.
Okay, I mean, I was going to say if this is predation off the top. But Fell Barrage is also fairly close. Probably still not good enough to get the job done. But yes, you are right. The reload on the ship is going to be an enormous problem no matter what you do here.
Yeah. Oh, multi-strike is actually quite good here with the glaives. Can allow Burro to push 10.
Yep.
And even clear the board with a Fell Barrage.
Yep.
Taking off the Nelly. So ends up being a pretty decent turn. Obviously, not where Burro would want to be, but gets to push a significant amount of damage, gets to take things off the board.
Not the best draw either.
No.
Dredge picked up as a premium here, though, because obviously he knows the bottom of his deck. He knows at least one card on the bottom of his deck, and he knows that it's all super cheap at this point, so no surprise that the Dredge Pirate was picked up as a priority. Got to be an Ixion Drake, right? I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, unless you think that a pirate's going to survive. Just get more value.
Oh, with the Amalgam, you mean?
With the Amalgam, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I guess he's thinking of if it's even worth it to put these pirates on the board. I mean, it puts stuff in the way, which seems like it has merit.
Yeah, I mean, I think stats on board. It's very similar to like the Mask of Cthulhu dynamic against Mage, where Lady Satheno, Fell Barrage, all of these things. Coincidentally, I wasn't even like looking up, are two of the cards in your opponent's hand right now. But those kind of effects, you just soak up damage that doesn't go face by putting those kind of things in play. Oh no! That is the exact draw for Burro to give himself an opportunity in this game, because now, instead of just having to waste the Lady on dealing with the board, he can deal with the board with the rush minions instead, and then have that juicy synergy of Lady Satheno going face with all the attacks and refreshing the hero power for extra damage from Kurtrus. That is an insane draw.
It's just favored.
How is this going to happen again, TJ? It's actually just favored.
I'm glad you finally seen the light.
All right, and Ixion Drake will be coming off the top here. I've already lost track of how many times collectively we've made that mistake, by the way, already in the first Masters Tour. Oh, that's a good draw. Yeah, like, yes, we knew that was going to be the draw because it has been dredged. There is zero necessary surprise in your voice when you see that card come off the top. Oh, come on. You can't just draw like this. I won't allow it.
It just seems like it's a good draw because the deck is favored.
Oh, I see.
Everything
Okay,
seems like a good draw. That's how it works.
That's fine. Is it even correct to use it now? I think it still is, right?
Yeah. Need for greed? Nah, Fury. You're going to kill him next turn. In what world do you not kill them next turn?
Well, I'm trying to work out what you do with the rest of your turn this turn, because obviously you could play Spectral Sight right now and immediately draw the card that you've put on top of your deck, which is what he's going to do. But by doing that, even if it's Fury, okay, the next card was Slither Sphere, which is pretty great. But by doing that with Fury specifically, you gave yourself no relevant way to spend any additional mana on that turn, right? Because playing the Fury, playing the hero power, none of that actually did anything going into the 4/5 taunt. Oh. I mean, that gets played.
Yeah. All right, how much are we looking at here?
8, 10, 14, 16. 3 hero powers, 22? I think.
That's lethal. Wait. Bell Barrage. 8, Fury 7. Yeah, it is.
I think it's exactly 22 for exactly 9 mana.
Isn't it more than 22?
Is it more than 22?
We'll see.
It's going to be 12, 2 more going in, and then another hero power is 14. Yep.
Yep, it's 22. Yep. You're right. And there it is. Exacties. Nicely done. But that was the expected outcome for that match. So we all knew we were going to a game 5. It's just a matter of playing it out.
Livid. Yeah, so now we have the Druid left to go, which is a matchup is a little bit more of an X factor. I don't necessarily know what the data suggests on it exactly, particularly with this build, which even in terms of aggressive Druid decks is not the build that I'm used to seeing going up against Control Warrior. But, however, there is the composting in there, which we would, of course, expect. There's Oracle of Elune, which allows the ability to make multiple boards over the course of the game. There's double Crossroads Watchpost, which can be very disruptive against Warrior, but perhaps less than you would think, because similar to what the opposing Celestial Druid did, Control Warrior does have a good chunk of minions that they can start throwing out there with Onyxian Drakes, Nelly, Amalgams, so on. All of those things can be made super cheap by the Dredge cards, which can allow them to fight for board quite aggressively just with minions. So we'll see. It's a matchup I'm certainly interested in seeing pan out here. After the obvious, like, 90% win rate matchup for the Demon Hunter, where we both knew exactly what was going to happen the entire time, because it's a foregone conclusion that Demon Hunter wins that matchup. Nice to have a matchup with a bit of stakes.
That's right. Yeah, I don't think we've seen a big enough sample size of this type of Druid in order to make any definitive claims. So far, probably down to the draws for Burro, it seems quite lackluster. But obviously, he's been successful with it thus far. So we can't count it out just because a couple of bad games.
Cool Teacher as well, another one of those minions that I threw into the mix, particularly with the Nargling allowing for some small removal spells to come out without actually casting a spell to trigger any of those effects that Druid is going with. A great surprise to see him holding on to that. Heavy Play isn't even the worst pickup with that Mulligan as well, because he kept 3 of the best cards in his deck, I think, for dealing with Druid, but it left him in a position where he was potentially doing nothing for the first 3 turns. So just finding a tradable that he can potentially throw away on turn 1 is now quite valuable. However, having now found from the depths, he has to consider Shield Shatter synergy, right? If there's any Shield Shatter anywhere near the bottom of his deck, just having that Heavy Plate for the armor burst might just be more needed, and that is exactly what he's decided. Because now, all of a sudden, this is the dredge mechanic at work. You're no longer just thinking, okay, well, I would need to have a Shield Shatter in my top 3 or 4 cards in my deck to make it worth keeping this at this point. Now, it's top 3 or 4 cards or bottom 3 cards of your deck, which makes it statistically, you know, almost twice as probable as that you're going to draw that in time.
What now?
Now, depending on where... Okay. I was thinking maybe just tempo amalgam, but just going to go for the armor up here. Take it slow.
Wee-woo, wee-woo.
Uh-oh. When Sottle sounds the alarm, you know things have gone awry.
I mean, this is serious. This is game 5 of the series, TJ. This is 2 5-0 players in game 5 of the series with everything on the line. This is when it's really time for the pack mule alarm. There it is as well. There it is as well. Outrider's Axe, keep digging. So much armor gain now if he is able to find that shield shatter. And a ton more card draw now as well with the Fortune Flame.
Oh, yeah.
I always struggled with the control warrior that I played so far in testing for this tournament with the idea of blowing up a weapon in a matchup like this, because obviously Brawl, Ranker, Shield Shatter are infinitely better than just killing 1 minion per turn with a weapon. But killing 1 minion per turn with a weapon is still okay, you know? And it's still like a sacrifice that you make to draw cards in that position. So I really struggled to reconcile when this was right, when this was wrong in my head as I was testing this deck for the tournament.
Yeah. Well, Ranker honestly seems pretty good.
It does.
You still get to draw a card off the treasure guard. Not taking too much damage. A lot of follow-up to this as well.
Are we always drawing a card over 2 armor?
I guess not, right? Because you have the Force of Flames next turn.
Right. I think you might even be looking at overdraw territory if you start drawing too many cards here.
Yeah.
Yeah, JWC orders it for the 2 armor. Acorns in, cards out. Zero nuts. Unfortunate. Asharan Gardens gets a lot of immediate value here, though. Or at least the middle ground of immediate value. Cards on board better than cards in hand, better than cards in deck.
Could have been insane there, but doesn't hit. Again, it's just so expensive. Like, only such a limited amount of things that Burro can actually do on each of these turns, and wants to do it all. Wants to build a giant board and then drop a Crossroads Watts Post, but just has to settle for an Annoyertron, I guess.
Nice. That'll get him. This is the turn JWC now has been waiting for. A little release on the pressure valve means that he can actually start to try and set up something disgusting for himself. None of that is really it, though, is it?
Sir Finley? I don't know.
Yeah. And you take Spinley and just hope that the rest of the cards that you didn't see are significantly more impactful than those ones.
Yeah. I didn't hate his hand as it was, though. That's the only problem. Okay.
Yeah, that went fine.
Yeah, that. I think he's good.
1 mana 5/4. Oh.
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 Anybody?
Ooh. And the cannons?
Yeah, cannons is the default choice. The The only minor concern there was be whether to take the massive armor gain off a minion, just in case a Crossroads Watch Post comes down, right? And then you just have to play Shield Shatter. You don't have to play an additional spell first.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be super relevant because he already has 6 armor stacked up right now, worst case scenario.
Yeah. Okay, there's the Sunken Gardens. Starting to pile up the statistics here. Big statistics.
Hold the line.
I also really hate that it's human nature to, out of 2 cards, or seemingly human nature to, out of 2 cards, play the one on the left. If you, like, there's nothing to decide the difference between them, because that just means the cursed pack mule gets played every time.
Yeah.
So Fortune Flame now to draw 3 more cards, which have now been re-discounted by the other depths. Wait, what am I talking about? They're at the bottom of the deck. That's nonsense. Why did I say that?
I mean, in some worlds that makes sense.
It does, yeah.
What now? I must choose.
Pick me! Pick me!
He's man the cannons, save his premium removals in hand right now. Probably Shield Slam just to get the full clear here. Yep, I like this.
Yep. Works out quite nicely. I'm still a little worried, however.
There's a lot of waves of stuff still coming, right?
There sure is. And they're not small waves either.
Mm-mm. They are big old waves crashing into the shore. JWC is going to need some kind of ship or boat in order to navigate it. If only his deck could provide such a thing, TJ.
If only he'd done his 12-year-old Loch Ness pilgrimage.
Yep.
Is mine. Is mine.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, indeed.
I forgot that was even in there.
He could technically now bounce the post, pull a different minion out, and then AoE it down. Problem is the shield on the Annoyatron still makes that almost entirely ineffective.
You could attack.
Yeah, you're attacking into the shield first, but you're still then missing a card draw off the axe. I'm saying, like, you don't get that much value out of the AoE is what I'm saying, right? Because you're still weapon attacking into the shield, you're not drawing a card off it, you're only really killing 2 minions, the Trog's duplicating itself. Depending, of course, on what the 3rd minion that bounces out of the hand ends up being, this could still end up being decent value, but I think it's the best he's got.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so he's going to take the draw. All right. I know we're trying to be left up, but that's fine.
Yep. I respect it. Damage is free as well, right? Because he used Frozen Buckler instead of the heavy plate. So swinging into the bigger minion there actually did 0 damage to him.
Yeah.
Does find Nelly now, though, but it is a full-cost Nelly, which is going to be understated in comparison to what all these buff minions from Burro's hand are able to do.
Mm-hmm.
You guys Gotta be scrappy.
And that looks like a good card when it's a 4-3.
Ulrich is like, oh, it's a 5/8. Because it was in the hand for the original Gardens as well.
Time waits for no one.
I just don't know how much he wants to commit here. Just saw a big AoE.
Yeah, well, you've got to decide what your goal is, right? Is your goal to have enough value in your hand to survive all the removal from your opponent, in which case you parcel it out and play it 1 by 1 and so on, 2 or 3 minions at a time? Or can you not do that and you have to make a big board and just get to the point where they just don't have a removal in their hand, right? And at which point you're just playing your entire hand twice or 3 times or whatever you have available and just hoping that one of them sticks.
Yeah.
Is a timely brawl.
I wonder.
Jerry Carpenter surviving would be the absolute nuts. He's get a card draw off it as well. So we're throwing the Bran in there also?
It could be. I think JWC is thinking about trading first as a matter of order, just in case. Comes up with a better plan of this.
Okay.
Can I have the heavy plate back, please?
Ooh.
Feel kind of good with the Rikara, right?
Yeah. Yep. Works out quite nicely.
And now the waves are just running out on the other side.
Yep.
Between a Brawl and a Nelly, it looks like JWC might just have enough, especially with the hero power and the weapon now thrown on top of that as well. And yep, in terms of all the faces that Burro has made this series, that one night right there, I think, was the most appropriate. You can feel, as we can, that his grip on this game and this series is just loosening ever so slightly.
He's got approximately 1 more push.
Yeah.
I guess Oracle makes that 2. Yeah,
but even then, he doesn't really have much Oracle synergy in his hand right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Oracle is play, not summon, he doesn't actually... He currently has 0 minions in his hand that take advantage of the Oracle effect.
Yep.
Oh! It's over. Anixian Drake, hero power will clear the board. You can just toss a Bran in there for tempo as well if you really want to.
It all lines up quite nicely.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
That's how you know someone's a Bran enjoyer right there. Technically correct to do it that way, but no actual reason to do it unless you just like seeing Bran things happen, as I do. I don't understand why. Again, I was saying this before, like, my brain should be evolved past the point where just, twice makes it happy. But it does, like, it does. It's amazing. Anytime something happens twice, it's great. That's why Bran is the best card in Hearthstone.
My favorite thing to do is to honorable kill somebody with the Dread Prison Glade.
And then just sit there with the cards on the screen. All right, finds.
Honorable kill weapon. Glade.
Oh!
Attack. So it deals the damage twice.
Oh, okay, I've never done that. That's pretty great. I think that would tickle my stupid brain as well.
Yeah. So like you deal like 10 damage to them at honorable kills, and then it just hits them again for 10, just to make sure.
Nice.
Yeah, yours is cool too, I guess.
Sorry, I very much stole your thunder there, TJ. I apologize.
Did. My thing's cool too.
It is. All of your things are cool, TJ.
Thank you.
All of your bits land. Everything you do is wonderful. Congratulations. You're the best.
That's the thing. My whole life is a bit.
Ooh, Brad Nelly.
Okay. Nelly gonna hold the brawl too.
And we're gone. This will need reconnecting. We are no longer connected to the spectator. Which I hope if Burro is in the same situation, he recognizes it as well. I think he just did.
Yep.
Are we back?
I think we're back. I don't think Burro is quite back yet.
Okay.
My assessment of the situation, given his face, looking into space.
All we really know right now is Smite plus 5 other pirates.
Yep. All right.
That sounds pretty good to me.
This is a lot of damage.
It is.
JWC, depending on these pirates, will also have a lot of... Yep, there's the smite. Oh, it's a Kalaku. It's a beast. And it's going to charge. Oh, God. It's just dead.
I mean,
damage.
Yeah. It is, but it honestly did not matter that much. We saw the smite, right? The smite was the hard left pick that disconnected the client. So even if this wasn't that much damage and they were all just used to be rush minions to clear up the board, right? Because we saw the smite, it was going to end the game on the spot.
Yeah. All right. That'll do it. JWC, you know, Burro fought as hard as he could have in that game, given just how much removal he was up against. He got the double sunken gardens in order to just make a lot of stats. That was like 4 reloads of pretty massive boards.
Yep.
But at the end, it just wasn't enough, and JWC moves up 6-0 now in the Swiss.
Yeah, really good, really strong performance overall in the tournament, and just a really strong series, I thought. Very well played overall. You know, I know whenever anyone says that on any broadcast about anyone in the entire world, someone pops up and says, no, actually, it was full of misplays. Listen to me.
Actually.
I'm the best. Yeah, exactly. But in that case, I do think that was a very well played series on both sides, and certainly a very interestingly played series on both sides. It wasn't just 2 players going for the obvious vanilla plays that everyone can see all the time. Like, even right up to that last moment, that looked like such an obvious brawl right at the end. And then JWC just goes, no, Brand Pirates win the game next turn. What are you talking about? Which ended up being obviously, you know, so much better than it would have been otherwise. Because as I said, like, as long as he hits a smite, which you're 46% to hit a smite off 1 set of pirate discovers. So when you're doing it with the Brand, you're going to get a smite. And so as long as you get the smite there, even if you somehow didn't find enough damage to win the game, if the opponent was able to fill the board with Annoyatrons and whatever other taunts on the following turn, you were going to be able to trade through everything, right? And be able to clear the board and retain a brawl over the course of the game, which is really nice. Really liked, now as soon as you explained it, Burro's play with the Mech Mage as well, even in a seemingly one game, playing very aggressively around Spammy Arcanist, which was one of the only things he could lose to at that point. Even though I missed it at the time, as soon as you pointed it out, I think that was a very, very strong play as well. And there's a lot of good stuff in the series. What? TJ, what's that face for?
What's the second spell school in Warrior?
Oh, did Multicaster draw 2 cards?
It drew 2 cards.
No idea. Pop quiz. Trivia, for those of you at home. Write in, answers on a postcard. What are the spell schools in Warrior?
This is important. I need to know this. I actually don't know. Forged in Flame is probably fire.
Possibly, yeah. That would make sense.
And then who knows? Shield Shatter fell? I don't know.
Oh, Frozen Buckler?
Oh, Frozen Buckler. Yep, you got it. Okay. There we go. Shows how much I play multicaster in Warrior. Shows how much I pick multicaster from Nelly. But yeah, that was quite the series, honestly, just in terms of like how grindy it was
really
towards the end there. Saw the expected win, Demon Hunter versus Warrior. But Burro's still not out of things yet. 5-1, definitely a good score going into round 7. Just needs to pick up those last 2 wins in order to make it to top 16. But we actually still, even though that was a long one, we still have some action left to go for round 6. So Sato and I are going to go and take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have some more action here in round 6 for Master Store Voyage to the Sunken City. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to continued coverage of Round 6 here at Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. After that long one, we've still got some more action for this round as the round is ongoing. And with me is somebody a bit more sensible. We found the sensible person. I think it's Gia.
Keep giving me the sensible label, Lorinda, but I don't know. I'm the one sitting out here in the most hazardous background every single time. I don't know how I get away with it alive.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, actually. Yeah, you had the swords last time, and now you'll get a leaking ship. But we are going to join Blyze in Illusion at 1-0 Illusion. You can see the lineups there. The Rogue, the Paladin, therefore Illusion, the big standouts. Blyze just bringing the good stuff, I think. I'm just going to check what the Priest is before I say that, but it is banned. Yeah, it was the Boar Priest. He's been struggling a little with that on stream, so he's probably not too unhappy not to have to play it. And worth noting, because people will assume differently, Blyze is not really in contention for Last Call or for... well, he's in contention for Last Call via GM, but he's not in contention for seasonal championships. He's had a couple of bad tournaments at the start of this year, so if he's going to get to seasonal champs, he is going to need to do well in this one. So he's 1-0 down. Do you think he can make a comeback, Gia?
Absolutely, Lorinda. I think Blyze is one of those sort of fickle characters where his performance in Hearthstone is heavily dependent on how much he is enjoying the meta. He makes no secrets of it either. And even though you did say he seemed to be struggling with Boar Priest on stream, I'm not sure at what point in the stream you tuned in, because when I looked, he was just winning and winning with it. But I mean, he streams long hours when he does enjoy the game, and I'm glad to see that he's found a couple of decks that vibe with him very well. And he is going to start off with the Quest Hunter here. The Harpoon Gun inclusion is something I've been seeing from sort of the French practice group more so than others.
And what is the reason for the Harpoon Gun? I sort of see this card and look at it. Is it the dredge portion particularly useful, or it's a card I struggle with enjoying in Hunter?
Yeah, I just feel that it is just a decent shaped weapon, 3 mana, 3/2. That's just your standard Fiery War Axe stat line with the benefit of dredging, and dredging sort of working to make sure that your next couple of draws are not quite so bad. It does say every time your hero attacks, it's not just one battle cry from Boneglaive, so it can help with that. But this weapon inclusion does come at the cost of cutting Candle Shot, which we see a lot of other players preferring to make sure that they can get continuous value with their Dragonbane shots. So pros and cons as always, but the additional damage from the Harpoon Gun, I think, is not to be underestimated.
Yeah, and again, it goes alongside bringing that Boar Priest, because it means he's expecting a slightly slower meta, most likely, and so he brings the card that's better against the Druids, and so on. Stottles also backed you up, by the way. Blyze was doing really well, apart from when I was watching. I think I was just cursed on Priest. I was trying to find people to watch who were doing well with it. Like, oh, Blyze, he'll be fine. Lose, quit stream, lose 2 days running. I'm like, okay. I'm not only cursed to play this deck, I'm cursed never to actually see it win a game. But we broke that yesterday with Moyen, so I'm happy now. And then the Pirate Rogue, which is really interesting to me because it was, first of all, it destroys Druid, but one of the things in playtesting is this should beat Warrior, and watching various playtests, it seemed to go about 50-50. Checking stats, it seems to go about 50-50. How do you feel this Rogue's placed against the Warrior? I know it's not playing the Warrior now, but that's kind of why it's in people's lineups.
Well, I just feel it's very difficult for the Rogue. They don't have very many board refills. Like, they can get on board pretty quickly, especially if they hit the Vessel and Dredge, but it just comes in too few waves, I feel, compared to some of the other decks that have tons of refill. The overall burst in the deck is not quite so strong as it is in Demon Hunter either. There is, of course, Hook Tusk at the top end here to potentially steal value from the Warrior, whether it comes from the deck or the hand, but this version that we're seeing from Illusion has 0 Shadow Steps here, so you're not running the guaranteed multiple Hook Tusk activations in the deck. You can, of course, still discover more Hook Tusk from Amalgam if you are a skilled player, but we see that Illusion has included double Fog Sail Freebooter instead, so that's a little bit more, I would say, of a slant towards other aggressive matchups that he's teched for. Against Quest Hunter in particular, I think any bit of extra damage should be useful, not Hook Tusk herself, so I do like the Freebooters for this matchup.
Yeah, I think in this matchup in particular, you're going to have to get going really quickly too. Can't mess around against these Hunter decks. They try and take over the board and then just destroy it with their spells, or they just destroy it with their spells and blow up a couple of minions along the way. So the fact the Rogue is just that little bit slower than we're used to Rogue being could end up being a problem here. But coin into 2-2-3, always a nice start for any minion-based deck, so Illusion won't be too disappointed here.
Starting off with the Dredge. Okay, he takes the Gone Fishing, which will give him another draw, because one thing worth noting is that he saw that Mr. Smite was at the bottom of the deck, which is not generally good news, because you do want to see that card at some point to finish out the game. But because he's able to pick up Gone Fishing, he does have access to Mr. Smite later on at any point he chooses to get it. But for this turn, completely agree, the priority should be on removing the Rainbow Glow Scale. It does feel a little bit bad that he's already, as early as now, not pushing face damage, but leaving spell damage on board when you have a 3 health minion is just too scary, because so many spells from the Hunter have that 2 damage breakpoint that gets improved to a clean kill when you leave Rainbow Glow Scale up.
Xbylyzes will be very happy to keep this pattern over the next few turns. Kill a thing with a spell, occupy the board. If he can do that 2 or 3 turns in a row, he will be in a fantastic spot. But you know, Illusion still able to grab the board for the foreseeable future. Hey, there's some words that I understand. And yep, does get the fillet fighter, or fillet fighter, which one are you? To occupy the board. Your
Thankfully a fishman, sorry.
See, we're going to have a discussion about this between the Brits and the rest of the casters over the next few days, I can tell.
Well, I'm not overly bothered about it. I can say fillet if it makes you feel better. I can say Philip if it makes you feel better.
Just call it Philip from now on. Yeah. I think that's where we're at with yesterday's broadcasts.
Big thing about picking Philip, though, is that Illusion even prepped out just a Gone Fishing. He's willing to just play for extreme tempo here in order to get the board. And that means that both Gone Fishing have been used with Smite still at the bottom. So if he has any hope of seeing Smite enter his hand for the rest of the game, it should come from the Swordfish being drawn at some point, which is a big deal, because if he does find Swordfish, then that Smite gets buffed up to 8 attack.
Notice how lightning fast is. We talk about it a lot with Xbylyzes, but I have seen him again in some of those priest matches go reasonably slow while he's actually learning something new. But with a deck that he's comfortable with, he does not mess around. He is playing at lightning speed. And actually, to be fair, so is Illusion right now. This one is rocketing along.
That's right. I don't know if this is one of those cases of Xbylyzes forcing other players to match his pace, or if Illusion is just a naturally quick player himself. But with Xbylyzes here, this explosive trap is exactly what Illusion did not want to see. It is the Nightmare. And bear in mind, Xbylyzes is running 1 copy of Emergency Maneuvers as well, naturally in the deck. So Illusion can still hope that this is not explosive, but if it is, all his board development goes up in smoke.
I mean, there's very little for these things to trade into anyway, so just got to get it over with, unless you're going to actually proc the last part of the quest. And even then, you might as well. When else are you going to attack? It's kind of what your deck does.
All right. Okay, so Smite, Krakatoa, and Vessel. Takes a Krakatoa, which I agree with. Smite is just not enough damage at this point. Xbylyzes is still very healthy at 19. So Illusion just goes for more board development instead.
And the Nets is going to allow him to complete and play Tavish, put a 7-7 on the board, which gives him lethal over probably next turn, depending on his pickup, but with Viper available to cycle if needed for that lethal, and a 7-7 likely lethal next turn available to Xbylyzes.
Not sure how likely. If he gets quick shot or, well, Furious Howl, I would say, is probably just lethal, but not many cards in his deck would afford him straight up lethal, given that the Krakatoa is ready to clear off the Tavish body itself. So we'll see from Xbylyzes here. Treasure Guard. Probably start with... Do you trade the Viper? I guess so.
Look for that lethal.
Pretty far off. He is going to go for board control first, which I think is very reasonable.
Yep, much harder next turn because they only have the 1 draw, so sets him back a little bit. But how's Illusion getting through this over the next couple of turns? That'll help.
Oh, it's
maybe.
active. Oh. The thing is, they have an equal amount of attack, so he can't just guaranteed steal the Treasure Guard, and plundering the hand does nothing, so it's either 5 cards from the deck or take a 50-50, but I kind of prefer the 5 cards from deck, because now he just has tons of resources, including Beast Stalker Tavish. Oh my.
Yeah. Whether he'll make the time to play it or just focus on the minions he actually already has is another question, of course.
There's a whiff. Tracking could be huge. If he picks up Furious Howl, he's still in business. Quick shot is a draw, right? And it's a
I think he's played everything already.
Yep. XBlyzes is too fast for the spectator. It looked like he was playing quick shot when he still had a card, but nope, that card was already in play. Quick shot for the draw. Just needs a... Okay, that's lethal. Woo!
He's just been sat there for like 15 seconds while we've been watching the game end. He finished ages ago. He's already on to game number, I don't know, 7 or 8 or something. And yeah, levels up the scores. With an expected win against the Rogue, you saw kind of how it pans out there. Rogue gets on the board, Hunter stops that happening and then shoots you down. Looked a little bit touch and go with the slightly less damage-based Hunter, I would say. Just those extra couple of secrets and so on. But easily got there in the end. And now that Rogue still around, but it's got the easier jobs to do against the Warrior and the Druid.
Is it easier against Warrior? I don't think it's easier against Warrior.
I mean, it's easier than it is against Hunter. Whether it's favoured is the big question of the tournament, I think.
Is it easier than it is against Hunter? I mean, like, Rogue just... Their board fizzles against Warrior, and Warrior has so much armor game. Like, the one asterisk I would put there is, okay, but Hook Tusk, if you're facing a pure value-based game, then yoinking 5 cards from their deck could be a huge difference maker, but it's highly dependent on which 5 you get, because I feel that there are 5 that are plenty of combinations of 5 cards that Warrior can lose and still be very much in the lead in the long run. Because yeah, again, no Shadow Step for Illusion, so he can't just play Hook Tusk over and over and try and win in fatigue. So I feel like XBlyzes is still very much in the lead here.
Got to admit, Gia, I'm actually on your side to some degree. If I had to pick a side, I would pick the Warrior. But I also realise that a lot of people have brought Rogue for this matchup. So, yeah, I'm going to try and give it a 50-50. The stats say 51% in favour of the Rogue at top 1,000.
Oh, really? Okay.
But I mean, top 1,000, yeah, I've been top 1,000 many, many times. So,
is this a
really
double
need a
Shadow
top
Step
100.
list, though?
Let me look.
I mean...
It is not. It's a no Shadow Step list.
Oh, really? Okay. Then just don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about then. Maybe that Hook Tusk is able to get enough work done with just 5 cards yoinked, or maybe there's reliable odds that you can discover more of them from Amalgam. But in terms of just straight up damage, I kind of struggle to think that the Rogue can actually get there, but we shall see. It's not as though the Warriors' only win condition is to just outlast the damage as well. They can very much get on board and fight back. Onyxian Drake is just such an efficient removal tool, and the taunt on it also makes it kind of a threatening minion on board. And then, of course, you have the chance to go for From the Depths into early Nelly or Rakara, and early Onyxia can very much close out games against Rogue as well.
An okay start for Illusion because he has Swordfish for no other reason than that. But not a lot else going there. Obviously, Smite could be handy, but he's got to fill out the gaps in the curve in the meantime. Also, Gia, don't agree with me on anything in this tournament. We're already in trouble for Mage comments. Ooh, saying that we thought that Mage wasn't particularly great. Orange is on our case.
Picks the Cutlass from the Dredge. It's interesting because the dynamic duo of Plague Scientist and Pufferfish were both at the bottom, and there's only one copy of Plague Scientist in Illusion's deck, so he is conceding the fact that there's a possibility that he will not see that Plague Scientist till very much later on. But it's, you know, not super important against Warrior, I would say. And if you do have Scientists, then you also need to have Pufferfish for it to actually be super useful. So he just takes another Judger instead.
Yeah, interesting to see there as well that XBlyzes just straight up fired out the Buckler at the start here just to buy himself some time. He's got enough stuff going on that time's okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people hold on to that to try and combo it.
True. The Buckler with Shield Shatter is one of the ways to get through even the stealth minions from Vessel. But XBlyzes here, with that timing as it happens, it manages to eat 1 extra armor than it usually does. He only got -4 because of the attack breakpoint on the Swordfish. Not great choices, the replacement here, because basically Illusion's just been cycling out this third slot. The Puffer Fist and Plague Scientist have always been there. And the third slot is now Wicked Stab, which is far too early, I would say, to be effective. So maybe it's a Puffer Fist take.
It's a tough one, right? He's already got the smite for his direct damage, which obviously is a lot of damage sometimes. Taking more direct damage when you're not occupying the board particularly well, yeah, it seems to be a little bit awkward. With his hand he currently has, he urgently needs some stuff to do.
But it's not a great overall turn from Illusion because the rest of the mana is just spent on Dagger. And Blyze is able to trade down either a VT or take down the 4-3 if he likes. School Teacher is going to be the play here to get... Wow, Frozen Buckler and Shield Block are both amazing choices, but I do like Shield Block to get additional cycle, and it goes super well with the Onyxian Drake. Doesn't even need to spend coin to get that activation.
Illusion does have that Puffer Fist now. And yeah, struggling to find exciting things to do. Wasting a mana here as well, through no fault of his own particularly. That's just not where you want to be, given the discussion we had at the start.
I do like the line of trading off the Viper, but leaving up the School Teacher, recognizing that the School Teacher is very likely just going to take the trades for Illusion here. And he has the Krakatoa to follow up on board, but the breakpoint of 5 health on Onyxian Drake is just that little bit awkward. And even the Nagaling is able to challenge one of the claws by itself.
Yeah, which is pretty ridiculous. And Illusion trying to create the illusion that he has a choice here. Not sure he does particularly.
Nope, don't think so either. And so, what's the best way to go about this turn? You can sack your weapon, yeah, and then kill off the Nagaling to refresh your weapon. Oh, but these trades, I need to look away. So painful.
Absolutely horrible looking. Yeah, he had to do it, but yeah, no, but yeah.
All right.
Here's Nelly. Take a moment, Blyze. Have a look at the cards.
Anchorman, Smite. Oh my gosh. Puffer Fist. Wow. Incredible. He could take Tuskar Trawler instead because he doesn't have a weapon at the moment. But I just tend to look at the most expensive thing you can get from Nelly to get the achievement, you know, 14 cost crew or more.
Oh, yeah. I think I get these achievements just by accident and being bad at the game. I got the two you've mentioned, the Nelly one and the Get 5 Mechs. I know I've got them both already.
Nice.
And I didn't even try for them. I just play so much and lose so much. It's like, oh, do this thing a million times until something fun happens. Ooh, achievement. Cool. Something fun happens. Right, I can change deck now.
Not quite pinned down what that expression was from Blyze shaking his finger like, oh, you're copying a beast, not a pirate? Oh, I don't know. Is there something in particular that he was really hoping not to see, or was he happy to see that the amalgam was on a beast? I don't know.
What beasts exist these days? I still haven't quite got used to
damage?
Yet.
Is this lethal?
This is probably lethal, right? I'd assumed it was.
10
No?
of 15? 15?
You counting the amalgam, yeah?
Yeah.
Then yes. I know, you can play the brand first, then you can get double charge.
Charge Fury?
Charge Fury.
Oh, that's a captain. But he doesn't have mana to play Captain, Maul, and Puffer. Still the pick, though. I agree. Yeah, play all the big stats, and then you can count if this is lethal. And if it's not, then you just take trades. But it is lethal,
12, 15,
exactly.
18. And Blyze is 2-1 ahead. He was 1-0 down in no time at all, for what we could tell, because it was 1-0 when we got here. And now, in the blink of an eye, he's 2-1 ahead. And down to the problem deck, the Druid.
In true Blyze fashion. Although I will say I am very much thrown off by the fact that Blyze's background is bright and not a void. I watched European Grandmasters. This is not how this works.
Maybe he's trying something different so he can distinguish when he checks VODs. Oh, this was a Grandmasters game. This was a, I don't know, a lighty Masters Tour game. Or maybe he's just won so much money now he can afford to... Oh, he hasn't turned the electric on. He's actually got a window.
Yes.
Maybe that's been
Sunlight.
installed with all his winnings.
Installing a win.
Or maybe his spaceship is rotated to face the sun.
We will
Now
never
streaming
know,
it.
Lorena.
We will. We'll ask him. How's your spaceship doing, Blyze? He'll know exactly what we're talking about, I'm sure. Right, here's the ramp druid. It is up against the warrior and the rogue. Expected outcome. Lose to the rogue, beat the warrior, but we shall see.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm still thrown off by that warrior versus rogue stat. Maybe like I just have zero luck with rogue when I'm playing against warrior, but we will see how it does against the druid. Very much a similar story, I would say, where you are expecting to get ahead on board as the rogue early on. But at some point, the druid can clear, and then they can gain a bunch of armor. Sounds like warrior. The druid can't quite scam a turn 8 victory, or was it turn 9 from Blyze or something like that, with a Nelly out of nowhere, but they can definitely create huge board states with the Giants, with the Nixia, etc., etc.
Yeah, they can't scam a victory, Gia, but they can spam a victory. Double spammy Arcanist in this deck from Blyze. And that could turn out to be a big deal going forward in the early game here with Wild Growth leading into it.
Yeah. Nice opening hand for Blyze. He did have the option to Druid of the Reef to get rid of Philip, but he's instead chosen Coin Hero Power into Moonlit Guidance into Wild Growth, which is still a decent curve. I wonder if he's looking at the Druid of the Reef to be paired with the spammy Arcanist to help make a board state that's a lot more manageable with the spammy, or if he's just saving it for a minion with more health.
So many
yikes.
Cutlae.
Oh no. And no spells discounted by them.
Oh no. Swordfish and Cuttlefish. That's how that works out. Into Blyze, just infinite mana turn coming up soon. It's not quite infinite, but it feels infinite when you play against it.
Take Freebooter just as a play next turn. Hooktusk is so far off from being playable. Ay, ay, ay. Disaster
Take
Town this
4.
early.
Yeah, those trades into just Cutlass into Cutlass into Cutlass, basically, were pretty grim, to say the least.
Okay. Can you get a vessel this time? No. No spells.
I'm here for the gold.
Not even a gun fishing.
Curious what Blyze will do here. There's some obvious looking plays. Druid, yeah, this.
Gets himself a beast as well. Oh my gosh, Insta Viper. Hello? Doesn't even get the last 4 damage.
Have you noticed the amalgams are just giving people exactly what they want today? Like we've had a smite earlier on as well. Just turn up from amalgam into amalgam as druid. Yeah, it's just easy.
Yeah. Don't even have to target a pirate to get smite. You can just target an amalgam. I mean, it is a pirate, but you know what I mean.
It's a pirate and many other things. Look at it. Legs. It's got. It's a horrible thing.
Well, shark teeth, whiskers, a dragon wing. It is. You know, it's. You see what you see is what you get. Illusion, though, has drawn Puffer Fist and Plague Scientist, so he is able to clear almost any board. Only Divine Shields that could really stop him, potentially from the Ivus. But otherwise, he can come back. But I don't think Blyze is going to overextend to the point where, like, if he does run into that combo, he has no win conditions left. Just goes for the ramp with the Nourish and is relying on his deck to provide him some further card draw. And if not, honestly, I was wondering if he was going to go Kazakhstan Earthen Scales next turn, but he's even playing the Earthen Scales right now on a Viper, full tempo.
Yeah, and Ivus is there to buy a turn or two if needed.
All right, so Illusions
draws.
going in with the clear right now. Does look a bit weak to scale of Onyxia, but I think Illusion is in a bad enough spot where he can't really afford to play around all of that. Ivus gonna get rid of the Puffer Fist, and then Illusion has a very awkward spot where if he wants to draw with Cutlass Courier, he needs to take 11. That's not something you can take. It is just lethal next turn if he does.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's feeling it.
Like, he can't kill the 11-11.
That's a bad spot.
1 mana pirate that can help? I don't think there is one.
No.
Okay. So he's not dead on board, but over a couple of turns, very likely.
Yeah, can he even kill it next turn? Like, is that a thing?
Yes, with smite, but it's ugly.
Ooh, it really is ugly.
And he can't kill the Kazakhstan if he uses smite to kill that. Oh, okay. That's a big deal. Can send 4 damage in. Oh, but he still has to face tank the Kazakhstan to kill it. Ew. You don't want to do that. And because he has to face tank Kazakhstan and not the 4 time. Oh wait, yeah, he can do it this order where it's all the 2 attack minions and the claw in and then. Oh.
Yep. Works. Is even a better way?
If you go 4 attack minion and then 3 2 attack minions, you can maintain 1 weapon charge at the end of the turn, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, because then you would swing once into the Kazakhstan, then the other claw goes in, and you still have 1 claw weapon left. But you still take the same amount of damage, and it sucks.
Not like this. He's just going to hit him 3 times. Lies is going to hit Illusion just 3 times in the face and just put minions down that have to be dealt with to slow Illusion down.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that how this comes to an end?
It very well could be. It's not like Blaze has any other burst. That means that Illusion literally has 2 turns to get this done. That's a pretty good draw. I mean, this looks like a... Is it a lethal setup? We'll see.
It must be with Smite, actually.
20 on board, 26. Yes, it is. Oh, Blyze cheers, though. He hits the scale, so he lives against this board, and he can weave in that hero power, so it looks like it is going to be just hero power for lethal the next turn.
Not like this. This is unfair. Oh no, just 3 hero powers for victory. Illusion needs to find a way out of this right now, or it's going to be horrible. That's not a taunt.
Nope. No amalgam
That's
to
not a
discover
taunt.
anything. Atlas Courier cannot draw a taunt. There are no pirate taunts in the deck.
Put one in, quick!
That's just it. It's just a hero power lethal.
No, 3 turns in a row, 1 damage from Druid hero power. Is there anything this hero can't do?
I mean, get value from spammy Arcanist this game.
Yeah, it's just been chilling. And last game earlier when player got the board just with the ramp druid and then had spammy Arcanist, which would blow his own board up. It's having a bad day, is the spammy.
Oh,
Not
man.
meant to be.
Huge win for Blyze. Goes up to 5-1, still very much within contention of making it to top 16, perhaps even his 3rd ever Masters Tour win. Currently, he's tied for most Masters Tour wins with Gabby, and Gabby is not playing anymore in this Masters Tour, so Blyze could just take the record back for himself. But for Illusion, kind of a rough way to go out. That opening hand was depressing, to say the least.
Yeah, it was really grim. The Rogue just not showing what people say it can do at the moment. I'm sort of on Team Gia with this one, but enough people have bought it. We're seeing it at the 4-1 bracket. It must be doing quite well out there. I thought I'd just give you a quick update as well while we're here, as we're in the fill, that Leta, the Viper 94, Habu Gabu, Cursed, Wubin, and FaceOff are your 6-0 players at this point. Habu is the big name there, really looking for a couple more wins to get to seasonal champions and possibly last call GM as well. And obviously Leta, sort of the biggest name up there at the moment, former GM and looking to also get himself into the seasonal championship. So it's shaping up nicely, but the 5-1 crowd, which I won't read out, if you like them and they're not Gabby, they're 5-1 right now. It's just everybody is 5-1. It's absolutely nutty down there in that 5-1 bracket.
Yeah, that's right. Plenty of names that will be familiar to the viewers who have tuned in throughout the Grandmasters and the Masters Tour system. But that does mean we are officially halfway through the day, Lerna?
Yeah, I just going to want to shout out nejiboston on 5-1, who has only sort of the last few Masters Tours even started qualifying and has been doing progressively better. Had one or two mediocre ones, I think. But yeah, nejiboston 5-1, name that I think people appreciate the shout out for. But yeah, there's millions of others in there as well. Just picking one out of the void there. And like you say, round 6 is an end, Gia. That was quick.
I mean, it was a Blyze series. Get what you pay for.
You absolutely do. But I think round 7 is on the way. And as always, you don't want to hear me waffling away. You might want to listen to Gia, but you don't want to listen to me. So let's get me off the screen and get on with round number 7 here at the Masters Tour.
Hello everyone and welcome back for more Hearthstone action here. I'm Raven and joining me is TJ, regular sized TJ, regular placed TJ. I guess
now.
This is just a troll sottle kind of style here from you, mate. We do have another matchup coming up for you guys. It's going to be round 7 and it is the Viper versus Leta for this first matchup on stream of this round, TJ.
Yeah, should be a good one. Viper 94, don't know too much about, but Leta obviously, you more so than me, but I've watched a lot of it as I waited for America's Grandmasters. I've seen a good amount of him from Europe Grandmasters, and coming in with a pretty good, I guess we can still call it a start to the Masters Tour. Everything but round 8 is a start of the Masters Tour. So has had a good start.
And round 8's the end.
It's like, and then round 8, yep, exactly. That's the end of the Masters Tour.
But yeah, the Viper is a player, obviously not to be confused with Viper, that you'll have seen in European Grandmasters and other tournaments. You're obviously a finalist at the World Championship as well. But the Viper, although not as well known, I imagine, I think he's very well known within like the actual competitive players themselves, because he has been grinding for quite a long time now. I believe he qualified to this Masters Tour through a cup win rate, or qualifier win rate. I think it was 70+% in I think it was 18th or something around that number in the highest win rate across all the relevant amount of cups. So again, just solid performance, just grinding out those cups and performing well in them. So I'm excited to see him on stream and see what he can do. But yeah, Leta, obviously a previous European Grandmaster, and a player who I think is extremely good, but just can't quite hit the level of consistency we have seen from the likes of Yala, Gabby as well, of course, and Blyze. Like these kind of players that have been in European Grandmasters that you just see week in, week out perform time and time again. Leta, I feel like runs really hot or runs really cold sometimes. And look at this lineup, TJ. Leta's actually just decided to go pretty much full aggro here. I believe he does like to play historically, for example, like jamming Miracle Priest before everyone else was at times, and definitely doing his own thing. But it looks like he's kept it simple here and just said, you know what, full aggro lineup is the way to go. And honestly, I think it's the way I would have gone if I was submitting lineup for this tournament.
Yeah, it's sort of like the tried and true strategy of an unsolved metagame, right? Is just to bring aggro and punish people who may not have as well-rounded of lineups. So I'm kind of in that boat as well. And we're kind of seeing here the quote-unquote standard lineup from the Viper, where you just bring the good decks, right? It's just the decks that have essentially the 4 highest win rates in a competitive setting versus the aggro decks. And we've actually seen this a few times now on stream, is this sort of particular matchup. And it does sort of hinge on usually the Druid, right? Or whether or not the Druid can get a win across. Because it does seem like the Warrior's well positioned, except against the Demon Hunter, as we found out, right, Raven?
Of course.
We're in the same boat on this one.
Oh, yeah.
Favorite all the way. And so the Druid does seem to be the weak point, if there is one, of this type of lineup when fighting against aggressive decks.
Well, I was saying earlier as well, I think when I was casting with Gia earlier today, that the amount of times we see not this Druid, the other Druid, the ramp Druid, I feel like every time we see it, it's so often, one of us or, the casters are like, oh, you need to find scales to stabilize with armor. And I feel like that has almost become the key card of Druid, is finding scales to be able to just gain enough armor and like gain time to be able to do more of these sort of broken Druid things. But for now, TJ, we are looking at a different type of Druid. It's going to be the Beast Druid, yet another version of this aggressive style. I think now over the past 24 hours, I've cast a version without bottom feeder, but with gardens and a few of these other tools we see here. And then I've cast versions with bottom feeder, but with other buff cards that are not gardens. So it definitely feels like right now, and no one's really agreed upon the 30 card list for Druid or aggro.
No. Yeah, the Beast Druid, we even saw Crossroads Watch Post being put in from Burro in the initial match that we saw last round. Obviously, there's the core of the token aggro Beast Dredge.
Words.
Composting Druid. There you go.
There you go.
But, there's a ton of variation in what the package is outside of that.
A place to remember.
Okay. The reasonable opening from Leta, just because had the Gardens, no Dredge right now, and that Matriarch is sort of stranded for the time being, but there's a lot of hits in the deck. And just having the Gardens is good enough in itself for that early tempo. And if Dredge, of course, is picked up, then we're looking at, that consistent buff of every minion that's going to be picked up from Leta. So Viper, on the other hand, the Viper, on the other hand, does have Outriders Axe, but these minions are going to be sort of awkwardly shaped in the early game because of that guardance that was played. So Outriders Axe may not be able to draw too many cards. Right now, the Viper, considering going for Frozen Buckler plus Shield Slam here to try and kill this off. But instead, it's just going to armor up. That Frozen Buckler could be a big deal when considering it in combination with the Shield Shatter at a certain point once that's picked up. But for now, just going to keep going up the curve. Ooh. Okay, bottom feeder it is. I guess when faced with a decision like that, the card that you actively decide to put in your deck is usually a good discover option. Does have to decide if it's worth it. It's also a beast. Could fit it on curve, discount that matriarch. Looks like a pretty good curve as well for Leta to actually get that matriarch down with the Oracle Balloon. So going to be able to summon double.
You hear me now? Am I back?
Yes, I can.
That was really weird. As you may have noticed, I could hear everything, but my mic just stopped working for some reason. That was really odd. Sorry, TJ, I'm back.
Oh man, I didn't know what to do when I'm trapped in my own thoughts like that.
You need someone to bail you out.
Yeah.
With distractions. Right, where are we up to now? Sorry, TJ, I apologize for leaving you hanging there.
We're in Swiss round number 7.
Okay, what game is this?
This is game number 1 of the initial match.
Hearthstone.
This is Leta. That's the Viper. They're my friends. They're playing a match of Hearthstone right now, both at 6-0.
Thank you for that. And I nearly got offended earlier when my mic stopped because I was talking and then you just started talking over me. And I was like, TJ, I'm talking here. What's going on? And then I realized you couldn't hear me, so I forgive you.
Thank you for forgiving me.
I thought you were going to...
For something I didn't even know I was doing.
But still, I forgive you, TJ. It's okay. I thought you were going to stop replying to me then and just leave me hanging for some payback. So I was a bit scared.
Nah.
You'd never do that. So far, though, Viper, although being pressured a little bit with the weapon, being able to draw off this, he has the Brawl, double shield slam, and plenty of ways to gain armor. And then very soon, the follow-up of Nelly as well to sort of actually potentially even win board. This is looking already pretty rough for Leta.
Yeah, but so much just raw power in the hand right now. Just has to figure out how to get this composting in at some point, you know, to try and keep drawing, make sure he has that reload.
Yep.
From the depths from the Noggling is incredible. Could just do it again with a free from the depths next turn. I wouldn't even hate that.
Think about the with those two other options. I was just wondering, because I think he would just love a shield shatter right now, right? I think that's the one card he would love to just have as an instant, especially with the buckler in hand already. An instant just no to pretty much any druid board that can be made from Leta. Because I do think the, at least at a glance way, that Viper will want to be able to take control of this game is get a good board clear, hope there's no sort of mega refill, and then just play Nelly on a relatively empty board and then try and then get to raid boss Onyxia, right? I think if those two things are done, Viper is, you know, likely to just take control of the game and finish it.
Yeah.
Though Leta does have what you want as the aggro druid, right? Plenty of resources and then a constant in hand already to be able to just say, yes, I can build a board and have pretty much guaranteed refill at the same time.
Yep. This is what you want. Essentially just Dredge would be perfect right about now for Leta, just to make these things even bigger. To find that Gardens.
Yeah.
He's going to go for pressure now, first and foremost. Thinking about the trade, Okay. Okay. Wow. This is taking it much slower than I expected him to be quite honest. Is there a big power spike that he's going to be able to hit next turn? Like Oracle, Pack Mule, that's 5 mana. And then Matriarch would be... the first Matriarch would be 0. And then the second Matriarch would be 0, and then could coin composting? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the way, right? He's just trying to push chunks of damage without just dumping everything and saying, okay, I'm going to get brawled or shield shattered now, right? Because if he just plays everything out, even with the composting, I think like you still don't want to just be cleared up with 1 card by Viper. So I do think that just, well, at the moment, he's winning. It requires the weapon swing and the Nargling to trade into just the Pack Mule. And then if this 4-5 draws out a shield slam or something, you just be like, Mum, yeah, that's okay. It's just a 4-5 and it's, you know, pulled out a shield slam already. Like, it seems fine.
Yeah.
Mainly, of course, because he has the Oracle Frost Saber combo, right? Which is only going to get more powerful. Oh, yeah, I like that card. I can't remember the name, but it's a good card.
Brute.
Yeah, oh, of course. How could I forget another Brute added to the game?
Pretty sure it's some variation of Brute.
Black Scale Brute, I think.
Yeah. Or Black Scale Naga that summons a Brute. It might summon a Brute.
Black Scale Naga Brute. Maybe we're running out of space on the card now.
No, because look at Nellie's name.
Ah, that's true. That's true.
The text is tiny.
The letters will just get small enough to match your camera size, TJ.
Yeah.
Just keep getting smaller till it fits.
In the moon well.
The Seed Lord be its own.
And yeah, looks like this is the turn now. Leta will easily have the mana if he wants to stop here and just go composting and then still hold on to more resources. Has a guaranteed amalgam target next turn with the help of that Pack Mule or the Dire Frost Wolf as well. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. For some reason, I thought the Dire Frost was the second.
Oh, it's the summon the 2/2 stealths, right? It summons the...
Yeah. I just looked at the art quickly and.
What you said wasn't wrong, though, and that's why I didn't question it. You said the first one will be 0 mana, and the second one will be 0 mana, and that's true.
Yeah. Technically correct, but...
Yep. I wonder now, though, especially with the coin, I would argue the coin feels relatively unneeded at this point in the game for Leta. I wonder if Finley is going to get played, because he has already played a Gardens, right?
Yeah. And he had a bottom feeder that died.
Oh, okay, yeah, apologies. This is why I was fighting with my mic. I must have missed a few things. But yeah, the Finley doesn't seem terrible. It would be a Finley for a minimum of 5 cards, right? If he chose to play nothing beforehand.
Yeah. And a huge payoff as well for it. Being able to get a ton of stats.
Still no shield shatter, right? It's such a big deal. Oh, he's just got to slam one and that's it. Oh no. EJ.
Oh, sound the alarm. Woo.
There we go.
Pack Mule Police.
Please play Finley. Please play Finley. He could even, like, I think, happily play the Amalgam at a bare minimum, because it replaces itself in hand, right? So you either discover something you want to play, or you still get to Finley the same amount of cards.
Yeah.
He's going to go for it, though.
Yeah. Buffalo
Oh, look at this, yeah.
Gardens.
Another Gardens, okay. Oh, Gardens, Aquatic Form, Gardens. And I forgot. I just didn't think about the double spinning Finley. Oh, that's funny. Not in sync, though.
Time is running out.
This is actually insane.
Yeah. I think Sharon Gardens has been underwhelming, at least from what we've seen on stream. But right now, you see the power of it, right? Like, look how big all of these minions are. It pretty much will simply require a brawl from Viper. And then that's, what, 5 more card draws?
Yeah. and there's already card draw on the matriarch still. That's 6 loaded up on the board.
Right.
So.
And there's another Gardens, obviously at the bottom of the deck, but still, if there's another way to fish for that. Oh, just was that 7/6 school teacher? The card was overstatted as it was. Why does it need more? Another aquatic form so we can do Gardens again. Not this turn, of course, but.
Well, yeah, this turn. His next turn.
Yeah, this turn is Viper's turn.
I do say, that seemed to have lost the surface.
Yeah, he's going to Finley himself. He has played Into the Deep, right? So he will have, I think, at least a couple of reduced cards here.
Does pick up Heavy Plate Shield Shatter, which with the discount from the depths is just enough even without armor.
Black Scale Brute, I think he picked there because that is huge. 0 mana Outrider Axe and then Brute next turn. That's a lot of stats on board to at least try and keep up with what Leta will want to do.
Oh, nice. Plus one,
Murloc
+1.
Warrior.
This is just an absurd amount of stats.
Anybody?
He pulled the last Gardens out, right? So he doesn't have any more?
Didn't he play a Natural Gardens last turn?
Yeah, but then he got it immediately.
Oh, okay. We won off. Okay, so yeah, that's fair enough then. I thought he... Yeah, maybe he did. I'm losing track of everything. All these dredges are confusing my little brain.
Oh, dear.
Well, also, we call both of them Gardens. The initial one and the second. So, I think it's our fault.
In
I confused them.
hindsight, might not have been the best idea.
He's
Look at
gonna
that
Gardens
bottom
and then he's gonna
feeder.
Gardens.
1 mana
An
6/8.
absolute unit. He is out of compostings now, so
Yeah, with
this is what he's got, but this feels like enough because he's almost
Yeah.
at the bottom of his deck already.
And suddenly, just a Shield Shatter does not quite feel good enough. If this is one wave of what you expect to just be endless, right? Because to an extent, these bottom feeders are endless, right? Because they keep just death rattling into more.
Yeah.
Have to go for the Shield Shatter. Can he kill most things? Then he has the Black Scale and the Outrider Axe. Yeah, just Black Scale Brute. Perfect. With 6 from a bottom feeder. Oh. And then there's just aquatic form into a bottom feeder again. He wants it.
Brute. He's not close. Is he close to Kazakhstan being active? He's played double Amalgam.
He shuffled the Raid Boss Onyxia back in with Finley. So that's on the bottom somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, the bottom feeders.
In the moonwell.
Oh my.
Even Viper's chuckling. He's like, oh no, I'm going to get overrun by fish.
Wait, you're not going to Oracle this?
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, his Oracle's on the board.
Yeah, he has 2.
It's a 4/6. I got confused.
He moonlit the Oracle, right?
Yeah, but it was just buffed, so I'm used to seeing it as a 2/4. My brain didn't register it.
Acorns in the deck too. If Leta wants them, of course. Well, if they die, it's just a 5/4 squirrel. The animals are taking over.
Can't go round, gotta go through. Can't go round, gotta go through.
Wow.
God, this is just 2/5/7 bottom feeders. For 1 mana. Gorlock Ravager tech does not seem so cool right now, does it?
Nope.
He's not played Mutinous, right? At least Leta buffing his hand with these big these big bomb feeders might feed a mutinous.
Yeah.
That's the smallest silver lining you'll ever see.
He already played both amalgams and Finley.
Who, Viper?
Yeah.
Definitely played at least one amalgam, and he has played Finley. He got the Naga Brute right off the amalgam, I believe.
Oh no! Gorlock Ravager tech. Oh god.
Ooh. Leta's just like, okay, we go again.
Just a million stats. We can't even see the numbers, but I know they're just big.
Just go with Oracle again because he did Moonlit Guidance and got the Oracle. He obviously like gained an additional one.
Yeah. What's this Nagaling again?
Well.
I don't know, whatever. Just give everything loads of stats probably with the way this game's going. The bomb field. Leta just dumping the Dire Frost Wolf. Has the Death Rattle, of course, as well. Going to be extremely difficult for Viper to deal with. Rakara doesn't do it. Mutinous doesn't do it. Might now even eat a 1-1. Forest animals have risen up, TJ.
What does it even have to be here? Like, brawl?
He only runs one, doesn't he? Yeah, one brawl.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And also, something that is pretty important about this list here from the Viper, he doesn't, not that it would matter now, but not running Rancor at all, either. But definitely more prepared for the, you know, potential anti-Druid style as opposed to just having anti-aggro tools in there. But yeah, big win there for Leta, and that looked disgusting is my honest word I'm going to use, TJ, because that was the other side of this kind of beast or aggro Druid where it feels like it can play the early game where, yeah, you play 1-drop on 1, 2-drop on 2, and so on. But if that doesn't work, especially with the list Leta's bring in, you can play the late game, right? And it just feels endless. Yeah,
like, the only issue that I would have seen if that had gone on for a couple more turns is Leta was essentially out of ways to, like, fetch those bottom feeders, right? The big ones. And still had a good amount of cards to actually get through before he reached the bottom of the deck. Did have the school teacher and the Nagaling still to find, you know, something to be able to get it done. But at that point, when you're just forcing your opponent to have massive removal every single turn, like, just getting through that many waves by itself was difficult for the Viper, so Leta was just able to get there.
And also as well, Warrior's just not really built for that right now. Even though, yes, we call it Control Warrior, it feels more like Value Warrior at this point. It's running Kazakhstan, it's got Nelly in there, it's got the Mutinous, sometimes, you know, with Bran and stuff like that. Like, there's so much value generation in there. It has to be swapped out for something, and I think a lot of it is the removal tools. When we talk about Control Warrior running 0 Rancor and 1 Brawl, yeah, there's the double shield chatter, of course, but it's not quite stacking all of the removal available to it, is it? So it is going to suffer just a little bit. So a great start there for Leta, and again, just yet another Beast Druid version to take a look at. And honestly, that looked like the most convincing one I've seen so far, but of course it was it seemed to be a decent matchup, and the way the game went made it look convincing. But for now, TJ, we are jumping over to a good old Naga Demon Hunter, one of, if not the just strictly most powerful deck in the game right now.
Yeah, second best deck would have to be the Fell version of this deck. Pretty standard build. There's the Mancrick in there, which not every player is including in the list. But I just like Mancrick. Just has like that super high upside, and no, what is it? Oh no, what is it? The Battle Fiend. I've seen some players playing Battle Fiend as well, which, to be quite honest, it does give you that early game punch, but when you pull it from Drekthar, it doesn't give you that immediate power. that you usually look for
Yeah,
with playing Drekthar.
I saw a list. I can't remember the name of the card, which is stupid because it's the list I've been playing recently. But it's the 1-mana spell that summons the 1/1s. Have you seen that? And they play that instead because Drekthar, it doesn't mess or reduce the power of your Drekthar, but it's a 1-mana summon 2 1/1s on turn 1 if you want it, especially in the mirror, and then later it gets better, right? So that was a pretty interesting tech that I saw that I quite like the look of, because you're not pulling a 1-mana 1/2 or a 1/1 from your Drekthar if you get to play it early. It's like a 1-drop without being a 1-drop kind of play.
Yeah.
Going to be against Warrior again, and as we know, extremely Demon Hunter favored.
It can't keep happening.
I'm here, TJ. I feel like it's going to happen. Leta has the right opening. Look at this. The 1-drop, 2-drop with the weapon. He has Coin Kurtrus if he wants or needs it, and then Spectral Sight to refill once he moves through that side of the hand. And the Kurtrus as well, early enough in a matchup like this, is huge, right? Because that stacking +2 attack damage with the hero power is huge.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm coining out this multi-strike every day.
It's too good, isn't it? And
it is fantastic.
What's filthy about this deck list right now, it feels like it is almost impossible to actually just have a bad draw, because there's so many good cards packed into such a short mana curve that everything just works. It all just fits together.
Yeah. And the combo, quote-unquote combo with Steno is just naturally playing the spells that you'd want to play in the deck anyway. And so, even having that in your hand, even going with Steno early on and just putting on that pressure can sometimes be just good.
Yeah.
So
And again, I'll just remind you that I mentioned last game, but the Viper isn't running Rancor. So normally I think with this card here from Leta, the Battle 1 Vanguard, I always pause when I play it early against Warrior, leading up to their turn 4. But Leta knows he doesn't need to worry. There's no Rancor punish at all. So he does. There's no Rancor punish at all. So he just does have to go full aggression here. Not playing Drekthar on curve though.
I guess Noggling Rancor would be punished.
No, because it's 3 cost or less, right? Noggling.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, so it can't. That's why I paused. I was like, wait a minute, he plays School Teacher. Wait a minute, it's 3 cost or more. Or less, sorry.
Yeah.
It does feel like School Teacher just makes Noggling get any spell you want in the game with the power level of that card, though.
Yeah.
Look at the
Imagine
pressure.
if it could just get Rancor and Brawls.
Yeah.
And I think this is why he held on the Drekthar last turn, because this is sort of a less powerful load. And now he can bait out the removal and then play for it.
And the curve fits, because this also allows very cleanly Leta to just keep adding to the Kurtrus Rush minions. And don't get me wrong, a lot of the time against Warrior, the Rush minions either survive and hit face, which is nice, but most of the time, they do get cleaned up on the Warrior's turn. But still, why not make a smooth curve and make them as threatening as possible?
Yeah.
And it just opens up Spectral, Chaos Strike, Chaos Strike. It's like so much damage.
It is the goods. The Viper getting through it quite well, but did take a lot of damage in this early game. So is floating around a 20 health mark at the moment.
I wonder if Leta's actually going to wait.
Wait for Kurtrus?
Yeah, he could just Battle Swan, Naga, Hero Power, whatever. Build the board again. He's just seen Shield Shatter, right? So it's okay, we go again.
Yeah, sure.
Because the problem with playing Kurtrus now, you don't get to Hero Power phase for 2, right? So if he does it this way, he's pushing damage every single turn. Big choices here, though. This might be the time to just play Nelly and just say it's going to be enough. Don't think committing shield slams to these minions is a way to win at this point from Viper.
No. What's the other option? It's a lot of damage to leave on board. You could go like Brand School Teacher.
But then it's past. You don't get to play the Nagalings.
No, but you can set up for a powerful turn next turn. You'd essentially be looking for... What would you even be looking for? Yeah, I don't know. Like bash.
Honestly, shield blocks or something. You know what I mean? Like just shield block. It's just armor and card draw to get more removal, I suppose. He is going to go for Rakara though, which is a substantial amount of armor, which is nice. Gets the weapon online, start killing off these minions. But again, it's just now it's just harder and harder for Viper to gain armor because even stacking a bit from the hero power won't be enough. So it's going to be quite reliant, I would say, on just that 10 armor for the majority of the game.
Yeah.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Now, the Bone Glaive, TJ, it's just so much damage. It's a simple weapon, but it gets the job done.
And I like how he's holding on to this Kurtrus because he's putting on enough pressure by itself with the minions. And then if you can play Kurtrus with 8-9 mana and actually be able to attack with minions on the same turn, he's just netting more damage. So
I like it a lot. And again, I think the complete lack of fear from a Rancor is huge in this plan, right? Like, because again, this board just would give Viper a lot of armor, but doesn't have to worry about it. I think that was Provoke on the Nageling there.
Okay.
A little bit unfortunate for the Viper that he does not have a coin because Raid Boss Onyxia plus Provoke is always a nice combo.
Yeah. This still cleans up a good chunk of the board, just leaving the 1-1 up. But I do think this is the situation that Leta was looking for to actually play Kurtrus, because gets to net a little bit more damage with it. Actually gets the max from it because we'll also be able to fit in the hero power from the rush.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he would have got 2 hero powers anyway, but he does get to clear, right? Because the 1-1 lived, he could always hero power, attack face, hero power. But this just allows him to push that little bit more damage. So, and it all stacks up. You can see how important Leta has shown that just this constant pushing of damage. Don't let the Viper gain 20, 30 plus armor at any given time.
Yeah.
Now, the second that Lady Sletheno is drawn, things are going to happen, TJ. I imagine soon it's going to be Bone Glaive for Leta to start pushing and get the dredge. And then you look at Lady Sletheno, Fell Barrage, Multi-Strike, Chaos Strike, and the damage gets so absurd.
It's happening again, isn't it, Raven?
I hope so. I hope. Have we seen it? I'll confess, I've not, because I've been taking some breaks.
We haven't seen Warrior winning this matchup on stream.
It's not been on stream, right? Yeah. Okay. I didn't think it would, but I didn't want to say we definitely haven't because I've not watched every single game. But not that I've seen, TJ. Everyone laughed at me, and now they're wrong. I think this is worth a Fell Barrage here, TJ, just to get rid of the school teacher and just keep pushing.
Probably.
Oh my God, look at the damage still left in the deck.
Yeah, still missing the Steno, but
still.
double. That's just all damage, and it's all just. I guess he knows those are on the bottom of the deck, though, which is. But with the double spectral Chaos Strike, that's his deck.
He's drawn everything. And I do like this because I think this 1-1 is actually a giant pain for Viper. He probably will have to just hero power it, right? Oh, was that Frozen Buckler on the Nageling with Bran? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Viper now going to fish for a Naga. Oh, is he going to Zola the Nageling? Oh no, TJ, no! We spoke too soon!
Oh.
It's okay. The way you think about this letter is the more times he plays Frozen Buckler, the more versions of the armor he loses.
He's going to lose 15 armor. Oh no, 20 armor.
Or the 10 mana Furies, though. I still think Leta can get through this. That's how silly the amount of damage is.
I don't think he can anymore.
Faith.
He essentially gained 25 life that turn.
Oh, he gets Sletheno, though. That basically clears the board, right? I mean, he doesn't have to play it this turn because you have Puffer, but... Sletheno ever... Wait.
What?
Sletheno ever bet if he goes like to Sletheno, Fury, Fury, multi-strike, and then Fell Barrage at the end? I mean, he can't now because he played Chaos Strike, but I think that was a lot of attacks.
Certainly not enough, and I don't think he really wants to sink damage until he knows exactly how much he's going to need.
And also, in the world where he can do 47, he won't need to deal 47, right? Because of the buckler. A good enough job there, clearing up the majority.
Yeah, and I do think he needed to kill off the brand because he knows that there's still one. Oh my gosh! All right, 28. That's manageable.
I told you. The more Frozen Buckler gets played, the more armor they lose next turn. That's the mindset you need in this game as Leta.
Oh no, Mutinous. There's only 3 cards left in deck. Lady Steno is...
All of them, right? It's Perdition. Ooh, I don't know the last card, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Not gonna go for it though.
Because he doesn't play the... No, he doesn't play the treasure guards.
Oh my. Look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of Demon Hunter's power. It's 100 Frozen Bucklers.
Oh, there was a treasure guard. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he has enough damage to get there now. Unless he can get...
There's one way to find out, TJ. Play all of your cards.
So
probably has to petition the 5 health minions, right? To make
because I think he needs the... No, I can't.
But this cleans up the... Yeah, he needs to swing face, so he has to do this, right? So Sletheno will kill off the 2 taunts.
Yeah.
It's a bit painful, and you know, you see how much damage has effectively been missed, not due to Leta's fault, of course, but just due to how much he has to put through there. And the Viper, pains me to say, gets a win with the Warrior, but wow, did he have to work for it, TJ. What was that, like 5 or 6 Frozen Bucklers played that game effectively from the Nagalings and the natural ones?
Well, yeah, he had 1 natural one and then essentially had 5 from the Nagalings because it was 2 played that were brand and then 1 played that was not brand because the brand had died at that point. So 25 net armor after everything's said and done. So quite insane. And you know, that is the weakness of Demon Hunter, is that they do have...
What, 5 Frozen Bucklers? Exactly.
Yeah, 5 Frozen Bucklers is the weakness.
Yeah, that's all you have to do, guys. Easy win now. Yeah, so it's definitely tough there to get through that much health, but I do think, you know, the Viper clearly will won. He made those choices, right? He picked the Zola up as well off the Discover, which was absolutely huge, allowed him to get more of those Frozen Buckler Nagalings, and he grabbed himself a win there. Big win as well with that Warrior.
Yeah.
Means he only has Hunter and Druid left to go up against Demon Hunter and Rogue, and suddenly, I think the matchups get a little bit more questionable. I think, as you mentioned right at the start, TJ, I feel like it's going to come down to whether the Druid can win for the Viper.
Yeah, that's sort of what we talked about. Hunter could have a tough time, but I think, you know, when you're talking about these sort of board-based aggressive decks, that's kind of where Quest Hunter shines, especially since the board-based decks right now aren't quite at the power level as like the hyper aggro decks that we saw sort of at the end of rotation in the previous set. They can't just race you and blaze past you. Demon Hunter to an extent, but it requires them to have like the Lady Steno very early on into the game in order to be able to do that. So we'll see. The Viper's going to go ahead and play the Druid now. Taking a look at it, does have the double Doomsayer. No spamming Arcanist. Quite a lot of cheap cards, to be honest.
Yeah.
With the, Druid of the Wreath. What is this, Christmas?
Just leaked the
Scales.
December expansion
There.
card, TJ.
Yeah, Druid of the Wreath. It's the same exact card, it just
Got a wreath on
is
it.
Christmas themed. Yeah.
But yeah, the double Doomsayer as well as the Druids of the Reefs, of course, are going to be what Viper's probably relying on, at least early on. We've seen the power already during this tournament of just dropping down like double Doomsayer and telling your opponent, yeah, just put 14 into this if you want to keep your board. Like, that gives the Druid generally so much more time to get to that ramp, to get to Guff, and to get to the mainly Scale of Elixir as well. I think that's always the key card you've got to look out for when you're fighting back against a at least potentially board-based aggro deck.
Yeah.
Wow, is that enough for you at the top there, TJ?
Yeah, it's a lot of ramp, and Leta's hand is not fantastic at the moment. Multi-strike doesn't really make it much better. This is one of those matchups where you just want to have minions in the early game.
Ooh. Not looking better either.
Yeah. Just some hero powers. Juice up that Kurtrus.
Oh, Moonlit, not too bad. Could use it to go fishing for some kind of anti-aggro tool, but it's going to use the coin up instead to go for that wild growth. Gives him a little bit more freedom and options next turn.
Yeah, also has the possibility to pick up an Innervate, which would let him nourish to keep that ramp going.
Leta going to play a 1/5 on turn 3. Oh. I mean, I don't blame him. I think it's correct, but it still hurts to see.
Yeah. Yellow. I want some crystals.
Give me them crystals.
Gimme. Gimme.
Not looking too bad. I imagine he's going to ramp first, of course. Is generally the go-to. Going to follow it up with that Moonlit Guidance as well. At this stage, oh, well. Good. Well, seems Guff.
Guff stuff.
And I think, like,
Oh,
I've talked a bit about Earthen Scales and how important it's been, but I think with this extremely slow opening from Leta, I think the Viper should just be super happy and just pick up Guff while he can and get it active. There's currently just a 1/5 on the board.
is he ever thinking about Raid Boss Onyxia?
Surely not.
You ramp for crystals again next turn, and then you play Raid Boss Onyxia, then you follow that up with a Miracle Growth?
But the taunt would be so small from the Miracle Growth, right? The Viper, that is the unhappiest I've seen anyone when they've been offered Guff.
I know.
I think the problem with relying on Raid Boss is the card we've just seen hit the board now, which is the Puffer Fist, right? Like, it just deals with all of the 2/2s, and then like Demon Hunter more than has the ability to deal with it and 8/8 on the board.
This is just gas from the Viper. He's got everything he needs. Okay.
What does Leta? He has Bone Glaive.
Bone Glaive and now Kurtrus. And just straight burn. Puffer Fist?
Yeah, he's probably ready for a Scale of Elixir or a raid boss Elixir, right? Just wants to guarantee that he can just sweep up
Oh, yeah?
away the 2/1s.
The scale here does make the Naga Giant cheaper.
Playable this turn as well.
Yeah, true. But it would be an 8/8 and an 8/8. They would literally be nearly the exact same thing. Except this 8/8 is immune.
So there is, what, the Puffer Fist multi-strike here? Looks, at a glance, decent. Also, I'm just going to throw this out there, TJ. Leta just goes face.
Put your suit up, small fry.
Job done.
Hey, he's going to forgo the multi-strike and just leave the 8/8.
Yeah.
Because he could
I
have
think it's
multi-strike instead,
fine.
right? And actually killed the Elixir this turn as well. But yeah, he's choosing to leave it up.
Multi-strike, especially later on, combined with like the Dread Prison Glaive, can be massive amounts of damage if you can get the honorable kill and go face.
Yeah.
But this is a ton of pressure. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Those are 5/4s.
It's just nothing, right?
Yeah, just dead.
His Kurtrus were only on 5s as well. So if he played Kurtrus, it would have killed a 9/9 left.
Yeah, what
Casual 3/8s on the
kept him
board.
alive, technically, but
Would it have done, done enough, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. The Viper getting a win with the Druid against the Demon Hunter as well. So, honestly, for me, I think the Viper's going to be feeling very confident, not only because he's 2-1 up, and, well, yeah, you probably feel more confident because of that, but because he just has Quest Hunter now against this Demon Hunter, which, again, is, a winnable matchup for the Hunter. Just the Hunter, there you go. And then versus the Rogue as well. I mean, we saw it win on stream earlier on, and I do think the Rogue is a fairly predictable deck. I think, as usual, you're afraid of the stealths from the Rogue, but other than that, I think Quest Hunter's more than capable of just dealing with pretty much all the minions that Rogue has to offer.
yes. Rogue has seemed good at times in the times that we've seen it over the course of the weekend, but it's also felt pretty lackluster as well, where sometimes you look at certain hands and you're like, this is an aggro deck. It's just not really doing much.
I think a lot of it relies on just, for me at least, from when I've played and played against, like prep Vessel, with then, the follow-up of some kind of Dredge feels great, and that's where it's strong. Anything other than that, it just feels like a aggro deck that is almost too fair, right? At least in my experience.
Yeah, like if you coin prep Vessel into Swordfish, like you're cooking. That's quite the combination. And also just like, Krakatoa in a vacuum is powerful. Hook Tusk can be incredibly potent, especially with in two scenarios, and taking a minion and taking cards from your opponent's hand. Haven't seen the take cards from your opponent's deck as much, but there are certain synergies that work really well together. But the whole deck in itself is not like one big ball of synergy. There's little bits of synergy packed in here or there. it doesn't quite feel as cohesive as Demon Hunter, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, when I was saying earlier where it feels like every opening hand, or at least most of the time, you feel good as Demon Hunter, that is definitely not the case with this Pirate Rogue at all. Yeah, of course, they'll be mulliganing for more of the on-curve plays. But yeah, sometimes you just get, you know, Krakatoa in your opening hand. Mutinous, for example, in this list as well. Even the Asheran Vessel without a prep is a very slow card. Like, playing that without prep against, say, Quest Hunter feels like you've just played 5 mana, pass a turn, do nothing, right? Because it's not as if the Quest Hunter can even interact with the stealth minions. So it's not as if you say, okay, well, if I play these, they might use damage on the minions instead, and that buy me the time I need. Well, no, that cannot happen. So we'll have to see. I do think the pressure is definitely on Leta here, though, and he, of course, has to get a win with this to carry on with the series and hoping he can go to that 7-0 victory. Yeah, and this makes sense, right? Like, Leta even keeping prep in a deck that does not run that many spells.
Nope. It's Vessel and Gone Fishing.
Which is a 1 mana spell, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, and Shadow Steps, but...
Yeah, which is a 0 mana spell, by the way. The old prep step. Yeah, he does have a decent opening hand, especially because he's on the coin. You can coin out Swordfish and then follow up from there.
Ooh.
I hate making calls like this when I'm playing Hunter.
Me too.
When, like, turn 2, do you want Beast Dog Katavish or not? Well, I don't know yet. Can you come back later and ask? You know, like, that's all I think. It's like, I might not need Tavish at all. Like, oh.
He's just working out, like, how the quest progress is going to work. Because you want Tavish, like, right at the 2nd quest completion mark. Does pick it, however. I mean, he does have the... Oh my god. Treasure Guard?
Yeah.
I wanted to say Terror Guard, but does have the Treasure Guard. And Leta's just going to get the Swordfish rolling here. That face... Okay, no, he didn't whiff on Pirates. Ooh, Vessel! But it means that his Swordfish is...
But he does get to...
Such a tiny beak.
He does get to prep Vessel, which is the whole reason he kept prep. Right?
Yeah, but then he doesn't have a dredge.
Just draw one. At some point, it's fine.
Easy peasy. Ah, he picked the courier.
Yeah. Oh, Viper seems happy. There you go. Big,
Off the top.
Now, if you think about it, TJ, if that weapon was only a 2 attack, it wouldn't be as big a loss.
You know what? You're absolutely right.
Although the courier does not lose its stats as a 4/5, that's still going to contest this Viper. I'll say Treasure Guard, Arcane Shot seems absolutely reasonable here.
Yeah, it does. Or Treasure Guard, Wound Prey, both work.
You keep Wound Prey for Piercing Shot, right? If you can.
Yeah.
I would always prefer to use Arcane Shot, if the kill is clean anyway.
Yeah. Unless you, like, absolutely need every bit of face damage that you possibly
can. Yeah, that's
in fair. The immediate.
And don't have a Piercing Shot in hand. We're putting a lot of factors into this if-whats now.
Yeah.
If your opponent is on exactly 2 health and you have an Arcane Shot and a Wound Prey, you use the Arcane Shot.
Yeah. Ooh, Hench Clan Burglar.
Classic.
Bootstrap Sunken Ear. Don't think it's super relevant here just because there's not many minions.
Yeah, I mean, it would
with the Viper.
almost certainly just be for exactly Tavish, right? Just get rid of the 7/7
Yeah.
as a tempo play. And Leta is running a natural one in his list as well.
Yeah, which just kind of goes against picking it as well. If Tavish is your only target and Tavish is still a little bit of ways away, you don't want to strand your other Sunken ear, maybe. I just like Hinge Clan Burglar because I feel like Leta needs some sort of X factor here. But it looks like the Viper could just run away with this one with Tavish lined up.
Yeah. And he's done this very well, right? He's just procced the aimed hero power, which is fine. And then he'll play Tavish and then go from there.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's Vessel. What? I wonder why he wouldn't just use the prep.
He has no follow-up, right? He's got nothing for 2 mana except
Dagger.
Yeah.
Dagger.
I think it's more likely he tries to hench clan for like tracking or something, right? Or something to fish the other stealth minions out. Or at least it gives him an option to go a little bit more adventurous with his picks if he holds the prep. Explosive. Oh, it's got to be emergency maneuvers, right? It's so strong.
With the treasure guard.
Yeah. Or even the spell
Borderline
damage,
broken.
right? He has the spell damage on the board. So like, whatever.
Right.
It's just strong. As soon as this has been out and I've been playing more and more Quest Hunter, I find my natural go-tos being exactly explosive emergency maneuvers. As long as I have a minion on the board, obviously, or I have a minion to play. But yeah, I feel like it's so strong. It does look like Viper's gone for Snake, so wants the wider board. Abato is going to hit the board now as well. Little snippety snap.
It's just going to be so hard for him to do anything. He's got no damage sunk into the Viper. And we're going to be reaching quest completion soon. I guess Hook Tusk to maybe steal Tavish could be an option.
I cannot believe the Viper would let that happen, right?
Yeah, yeah. But maybe he's forced into a situation where there's too much pressure on board, but he's got that protection.
Yeah.
Of the explosive.
I honestly think unless you are extremely behind, there should never be a reason that Tavish is held in your hand against any deck that can even potentially do something against it being in your hand, right? Like, there's almost no reason. You can even just wait a turn or two if you have to, as long as you're not far behind. And I think the Viper is far ahead right now, so I think there's just zero reason for him to risk that.
Well, he could just complete Tavish this turn, and then Hook Tusk is not an option.
True. Yeah, one way or the other.
Never mind, he can't. No, he can't. This is only second quest.
Oh yeah, this is make it zero. Yeah.
Second quest.
What are you on about, TJ? Distract me.
I don't know. Just ignore me. It's
just seeing if I was paying attention.
I was, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, this is down to 0, so he does he is starting to roll these hero powers now.
Unless Leta just dies before that.
I mean, that's still a chance, right?
Yeah.
I wonder.
He's going to need some help from Hench Clan. Rep Pierce?
Yeah?
That where we're at?
Sure.
About as good as it's going to get, isn't it?
That's the only one that really made much sense.
Because he's going to take... If he tanks this? Wait, what is going on? Who wants to swing first if he's going to swing?
Yeah,
So that's 7. That is 7 damage guaranteed because of the explosive, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Well, now we get the test to see how good the Viper is at rolling Huffer, the most key skill of being a Hunter player. Such a tricky spot, and this is kind of what we said, right? Like, the early game wasn't the best for Leta, but with the help of the Viper from the Viper, he really got to just be comfortable so far in this game, and that doesn't look like it's really going to end. Yep, gets to play the Tavish. Perfect. Yeah, there's 10 damage on board, but guess what? Those minions are not getting to hit the face this game. Oh no! It's even worse, TJ! Stealth decided to show up straight into an improved explosive trap. Oh no. I've never seen someone as stressed as the Viper is that he's winning so much.
I know. I think you just full trade. No, you can't. You don't even know enough damage.
I think he kills the Tavish and just plays Hook Tusk.
Yeah, it would take the one card in hand.
I mean, yeah. It's one less animal companion, right? Like, I honestly think that's
you take the minion.
Oh, it's going to steal the Tavish? Okay,
And then take the minion, yeah. So
just didn't know if it would
15 power on board.
Yeah, I mean, Leta has to do something risky, doesn't he? He has to make a big play and just hope it pays off. He's got a lot of damage on board. He has piercing shot. He's got puffer fist as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I'm having the flashbacks. Oh, he can just Dragon Bane his own Huffer.
That's just...
Never mind.
That's game over.
Just lethal now. And the Viper wins it. And look at that. The pop-off is real, and understandably so. I think the Viper could well have been going into this series feeling just a little bit worried. But yeah, impressive play overall, kept a cool head throughout the whole series, and he takes the victory over Leta, and that puts him, TJ, at a 7-0 score. Like, he's so likely, I don't want to say he will be through to top 16, because I never like saying that until it happens, but it's so likely he's going to be safe for top 16 at this point that he's going to be feeling pretty excited for the next round.
Who, the Viper? He's guaranteed. 7-0 is guaranteed.
I still never like saying it. until we have the bracket, I don't like committing, okay? That's my rule. I don't make the bracket. I don't control the admin side. Until the bracket is pushed, I don't like... There you go.
9%.
I'm okay with this, TJ. It gives us that little bit of wiggle room just in case.
Just in case. All right. Cover your bases. I like it.
Yeah.
And Leta, honestly, Leta's not looking bad for top 16 as well. Even with 6-1, he still has a chance if he loses, right? He could just win and then he's in, or in Raven's world, 99.9% chance. Yeah. But even finishes 6-2 with the 6-0 start, he's probably the most likely player to get those tiebreakers, because that's like the best possible way you can get 2 losses is by starting 6-0, because then your tiebreakers on average are going to be better. Still a disappointing loss, just because, you know, that letting the Druid get across and, you know, not picking up wins with the Demon Hunter, it even doesn't feel good with what your lineup's supposed to do.
It genuinely felt like these things started to fall apart with the Warrior game, because even you were saying, oh no, the Demon Hunter's going to win again, but then, you know, the Viper managed to create a way to just be so defensive, the damage just was not there. So definitely a rough series for Leta, but he's been doing this a long time, right? He can recover. The biggest difference now is Leta's just going to be going into round 8 with just a little bit more pressure, right? Like, he'll just feel that extra pressure. Okay, let me just win round 8 and then I'll be feeling good again, and that's fine. But that was this match here, the starting match for round number 7. We are going to go to a quick break while we get ready with some more coverage from round 7. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. welcome back, everyone. We have got some more coverage for you from round number 7. Gia is currently lost voyaging in the Sunken City, so I will be kicking us off at least for this one. But the match we are going to jump into, I believe, is game 4 of Nejiboston and Levik, and we are going to be going into a pretty spicy one as well, because I believe it is going to be the mage. Let me just triple check. Yeah, it's going to be the Mage versus the Druid. The first 2 games were Paladin taking a victory over Demon Hunter, and then Warrior taking a victory over the Mage we're just about to see against the Naga Mage. In game 3, I believe the Shaman took a victory over the Druid, so we will see how this goes as Levik starts to try and fight back, kicking it off with his Mage against the Druid from Boston. So let's have a look at what those decks look like. It is going to be the more standard ramp Druid. I feel like we are getting a good mix of the aggro Druid and ramp on stream. Both decks having strong victories and some struggles as well, depending on their matchups. Oh, you've returned. Welcome back.
Yes, I am back.
You
about
find
that.
any cool fish?
Yes, weren't snorkeling.
But yeah, we are going to be going. We are going to be going in at that game number 4, and I believe at Gia we are going to start with a Naga Mage on one side here. So always excited to see how that can perform, especially because it's going up against Druid. Boston does just have his ramp Druid left to take a win with, but we have seen it. You know, Druid, I think it's fair to say, especially since the patch, has. It's a lot harder to. You don't feel quite as powerful, right? It does feel like it has to work a little bit more for these wins.
Yeah, and a lot of Druids these days, they have to make room for anti-aggro cards like Spammy Arcanist, either Doomsayer or Druid of the Reef or Dozing Kelpkeeper, and it feels like it takes so much space these days somehow. More often I'm seeing draws that are lacking the ramp, lacking the card draw, and maybe you hit the wrong half of the deck. And there was already, I would say, even before the nerfs to Druid, a bit of a problem dealing with Mage, because as early as turn 5 or turn 6, Naga Mage can just go so wide on board, put enough stats together that a single scale of Onyxia can't kill everything. And if you're not able to get rid of everything, even leaving up a single school teacher can be too much damage. And when they do go wide on board, there's often Spitelash Siren, there's Vicious Slither Spears, so many must-kill cards that the damage across a couple turns is just too much.
And I think one of the biggest problems that you have facing Mage when they do have their pop-off turn, for at least a good chunk of decks, is so many of the minions, they're not like small minions that you can just clear off no problem. They have like relatively high health, like 4 and above, right? And that takes like significant kill power that a lot of decks just simply do not have. Looking at this list, Gia, is there anything that really sticks out to you as any sort of differences from Levik?
Yeah, I guess the one of Viper is not something standard, but a pretty common inclusion still. Really helps with the Paladin matchup in particular, but can be useful against Warriors, Demon Hunters, etc. He's running the one of Ignite, which has become pretty standard, and I do kind of like only running one unless you're trying to beat up on Warrior in specific.
Right. Well, let's get into it now. As I said, game number 4. Both these players at 5-1 going into this round, so this is a little bit less of the situation we just spoke about with Leta, in that a loss when you are 6-0 in round 7 is a lot less of a problem than a loss here for one of these players. So it's still a lot on the line at this 5-1 score right now.
For Levik, it is a beautiful opening hand, honestly. Double Gifts of Ajara, just enough to keep cycling, and he's almost certain to see a Spitelash Siren by the time turn 5 rolls around. And if you're able to also hit a 1-drop Naga or School Teacher in the meantime, then you can pop off as soon as possible. And the earlier you go off, the better against Druid. Another Spell Coiler looks pretty tempting.
Yeah, we spoke, I think yesterday when we were casting this, you were talking about the sheer power of Flurry on the pop-off turns, because it's 0 mana gain mana, right? So it's just free mana. How often does it become a problem actually against Druid? If like, how often is there nothing to Flurry on, say turn 4 or 5?
Pretty often, I would say, but it's not a problem. You have ways to continue your train anyway because, oh, there's a siren. A lot of the time, you also have board space as a limiting factor of your pop-off in Naga Mage. And even if you don't have the big mana gain from Flurry, you can still end up filling your board. And the Flurry is still useful for the answering turns. For example, if they come back and have even a Jerry-Rig Carpenter or a Dozing Kelp Keeper left on board after it takes a value trade, using Flurry to freeze those in place and take up board spaces so that their Scale of Onyxia doesn't get full value is a very important thing in this matchup.
Yeah, well, Spellcoil is going to come down now for more interesting choice.
Yeah.
Siphon Mana looks like the most obvious, but you do have to just at least glance at Mass Polymorph, right?
You do, but I think it's a bit too expensive and you generally will find yourself ahead on board as mage. I think there's even more consideration to Seafloor Gateway. It has the chance to get your Amalgam and discount that, but I think he already did play one Amalgam early on, so there's no chance to like draw both of them and get the full discounts, which is one of the best ways. But he even pre-pings his Spell Coiler, looking to get the honorable kill with Siphon Mana next turn, because currently Levik cannot pop off on turn 5. He doesn't have a cheap Naga to pair with the Spite Lash.
Yeah, really nice play actually, just showing that, you know, he's keeping a cool head in this series considering he is 2-1 down. But yeah, pretty nice overall, getting the Siphon Mana, even able to hit that first flame beforehand as well.
Yeah, true, but a bit of a shake of the head from Levik because he hits, again, 3 mana or higher Naga, which means he has to wait yet another turn before going off the Spite Lash, and Neji's already all the way up to 10 mana here, going even higher with Guff, and that means that there is the potential to answer even a full Spite Lash board. But if Levik is starting off with Spite Lash, means he's drawn a cheap Naga, and there we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, the fact that that was... you can tell a player has played a lot of this deck when they just instantly say, perfect, let's go. And just instantly just lock it all in. They know what to do. I was going to start talking about School Teacher and how powerful the Nagaling is, regardless of the spell it gets. But more importantly, being a generated 1-mana Naga is such a big deal in this deck. But he did get the other 1-drop instead, and is instantly made a very, very strong and threatening board indeed.
That's right. Did unfortunately get double minion from his Spring Water, but the natural refresh of just the Spite Lash Siren means he can keep the train going. But here we are. We've hit the board space limit, and so Levik has to start shooting his own minions to make space here, and actually shoots away a Slither Spear, which I'm honestly surprised, but that first flame only had 1 spell damage on it, and he needed to make a space immediately, so he had to choose a 3 health target, and you'd rather keep your spell damage minions alive, but now he's able to shoot away 1 Crush Claw, and then the Nagaling. Poor Nagaling, never lives long in Naga Mage.
Does his job and then leaves.
Yeah.
Gonna finish with the Zola on the Spite Lash. What would you rate that turn, Gia? As a Naga Mage turn, 5 out of 5?
About 15 out of 5 mana.
Oh, right. Sounds about right.
Yep.
Get Lorinda to check the maths on that, but I do believe you.
Well, are we seeing a spammy? There is a 2 health minion, and so you can Druid of the Reef into the 3/4, and then that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect clear. Man, that's nothing, honestly. So simple for nejiboston to get through.
Could also just play the 3/1 and then...
True.
I mean, right?
True. Why did I make things harder for myself?
I'll save up that APM for another time.
He can start with the aquatic form because almost anything is dredgeable and drawable from the dredge at the moment. Using to draw rather than ramp here. Okay.
Now, what's Boston going to do? Is he going to do the trade, or is he going to insta-play the spammy? Oh, yeah.
2 kinds of people.
Yep. Really clean kill there.
But this is why Levik gave himself insurance of copying another Spite Lash, even though he had drawn the second natural copy. It just means that if you get another one from Zola, you can make 3 waves of boards potentially, not just 2.
Yeah. And now we see that, yes, that was a good clear from Boston, but now the flurry is active, which gives levik a little bit more freedom and more mana generation, a little bit easier here.
And we see the double Spite Lash, which means that they do kind of sync up as soon as you play one spell or one Naga after. So right now he's on Naga Spell, refreshing 4 mana. And that Naga Giant is going down to 0 mana after this. So that's an 8/8 gain 4 mana, effectively.
Yeah, ooh. Okay. Picks up the Pyro. I was going to say, turn, what, 7? The deck's pretty much empty. There's Ignite and Pyro in hand and another full board of awkward to kill minions, especially with the help of that Naga Giant. So levik, very clean game so far from what I've seen, Gia. Like, this is just looking threatening every single turn.
Absolutely, and he's had that multicaster also to finish out the turn, making sure that you don't really float that much mana at the end, because you have so much spare mana with the double Spite Lashes that you can afford to spend 4 mana on something that is neither spell nor Naga, and this is far too many stats for even a scale to get through. So what's it gonna be for Neji?
Feels like a whole lot of nothing there.
Amalgam, can it get anything? Like, he's almost in Deathwing territory, but that doesn't win him the game either, because the Ignites mean that levik will not fatigue.
Yeah, like, too late for any kind of like Ivus Innovate scales, right? Which is another like weird way you can dig yourself out, or at least just gain a ton of armor.
There is scale spammy though, so he can create a 2 health by trading 1 into the multicaster, and there would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a 6. Yeah, you just trade 1 into multi and then 1 into giant, and then spammy clears. That's insane. I think he has it. Yeah. Whoa. However, levik is sitting on so much damage in hand.
Gotta be scrappy.
Finish with the J-Rig? Yeah, he did, okay.
Confess, I don't know what the Ignites are at. This one's at 4. There's the other one in deck at... Oh, sorry. It's only a 1 of, my bad.
Yeah, he's playing the 1, yeah.
Knight, and then...
I'm out of cards.
6 damage this time, and then flurry this board. And he has Pyroblast or Ignite gifts Ignite again next turn. The Ignite would be 7 and then 8, right?
Yes. So, Miracle Growth.
Into scale.
Second scales.
Yeah, if Neji has... Yeah, Neji should know that there's at least a Viper, right? So it's guaranteed at least 7 and 8 damage.
Yeah.
So 15. So he needs to get above 16, including ping.
He'll get, what, 9 and 8 armor, I think, if he draws the other scales.
Right. So does it have to be both scales? I think so, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. He's only on 4 right now. Oh, does have aquatic form I saw there as well.
Oh. Still guff draw.
I said this when I was just casting with TJ. I feel like so many of these Ramp Druid games, all we do is talk about they need the scales, they need the scales, and it happens every time. It's so, I feel so reliant right now, at least in this tournament meta, that the decks are so aggressive. Oh, he does get it. Okay.
I mean, you're absolutely right, though. Like, this is the most efficient armor gain tool in the game right now, and Druid more so than Warrior kind of plays with fire in the early game where they're just tanking all this damage and not clearing necessarily. But okay, he's at 25 right now. Again, Ignite deals 7, second Ignite will deal 8. Can he get a third Ignite through? Because he technically has Viper and Gifts playable, but I don't know if there's the mana.
I'm wondering if it's just... he can... Let me think here. Okay, he's a little bit off doing it that way. I'm just wondering whether he could go... Instead of using Blizzard, he could just like Ignite, and then just second flame the Jerry Rig and freeze and say, well, that should be enough to not die.
Sorry, there is the mana. He can play all the ignites. He can gift and then ignite again, but then he's 1 damage off and 1 mana off being able to ping. So you probably just like stop here, school teacher flurry or something.
Yeah, I think
Out on me.
he's on.
Or
I think he needs to second flame as well,
Yeah,
right? He needs to
that's
kill the
true.
jerry rig. He needs the flurry to hit one of the big minions to feel safe at least.
That's true, that's true.
I'm gonna get that igniting look. Oh, hits both as well. Okay, well, yeah, extremely safe now. And now with double scales gone, even like the Ivers play with an innovate is long gone now.
Yeah, it's just not getting there. Is there anything from Amalgam? That's the question. A Naga that can... A Jara? No, not enough chief spells to activate her. Even with 16 mana.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
there's
just-
something left in the deck we're not accounting for.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the answer was get Kaz down earlier, wasn't it? You know what I mean? If it sounds very stupid to say, of course, but with the rate in which Levik applied pressure this game, I think if that armor isn't enough because of the speed he got the ignites live, it had to be like Kaz in to win the game, right? And that's just not going to be the case because the dragons haven't been played yet.
Oh, and the wild growth doesn't give him the empty mana because he's not at 20 yet, and so it doesn't activate a shard. Okay, this is the 3rd spell, right? Okay, so he has a Jara. Wait, you do get? Okay. Oh, that was the ramp nourish. That's my bad. Okay. Scorpid? That can get scale. Right?
Oh yeah, you could still scope it for scale there. Alright, well, regardless, Levik evens up the series, and I will say, it looks like Levik has put a lot of time into that mage list because he looked very calm on these execution turns, very clean. And it didn't look like he missed a trick. There was no point that at least I could see that, oh, he could have done this, or he could have done that. Like, nope, it just looked clean every turn of the game, and he got rewarded for it with a very convincing win, honestly.
Right. I think the actual pop-off turns of the Spitelash Siren was a lot of mechanical memory there for Levik. Just muscle memory coming in huge there. It's very important just to make sure you don't miss even a single second on this deck. You really cannot afford to. It might mean missing 5 or 6 damage or 3 card draws with your multicaster or ignite at the end. But the real genius, I would say, is the way he piloted the early game where he took Siphon mana, and not only that, just set up a whole turn to ping his own spell coiler to get the Siphon mana through, and that gave him all these discounts on the spells that let the pop-off turns be so fluid.
Yeah, really, really impressive overall. And let me just triple check. I believe now then, yeah, it leaves Demon Hunter versus Druid as the last game of the series. And again, I feel like that Neji is going to be really feeling the pressure right now because one, the Druid versus Mage matchup is not very fun for the Druid, and neither is this one as far as I'm concerned as well. If Levik has another, reasonable opening and again, a little bit of a simpler deck to pilot, at least on a pop-off turn basis than the Mage, I feel like Neji could be feeling a little bit worried about losing his lead in this series.
True. It is simpler in terms of number of actions that need to be done, but there are always these small lethal puzzles oftentimes with Demon Hunter, or even if not lethal, just how to maximize your damage with Dread Prison Glaive. So many interactions you need to be aware of on this deck in particular. But overall, the heart of the game plan of just going wide as soon as possible is very much intact, just like as it was with the Mage. But this is a matchup where Spammy Arcanist is also pretty easy to set up for nejiboston, so if Levik can be a bit careful there, that's ideal. But look at this now. Vanguard with Glaive into Drekthar with the weapon pre-equipped already.
Yeah. This is looking quite good. Although I've just come off the back of a game that I thought it was looking great for the Demon Hunter, but then the Warrior won. It hurt me too much. But yeah, this is looking good, but good for both players, honestly. Neji does have Wild Growth with Nourish, with Scale of Onyxia in hand, and Moonlit Guidance, which can help fish specific answers, or maybe even get what I feel like now is the key goal of an extra Scales out, just to be able to gain more armor. So both players looking decent so far.
Interesting line from Levik where he did reach for the Slither Spear over the Vanguard, which I think is with respect to Drekthar and board space, because if you pull second Vanguard with Drekthar, and then you'd already played the first and you're going to swing anyway, you kind of lose out on some 1-1 developments. But I also thought the other upside of not playing Vanguard is you don't need to swing with the weapon that turn. Like, he could have gone 1-3, hero power phase, and then pre-equipped the weapon. But he has willfully chosen to use a weapon charge and probably use another one with Drekthar the next turn, because if you get Vanguard, Puffer Fist, there's just so many benefits to swinging straight away.
It's also, I think, as well, a really strong play around Spammy Arcanist, right? Because as Levik can see, he'll play Drekthar, Neji will have 5 mana, and if he'd played the Vanguard, then there's ones into 2s already on the board, and then Drek could easily pull a 3, and then suddenly the whole board gets obliterated that, you know, he has played into, if anything.
That is a very good call. But we'll see what Drekthar pulls here. Neji with a shake of his head, of course. We all know this. Every Drekthar player has it on curve, and these are high health minions. Not that Neji even has Spammy in the first place, but the fact that that's Lady Steno this early. Oh man, so much damage already.
It's huge. I think outside of exactly what double innovates scale, or scales, should I say? No, Scale of Onyxia, that's right, isn't it? Anyway, there's just nothing Neji can do, so he's just going to get hit, basically, is the way here. Those were pretty threatening minions. The 5 health, again, always a problem, odd numbers against Druids, so Neji is going to just chuck a quick hero power into that. Makes absolute sense, but there's more power where that came from.
There truly is, and Neji was just praying that there's not too many spells for Levik, but now he's picked up Chaos Strike and Fury and can fill out the last mana with his hero power, still playing around Spammy Arcanist and, you know, maintaining another minion on board that has odd health, so it makes the scale even harder to use, and Neji is still like 1 more Vate away from playing Onyxia the next turn. Steno just coming in so clutch.
Just look at Levik. You can tell, you know, he's in that stage where you know you're winning, but you still feel like you're going to lose, right? Because you just know how close you are. It's just, okay, just don't clear the board or just don't gain loads of armor. And it's how important this win is. Again, there's a big difference here going 6-1 instead of ending the round 5-2. Like, that is a huge difference to your likelihood of getting into top 16.
Double Miracle Growth and Naga Giant. It has to be Miracle Growth, but the tough thing for Neji here is Scale is 1 minion short of being able to clear everything. Like, every minion on board takes 2 whelps to get through right now. And the, you know, powerful part of Treasure Guard is coming into play here, where it protects the actual threats on board because of the taunt. Like, if Neji could trade away everything else and leave the Treasure Guard, he's fine. But he has to get through that in order to kill Steno. And then he has to choose between killing Drekthar and Slither Spear. And it's probably Drekthar at this point, but the Slither Spear can definitely represent lethal as well, depending on Levik's draws.
Multi-strike as well.
Gonna Vate out the hero power, tank the 3.
Oof.
Very sad to have to do that while it is, you know, above 1 attack, but I think a necessary sacrifice.
And that's just game, right? Yep. Multi-strike, hero power, Puffer Fist. That looks like 5 as far as I can see. Oh, Fury as well. Why not? Chuck that one on top. And Levik fights back. We dove into this series at a 2-1 score where Levik was the player who was losing. And off the back of just 2 very strong games, and even though that one was, you know, maybe a bit faster and maybe looked more straightforward, Levik made some key decisions in that game that I think a lot of, you know, more average Hearthstone players definitely would not have made. And I truly believe he gained like massive percentage based on those decisions, and a really impressive win there just from the 2 games we saw. I kind of wish we got to see the whole series now, honestly.
Right, definitely a masterclass on both decks from Levik. From the setup of Siphon Mana on the Naga Mage all the way up to just skipping Battlesworn Vanguard entirely, even though Spammy was not drawn by Neji. He has, 2 copies of that, so it's very appropriate for Levik to just have that top of mind play around it and realize that if Drekthar cooperates, he can just build a board that doesn't completely fizzle out to that Spammy. And it once again kind of shows that Spammy is a much more powerful card on ladder than it is in tournament when your opponents absolutely know that you have it in your deck. But that's not to discredit Levik. I think he did extremely well in this series. It feels like we've been casting him at the top of Swiss almost every Masters Tour these days, and for good reason.
Yeah, and just for nejiboston, we've been talking a lot about Levik. Of course, he won. But for him, I think he just suffered from Druid right now, right? Where Druid is extremely powerful, but because a lot of players this tournament have built lineups with a Druid in absolute laser focus, you can see how hard some of these matchups are when you fully focused on, okay, if I just beat up Druid, the series should be fine. So again, congratulations to Levik again for winning the round, but I believe that is this round over, and that means we only have one more left. So stick around because round 8 is going to start right after this.
Welcome back once again to Masters of Voyage to the Sunken City. It is round 8. It is a crucial round for many of these players trying to get to seasonal championships or last call. And with me for this crucial round is Sottle, who I hope is behaving himself on camera. What he was doing earlier was very silly.
Honestly, how I get leveled with these accusations, I have no idea. Clearly, I was being dragged down to TJ's level at that point. But regardless, yes, I'm sure we will have a much more straight ahead by the book broadcast with myself and my good friend Lorinda, bringing you Kwanwoo versus FaceOff, who are two 6-1 players, I believe, as is tradition for this final round. We tend to reward the players who are doing the best with the broadcast time all the way through. So you're seeing XO players throughout most rounds. However, at this point, this is the one that gets really exciting, right? Because it's these players that are on the bubble with one loss to their name already that are really playing the win and in matches. So we generally break from tradition and follow a player with a single loss in this round.
Yeah, both these players with a handful of Masters Tours each behind them. Basically, the short version is they've gone 4-4 in basically all of them. But from Donkey's side, I got a little bit of info on FaceOff. His qualifier percentages in 2020 was 54%. In 2021 was 65%. This year, he's on 69.94%. I don't want to say 70%, but it's 70%. So he's gone from 54 to 65 to 70 over the last 2 years. He's gone 4-4, 4-4, and now 6-1 in Masters Tours. Perhaps a rising star, I don't know, but those percentages do seem to be trending upwards and rapidly so. So it'd be good to have a look at how he gets on.
Yeah, I mean, good information for sure. And just looking at it deck list-wise, I think a few surprises in this one. Firstly, I mean, maybe you could look at this a different way and say that the two druids being in here, the two ramp druids specifically towards the height of the rankings, sometimes we are guilty with, like, we follow a small sample of the tournament on the actual broadcast, and sometimes we have false narratives just based on what we've seen. But the power of the anti-druid lineups has seemed significant from what we've seen so far. But I suppose if you want to twist that around, well, like I said, we aren't following the XO players anymore. We're following players who are hanging on with that one loss so far in the tournament. Maybe that is the right place for those druid lineups to be. But as mentioned, both of those players are packing that druid. There's also a shaman in here from Kwanwoo's side, which I believe I've only seen in one series that I've covered so far, and it was banned out of the series because it was going up against the aggro lineup. But from his side, that does sort of make sense, right? If I'm saying druid has a weakness to the quad board-based aggro lineup, well, what's the deck that absolutely destroys the board-based aggro deck lineup? That's shaman, right? So having that in there alongside various other tools as well is a pretty decent idea. I did prefer what I saw before from the previous player who had shaman and control warrior in there, so you outnumber the possible amount of bans from your opponent, right? Because they want to ban both of those decks. But instead, Lorinda, he's got a mech paladin. Why don't you tell us all about mech paladin?
Yeah, and it doesn't really gel with what you've just said. Mech Paladin very, very good against the big four decks, the druids. It's pretty good against the hunter. It's pretty good against the warrior because it's so hard to remove those sticky minions. But as you said, he's brought the shaman because of the board decks. And maybe seriously, this is just I'm going to bring 4 good decks that do well against the meta and not necessarily target, not necessarily have anything particularly crazy, just 4 solid decks that can beat anything. And if I get the right matchups, I'll win. And he's been winning, so makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's a rare strategy in Conquest, but it is one that I've heard people talk about. It's one I've seen people use, where you bring 4 decks that are all dramatically very different from each other and have dramatically different matchups, so that therefore any target strategy in the tournament kind of by definition only hits one of your decks, right? So as long as you can find one of your wins with your 40% matchups in that lineup, which you are favored to do if you have 3 attempts at doing it, you never get double targeted because all of your decks are so drastically different from each other. It's not something that we see a great deal of, but it is a strategy that can work out in some spots.
Yeah, and of course it gives you that versatile ban to some degree as well, although Demon Hunter exists, so you ban it and get on with your life. But it does give you that opportunity to be a little bit choosy on the bans because you're doing so many different things. You can always ban the thing you're worst against. So we'll have to look how it gets on in this one. But 6-1, as you say, these things happen off stream all the time. We always sort of go, well, he lost this, therefore it's rubbish. But not the case. Whatever happens here, it's done well. FaceOff, on the other hand, does have a far more conventional strategy. There is the Boar Priest in there, which honestly is so hard to judge because you look at the stats even from top 1,000, and that includes numbers 101 to 1,000, so they don't really matter. It just means that Boar Priest, if you look at it, is 45% against everything, but that's because it's not being played by Boar Priest players all of the time. So we'll have to see how that gets on in this one.
Apologies, just had a momentary audio issue there, so I didn't catch the end of whatever you were saying, but I'm sure it was absolutely thrilling. But I am looking forward
Boar
to
Priest
seeing...
percentages don't matter.
Good, because I was going to talk about Boar Priest anyway, because I am very interested in seeing what's going to happen here with the Boar Priest. I don't think we've seen enough of it compared to what a lot of us were expecting. A lot of top players have put a lot of hype in it recently. I know Blyze has been jamming it a million times on stream. A lot of players are climbing to very high legend. There are, of course, a lot of naysayers, as there always are, with a deck that increases with win rate so dramatically with player skill. There's always the argument, right? No one ever disputes, okay, it's a 41% win rate deck in the hands of a player who doesn't know what they're doing. It does increase in the hands of a good player, right? Like, we all agree with that. But the dispute comes from how much does it increase? Does it ever become a 55-60% win rate deck? Does a skill edge ever exist to the point where it's gaining 14 to 19% win rate? And I think we've seen these arguments come up time and time and time again with deck after deck in metagame after metagame. But I was on the side of expecting to see a good chunk of Boar Priest in this one, and we really have not seen that much of it, again, just based on our sample from what we've seen on stream.
I think quite a few people bailed. Like, they were like, yes, I think this is the bring, but I've got 3 days from the nerfs happening. I don't want to invest 2.9 of those days learning to play Boar Priest well. I think more people, if they've just given you, hey, somebody else is playing the lineup for you, what lineup do you want them to have? I think we've just seen a much higher percentage of Boar Priests out there. But a lot of players just didn't want to put the time into that.
Indeed, and it looks like we are going to be kicking things off with this Boar Priest. Indeed, a deck that I know you did your best trying to do your due diligence to make sure you were prepared. Do your best, I think, is about the best way I can put it. But it is certainly a very difficult and complex deck to navigate, as mentioned before. There are lots of tricky turns. There's lots of resource management. You have very limited tools to be able to clear boards. And a couple of them in the Wild Pyromancers are also very crucial for your combo turns as well. Not even just your combo win condition turns with the Amulet, but also your combo draw turns with Cleric and with Bran Handmaiden and so on, filling a board full of minions, healing them all up with Gift of the Naru, and then drawing a million cards that way. So suddenly you get in these positions where if you've used one too many resources here, if you've used one too many board clears here, if you've spent too much mana on answering your opponent's threats and not enough mana on trading your amulets, then you might run out of time to get that done before the end of the game. It's a deck with a million spiked pits that you can fall into at some point over the course of the game. And Lorinda, I think you can speak from experience, having fallen into literally all of them over some...
Yeah, I think I now know all the things you can do wrong with this deck. I don't know what the things you can do right are, but I have fallen into many, many pits, and I have fallen through the dumpster and into Dredgeland in Legend rank in doing so as well. But it's a good learning experience, and most of the time I could see what I was doing wrong. But I think that doesn't stop at me. I think that even when you get to the top players, they finish the game, and obviously they're playing a much, much better game than I was playing, but they still look at it and go, well, if I just hadn't pyroed on turn 6, I could have still had that and cleared a different way and used my health. There's just so many different ways that they can just improve each time. And I think that's what attracts some people to the deck and what puts others off it. Meanwhile,
it's now going to be going up against this Shaman. As mentioned previously, not a deck that we've seen a great deal of. It's a deck that you almost have to ban if you're playing the heavy board-based strategy that we've seen a lot of the players do with the quad aggro. So even in the series where it has been present, it's quite often been banned, but it is still a very, very powerful deck. It's kind of a holdover from the previous metagame, where everything, the Wildpaw Cavern, Snowfall Guardian, and Birds package is still intact and is still the core of the deck. Bolner and Brukan as kind of the win condition cards are thrown in there as well. It's just now Shaman players have extra toys to play with in the form of bioluminescence, which can create absolutely absurd amounts of burst damage, not only from the spell itself, but if you're able to generate it from a Nagaling, so you get Battle Cry bioluminescence, then Bolner comes into play and you can start duplicating that Battle Cry over and over again, and that is when it gets absolutely absurd and you can start dealing warrior and druid numbers in terms of the total amount of armor and health that you have to beat.
Yeah, I was going to pull you up until you went down there and explained it. Like, the deck has got significantly more powerful in raw terms. It's just that the rest of the meta has also done the same thing. So it's just not quite functional enough. It's just got a bad place in the meta in general, I would say. It's just sitting in this weird middle ground of being kind of okay against things compared to what it should be, but there's usually a better deck for the job, like Quest Hunter, which we are not seeing in this match at all, which is probably the first time that's happened on stream.
It's probably not far off. It has been a very popular deck on broadcast so far, but off we go straight away, trading away that amulet. So that's one trade down already on the pre-side. Of course, there is a checklist of things that you do have to achieve to get your win condition Sword of a Thousand Truths with this deck. First off is getting 3 trades done with your amulets. So you get 1 to 2 and 1 to 3, and then you need to get both of your boars dead so that your first amulet will actually revive those 2 boars that you need, and then from that point you're set up to get all 7 of them dead, usually doing it in the same turn as you drop a wild pyromancer to do it immediately. But this matchup against Shaman does bring an extra factor of freezing into play with those stags that are going to come off the Wildpaw Cavern, which is something perhaps that you might have to look out for.
Yep, getting frozen, not good with the sword, and of course, playing the cavern on curve will usually still happen, but it is later on a way to just stop you from being attacked. And pitfall number 1, by the way, make sure your pyromancer has 2 health when you play it. This one does. And they have 1 health there, just not so good. I found that one out.
Very true.
Very good at this game. Handmaiden having 1 health, absolutely fine, of course, so just remember your healths have changed on your switcheroo cards. It's not just draw 2 cards. You're going to get a checklist, Sottle, I'm afraid.
I'm looking forward to it.
A checklist of all the things that can go wrong that you've never even noticed. All right, so the beating is going to commence, and FaceOff, with that limited removal of what you spoke about, we'll have to use his health as the resource. Quite tricky against the Shaman because of the burn it contains, so you've got to be a little bit awake at all times to how low you can go. And yeah, just put stuff on board on curve and hit them. Good start for kwanwoo.
Yeah, multicasted just for the 1 draw, just the wind chill played so far, but is the most he can do in terms of development, and I think this is a good way to play the matchup. In absence of Wildpaw Cavern, plan B, just make these 3 or 4 minion boards every single turn. Try and demand your priest opponent to clear them, because as mentioned, as soon as the board starts moving beyond 3, it's scary for the opponent. You have to have a very specific, very scammy hand to kill your opponent early with this deck, with Shaman, but it can happen if you are leaving minions alive on the other side.
Yeah, getting the second pyromancer there is a big deal, allows him a little bit of freedom to maneuver early. With the cleric, now he's got to start counting. You can see he's concentrating during his opponent's turn, probably already working out how many cards do I dump, how many are going to get healed, how do I overdraw. Do I want to risk overdrawing if I'm this far behind already as well, just because why not?
And also, oh dear, why did my opponent hit the Nagaling that buffed their entire board and made it terrifying? That's probably also somewhat worrying at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, step number 2, make sure you check your opponent's board size before just looking at your own hand.
But it's a big deal, right? Obviously, the extra damage is the extra damage, but just the extra health on the minions here. There is a light bomb in the deck, but outside of that, the clears do tend to come from pyromancers, if not Zyrella. So improving the health on your minions and just making them stickier against those AoEs is a big deal.
And you're talking about the scammy start from the Shaman. It's getting there. There's 18 on the board. This demands an answer very soon with burn that could be in hand or could not as far as FaceOff is concerned.
Yep. Bio and Frostbite in hand already as well.
Yeah. Ouch. But again, one of the things of the deck, just don't panic. You have got a health total for a reason. They have to reduce it to 0. Oh, I nearly can. So much.
Heard of it.
There's the lightning bolt. Yeah. So if this board were not to go down next turn, like forgetting about the fact that there is not that much damage in play, but the not enough damage for lethal in play, the threat of bioluminescence now for kwanwoo backed up with the frostbite and the lightning bolt, huge, huge, huge. And you can see the extremes that kwanwoo is taking the anti-priest strats here. He's skipped an enormous amount of damage this turn, and that is because of primarily Xyrella in the position that he's in, but furthermore, just things like Gift of the Naru. If they're not drawing cards for the opponent, then that's suddenly making it much more difficult for them to achieve their win condition. So kwanwoo just quite willing, especially with Bioluminescence in hand, to say, I'm going to limit your ability to draw cards and clear my board with Xyrella as much as I can, and the second you fail to do that, I am going to blow your face off with this Frostbite and Lightning Bolt that I have in my hand.
Very nice. All right, very early use of extra mana here. Yeah, he's all over the place trying to clear this. You've got to keep your Pyromancer healthy, get your extra mana on board, etc., and not leave this lot up. And that rope is burning while he's working this out. Assuming we're seeing everything in real time, he has got to go and will not get there, but maybe he's got there. Going to assume that he's not dead.
I'm not sure that is a particularly good assumption right now.
Right. So there's...
I don't think it is. I think it's in fact a terrible assumption. Yep, FaceOff gives the nod, but I think more so than like an assumption that he wasn't dead, I think it's just like, well, what else am I going to do about this situation? I needed a 5 AoE Pyromancer to be able to get through that. Shadow Earth Devours were the cards that he would have been really looking for, because they essentially double up on the Pyromancer, arguably even more than that, because A, you do the 1 AoE, B, you do the one suck from all of your opponent's minions, which is then doing 2 damage to them all functionally. But then on top of that, you also give your Pyro a bunch of extra health, so you don't have to be constantly healing it to keep proccing it from that point forward. And you saw right at the end, those Shadow Earth Devours only appeared from that Handmaiden right at the very end, once FaceOff was already out of mana.
And those are the things with the deck you have to factor in when we talk about high skill cap. It's very, in theory, straightforward to do the basic stuff, but like there, leaving that is probably the correct decision. It looks stupid when you just get exploded from 30 the next turn, but your opponent had to have the bio, I'm going to call it, so I don't get it completely wrong every single time, plus a couple of direct damage spells, take the chance and set it up for next turn and win the game that way. Because if he gets through the next turn, suddenly he's got a whole handful of healing, he can clear the board, game back on. Gave himself the maximum chance to win. Most likely. Again, don't take anything I say about Boros Priest particularly seriously.
Yeah, the other option was, I guess, going with some sort of Shard of the Naru attempt. You use Shard of the Naru to essentially remove 1 health from all of the minions on board and go from there with your Pyro. But again, I have played a good amount of Boar Priest. But that matchup in particular is not one I have a huge amount of experience with. But I, again, imagine, as a point that I brought up at the start, the ability for the Stags to just consistently freeze you if you leave them on board is going to absolutely ruin your win condition if they're able to just lock that out. So perhaps Shard of the Naru is valuable in that position for just removing the freeze effect from the enemy minions so they can't consistently freeze you. I don't know if that's a serious concern in the matchup, but it still is something that you can perhaps bear in mind. And he'd already used 1 shard very early on to silence the Bolner on turn 2, so I believe that was his 1 remaining shard in deck that he was playing around with there. But still, tough one for the Priest to take, but a quick, easy win for the Shaman. And again, just worth pointing out once more how much damage kwanwoo missed deliberately in that matchup. 2 entire turns with 6 attack, 4 attack minions on board that he was just not swinging with in order to prevent the Priest from getting any value out of Xyrella, any value out of the Gift of the Naru. Just no possible way for FaceOff to do the easy things that the deck wants to do.
Yeah, another concern at the end with the caverns you were talking about is the pacing of it. It makes a 3-4. You want to kill it because there's other stuff alongside it. But you can't because you need to kill the last one so you don't get frozen. It's not just about being frozen. The fact they spits out one of these things every turn and you only have like 3 or 4 turns of clear in the whole deck also makes that complicated. But enough of that. We're going on to some good old-fashioned Druid.
And it is the good old-fashioned Druid, indeed. There are 2 Doomsayers in here, which is, I'd say, on the uncommon side still. Below 50% of the ramp Druids that we've been seeing, I think, have had the Doomsayer in there. Only 1 Jerry-Rig Carpenter as well, making room for a Battlegrounds Battlemaster making the list as well. So I wonder whether, you know, that Doomsayer might have anything to do with the success of the deck in the field of the aggro decks that we've seen. From what we've seen so far, certainly Doomsayer and Spammy Arcanist have both had their moments in those matchups, both in terms of winning games for the Druid and being a real point of consternation for the players playing against them. But Doomsayer in this one, again, not really the field of decks that it's looking to face against, because neither of these players really playing the full aggro lineup that we've come to expect.
Yeah, and I can't believe this is even a comment, but double Kelp Keeper is in here as well, which is something we haven't seen as much of as we would expect. It's still obviously been in a lot of them, but people have been favouring sort of cutting that in favour of 3-1 attack person and the Druid of the whatever it's called.
Reef.
Reef, thank you. I know why I couldn't remember that. It's because I can't say it. I remember now. But yeah, we've seen a lot more of that in this, more immediate removal from turn 1 onwards. But this one, loading up on everything.
And FaceOff is going to run it back with the Boar Priest here.
Yeah, this is the one that you feel you have to win, right?
You would expect so, yes. If you are going to have success, I think you need to be picking up a favourable win rate with Boar Priest versus Druid in this tournament.
And again, for the people who are looking on replay sites, yes, it says 40% or something ridiculous. That's because most people are terrible at the deck. A reminder that I'm going to keep using, because I felt it firsthand. It hasn't scarred me, though. I'm fine.
Waiting for the results of a Moonlit Guidance that we can't see, unfortunately. It is going to be the Kelp Keeper, picked up by Kwanwoo.
That's an interesting pickup as far as I'm concerned. What's that to deal with? Is that to actually start inflicting damage, or is that some other thing that I'm missing?
It's hard to comment without knowing what the other 2 cards were, right? Like, what did he pick it up over? Was it an Earthen Scales and some other random anti-attack card?
Which cards would he pick a Kelp Keeper over, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously not Nourish. Probably additional copies of Miracle Growth, I suppose. But honestly, with the current hand that he has, I suppose you could argue that he would value Kelp Keeper quite heavily, right? Because he kind of has everything else that he needs in his hand. He has the Guff, he has a Scale to clear a board if he needs, and he has the Miracle Growth for card draw. So maybe he just looked at this hand and says, well, any other card I'm taking off the Moonlit Guidance, when am I playing it? Probably never. Whereas this Kelp Keeper can come down on my Guff turn with the 1 extra mana that I get that I'm not otherwise spending on anything else.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Is it ever possible as the priest to just spam Handmaidens and Zyrellas and just beat a Druid up? Like, it feels like sometimes you do have a lot of garbage on the board that adds up to a lot of damage.
It helps.
Almost never relevant.
It really helps because you don't want to be in a situation where your 45 damage from the weapon isn't good enough. Obviously, that can still be dealt with. There are ways to secure additional copies of the weapon through Zola or the Zyrella Hero or whatever other methods you have in your deck to be able to do that, to get the Death Rattle to go off again after you've already completed the Boar's quest. But ideally, you would really, really, really love to have them below 45 so that first weapon is going to do the job. And that's where minions coming in and attacking really does do the most work, because no, you're never going to get them down to 0 with your 3-2 and your 1-1s, right? That's not going to happen. But if you can get them to connect face a few times, then that just might set you up for a smoother late game.
Double Amulet in hand, I think. Has any of them been cycled?
There was one in the opening hand, I believe, so one of them's on at least 2.
2 and a 1 then for now. And already the Druid asking questions. It's really annoying to play against Druid when the Whelps actually don't just clear your board, but they clear your board and they've still 3 left over. That's just more on the clock to slow you down, or to make you have to speed up, whichever way you want to word that.
Yeah.
1-8 Cleric's nice, but it can get awkward.
One of the better matchups, though, for it, I think, for this exact reason, you can kind of land a big health minion in response to the 2-1 surviving, as you've seen here with the Northshire Cleric. Again, FaceOff, a little shake of the head. Cleric just being dumped out of the hand to make room for Handmaiden, with 13 cards still left in the deck. It is a borderline necessity in that position, just in terms of overall hand space. But really, it's not something that you ever love doing, because you do really want to use all of your card draw effects rapidly, one after the other, in this kind of matchup.
And this is the reason I believe that you're not a Zola Bran enjoyer in this deck, right? There's plenty of card draw already, so in your opinion, or your favoured style is just not to have over amounts of card draw in your deck and stick in some of that removal like Light Bomb instead.
No, I am a Zola Bran enjoyer. You've got it.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. So I think what I said to you that you're taking that from is that I initially didn't like having like Zola Bran and Hero Zyrella in the same deck, because I thought that felt like redundant. I do see the logic of why you do that, because you can still, if you have Zyrella Hero in your deck, you can still use the Zola Bran combo on a big tempo push or on a big card draw turn, and then you still have Hero Zyrella to be your additional weapon in the deck if you need it to be in Druid and Warrior matchups. But I do feel that having all of those cards in the same deck does lead to little situations like this, where you have a handful of nonsense at all times and just no way to dump it all out on board. But that very often is a skill cap thing, right? I just don't understand how to manage my hand size as much as Pocket Train and the very, very best ball players actually do.
Using not to Light Bomb in this way, instead getting on with his own plan, using the health as a resource, which I always keep saying, because it's like the only resource you have is your health and ways to make it come back up. So you've got to perpetually use that. And setting up to pick up a couple of cards here.
And burning 2 mana as well at the end of all of it with the Priestess, which I can't imagine was the plan, especially with the 0 mana Thrive in the Shadows still in the hand and available there.
No, it doesn't seem correct, does it? It's, if you're going to play the Priestess, you're doing something with it. I think the plan was maybe to get something to draw with a Cleric. Pyro would have helped, but then 2 mana's not enough, so I'm not quite sure.
I mean, just spending another 2 mana on doing things there would have been better than nothing, right? At that spot,
yeah.
You can still thrive back into your amulet, trade more amulets if you need to at this point. A lot of things that could have still been done. When the Priestess came down, I thought the reasoning was that it was going to bounce back up to 4 mana, and then the Zyrella clear was going to be available, but that certainly wasn't the case because it only went back up to 3.
Very possible he thought the same, given the result that came out of that turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but we shall move on. That amulet picked up, I believe, is the 3/4 at the moment.
Yes.
That one does not need any further trading, which is why you will see it sat in hand.
This must be the way.
Yes, you need a 2 and a 3, and you need to play them in that order after the boars have died. It's very simple.
Can't mess it up.
It's impossible to make a mistake on that simple part of this deck.
Yep.
Having a good look at these 3 of these 12 cards remaining in his deck. Good old think. Makes the nourish. So you can draw the other 2. There you go. Got it. At what point as a druid here do you feel you need to get on with the show? Like, yeah, your opponent's down to 9 cards, they've been ticking away. Yeah, okay.
Pretty much turn 1. Like, you're on the clock. It's what you have to do. You have to land big stats, as Kwanwoo's been trying to do. He ended the last term with 2 8/8s and a 6/6 in play. He's ending this term with 2 8/8s in play. You have to do that every single turn. And then with Battlemaster in the deck, that's how you are threatening to win the game, as Kwanwoo is right now. And with that Light Bomb used, FaceOff, I now think, knows that he doesn't really have any possible way to interact with this board state, and he is just going to face inevitable defeat to a Battlegrounds Battlemaster, which is surely in hand at this point.
Yeah, a little giggle to himself there as well. Like, I'm 7-0, I'm on stream, probably going to go 2-0 down. Of course this happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, his only way to play around this was just to activate combo this turn, which obviously he can no longer do with the hand that he has, I believe.
Yep, trying to find anything here at all, but no. No, it doesn't go to 32, but good effort.
Strike! Then strike harder!
And yep, he knew that was there. 2-0 to kwanwoo, I think. The Boar Priest. I think the only person we've seen is Moyen win with Boar Priest, and he did it by beating Silent Priest at the end of yesterday.
Okay.
All the others have been struggling, I think. I don't think we've seen many, but they've been struggling when we've seen them, I think.
Yeah, and certainly I think having the BGBM in Druid probably does improve that matchup enormously. Because without that card, what we saw there was a fairly familiar pattern. I mean, questions about face-off sequencing and rope and whatever aside. You know, card draw, little board clear from the priest, some more card draw. Okay, one big board comes down, boom, there's the light bomb. Second big board comes down. Okay, I'm still at 30. I'll ignore this second big board for now. A bit more card draw, and then the next turn you potentially have your board combo to pop off with, right? However, when there's a BGBM, there is no board that you can ignore. Every Druid board will kill you. So once your one light bulb has been consumed,
I'm confused.
there's no Shadow Word Ruin or anything like that as an additional card, like you see in Shellfish Priest, for example, where there is both Shadow Word Ruin and Light Bomb usually, because quite often you have to blow up your own board as much as you have to blow up your opponents in that deck. But without that in this version of the deck, there's really only one large board you can clear over the course of the entire game, because Pyromancer generally doesn't get it done against Druid-style minions. So being able to transform any board into lethal with the BGBM probably amplifies that matchup significantly for the Druid.
Must be nice for kwanwoo. Played 2 games, he's damaged his opponent twice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I realized straight after I said it, like when I thought the Priestess was coming down to make the Zyrella clear, well, that's utter nonsense, because the Zyrella clear was never going to do anything, because kwanwoo just hasn't attacked FaceOff this entire series so far. So
apart from when he's going to kill him, like that's it. There's been no damage inflicted, and actually makes you wonder to some degree if this is to some extent a target Boar Priest strategy. We didn't bring that up because that sort of wasn't really on the radar, but all of these decks do line up nicely if you're going to do that with that bit of tech against the Boar Priest, if you count the Druid as a functioning deck against the rest of the field, but throw in a Battlemaster for this purpose.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I'd have to look more into the Shaman Boar Priest matchup to actually give like a definitive answer on that, because genuinely, I just don't really know how that matchup plays out. I have 0 reps of it under my belt at this point. But certainly it's been very successful against the Boar Priest so far, to the point where FaceOff is now switching off to his own Druid, which we just saw there was single Doomsayer and a spammy Arcanist in there. And it's going to be the Lorinda special. I'm off for a cup of tea. You can handle this one on your own. Mech Paladin all the way down.
Yeah, I think I've played fewer games of Mech Paladin than I have of Boar Priest spectacularly, but ones that I've won, I've definitely won more games of Mech Paladin. Yeah. This deck, I called it at the start of the tournament. I'm going to stick by it, although it's not been as good as I expected. It is just good against the right things right now. I highlighted it a bit at the start. Hunter and Warrior in particular. The Divine Shields are just brutal against those 2 favoured decks. And it's okay against everything else apart from Demon Hunter, but you can ban that. So you take it. It's one of those decks that just, I wouldn't recommend it for ladder, really, because you're going to get Demon Hunted out of sight. They're always 1 turn ahead of you and you just can't catch up. But for the tournament environment, which is what we are doing here, I think the Mech Paladin was just one of the very best brings for this tournament. It just makes your opponent have an extra deck they would like to ban that they can't.
And even Druid, right, which is the matchup we're going to face. Yes, most board-based aggro decks do very well against Druid, but just Paladin, when you were talking about the Divine Shield as a specific advantage against Hunter and Warrior, it's also pretty darn good against Druid, because Divine Shield minions don't get traded by Kelp Keeper, they don't get traded by Druid of the Reef, and each bubble eats an entire whelp when Scale of Onyxia or Raid Boss Onyxia comes down, right? So it's very, very difficult for Druid to remove any of these very sticky minions as well.
And against most aggro decks, when the Druid has stabilized, the Druid wins. Against this, it's still kind of true, but they've got to deal with a 10-10 every turn. It's a little bit different as the Druid when your opponent is just spewing 10-10s on the board because they've been gaining stats throughout the game, than it is when you've just controlled them and, oh, look, they've got a deck full of 3/4s and a silly little shark, who cares? So when they stabilize, the game is still not over against this. The Doomsayer is going to be interesting because Radar Detector gets a free turn to go off against the Doomsayer, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, no, sure, I can see that. Doomsayer was the one card not kept here, though, in fact, because the keep was Wild Growth and Innovate, and the Doomsayer was mulliganed into. So that's about, I mean, now that is as good as an opening hand as you can possibly have.
Yep. And now he has the decision, do I just want to play the Doomsayer so I can preserve my Innovate, maybe for scales later, just be super greedy? Might be a thing. Because the rest just goes 3/5/7 like we all know and love.
Yeah, the Vate doesn't really get you anywhere. It's just, I think the argument here is if you Vate Growth this turn and then just go Doomsayer Hero Power next turn, did your Doomsayer then kill more stuff and save you more health over the course of the game, or does that just get the Doomsayer killed? I think that's really the only argument that you're going to have with yourself at that point.
Just the 2 mechs from the Detector, that's a big whiff. Nowhere near getting the achievement on that one.
Is there an achievement for getting all 5?
Yeah, there is. I didn't even know about it. I hit it by accident. Hadn't realised what a miracle that was. Until
because you're the luckiest Hearthstone player I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, of course. Of course I am, Sotul.
Yeah.
You said that to everybody you've ever played against.
Probably true, actually. Yeah.
At some point or other. All right.
No, actually, I'll tell you who is objectively.
I know who you're going to say.
You can tell them the right answer.
Daniel Falcone.
There it is. Yeah.
Is the actual answer to that? Yeah. But only when playing against Sotul, just to be clear.
Yeah.
And I have witnessed it. We never used to be able to play test because of it, in fact. All right.
Just come back. It's like, Noel's been testing against Falcone. Falcone was playing Freeze Mage, and we've reached the conclusion that Freeze Mage beats Control Warrior 90% of the time.
And then you switch it around, and oh, it's 91% the other way, like it should be.
Yeah.
I think you've done that, haven't you? You've switched before just to prove, and it's just gone the other way as well. Yeah. Nice. All right. Board for FaceOff. These are, like you mentioned, good little shield proccers and plenty of mana and plenty of stuff on the other side. It is actually looking really good for FaceOff here, as well as you could hope for.
Yeah, particularly because this hand is a little bit clunky. And honestly, like, this is my #1 objection to Mech Paladin is... This is, of course, a false equivalence. You don't just have to compare these two decks to each other because they both say mech in the name. But if you're going to play like a board-based aggro deck with mechs in it, why are you playing the one that has to pay mana for their cards as opposed to the one that doesn't? That doesn't make any sense to me. Mech Mage scams like 20 mana per game. Like, that has to be the better deck, surely. That's how Hearthstone works.
Again, I'm not arguing that Mech Paladin is a good deck. I'm arguing it's a good deck for this tournament.
But what makes it better than...
Divine
Shields.
What makes it
better in this light? So you're saying just Divine Shields in particular?
Divine Shields in particular, particularly because Hunter doesn't get to trigger their quest from them, is the real big deal.
Okay.
Because they're removing your stuff and not advancing, whereas if they're killing Mech Mage things, they're advancing their quest and killing your stuff. That's kind of the big swing for me.
This has certainly been my experience. I have played limited games of Mech Paladin because my experience of playing against Mech Paladin is they just play a minion for the amount of mana that it costs as an aggro deck, which just isn't good enough in my experience so far in this metagame. And I've just kind of dismissed it out of hand as just not really doing very powerful things, which honestly, I know I am aware of the flaw in this method because what Druid did on the other side on this game was utterly disgusting. But there's one deck in this matchup that's paying mana for their things and one deck in this matchup that isn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to argue on a fundamentally power level, I am not going to argue at all. But I will argue a little bit based on the exact decks we expected to see here. Because it's functional against the other decks. I'm going to just keep reiterating that. Makes you happy anyway.
Even the Mech Paladin wants to be Mech Mage. Look at the minions that just randomly appeared. It knows.
It knows. Look, I'm already in trouble. I can't say any more against Mech Mage this tournament. I've already been, like, roasted in public by Orange for it. And Orange is the nicest person in the world and still
That was Naga Mage. Orange isn't going to defend
Oh, yeah, of course.
He's defending
well, you know,
Mage.
it's a mage. What's the difference?
Even when you're trying to backpedal, you're still getting it wrong, Lorinda. What's going on?
I don't know. It's almost as if I haven't played enough mage.
Ramp into a Nixia here just to clear up even further. Just add another 8-8 to the problem. Value trade into the 5-5. Perfect. One whelp left exactly. Push the damage face. Deal with this one, Paladin.
Carriel. He'll be fine.
Carriel is good enough for now, yeah.
Into Leviathan.
Our hardships only strengthen.
It'll all be okay. Look at FaceOff's hand. It's all removal cards. It's fine.
Yeah, ignore like the 16-16 that's coming down this turn.
Yeah, sure. I'm doing.
Oh, sorry, the two of them. The two of them. My bad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is it 16-16?
It's not if you play the Oracle first.
Correct. It's never 16-16, right? Because it's always an odd number.
It's always an odd number, yeah.
So you're just wrong, Sottle. I don't know how wrong you are, but I know you're wrong. You take off 6, right? So it's... Yeah, 13. I remember now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well done. I'll listen to you all along.
Oh, dear. Well, that looks like it's going to be 2-1.
I must concede.
I must concede. What sort of voice line's that?
I thought you...
Honourably choose?
I thought the end of that sentence was going to be, I must concede that Mech Paladin sucks. And that would have been a very fitting thing to hear you say there, Lorinda, but apparently not.
We'll see tomorrow. We will see, Sottle, in the final, when it's Mech Paladin versus Mech Paladin at 0-0. If it's a 2-2, that means it's the worst deck, right?
Neil Yompad Bond, the year of Mech Paladin all day. That's what you're turning into right now. It's just, oh, wait until next year. Wait until next year. That's when it'll come good.
I mean, I am genuinely someone who does not enjoy Paladin. I don't enjoy this Paladin particularly much either. I'm just going to stand by it. All right, so face-off on the board. The Warrior and the Boar remaining. We'll get to see the Paladin take on those in face-off's order of choice. We won't talk about how he will decide that, but people like time on stream, so he's likely to pick the one he thinks is the better choice. And as we have probably 0 stats at all about how Boar Priest gets on about against Mech Paladin, I'm going to say he's going to choose the Warrior.
In which case, yes. I still think you are right in that the Control Warrior is going to be the bigger point of contention. I do think bubbles are the least impactful against Boar Priest, less impactful than against any other deck in the metagame, I suppose, because the way the minions are going to get cleared generally is going to be with the Pyromancer early. It can interact fairly well with the Light Bomb, I suppose, because the Light Bomb is not going to clear up anything with a Divine Shield. But unless the minions also get big and bubbly, then the Wild Pyromancer will still be able to take it apart, because the shield is only functioning as 1 extra health in those positions. So it remains to be seen how sticky those minions get. I think if you get the weapon into Righteous Protector into Radar Detector start that he got there against Druid, against Priest, then your minions probably get big enough, quick enough that they just stick to the board against Priest and you can get there. That is likely the case, but I think Priest can probably just about get there in the matchup, whereas we are going to see the Warrior. Lorinda with the correct read on the player psychology, and it's going to be the Warrior coming out from face-off.
Yeah, absolutely, and the reasoning was absolutely logically sound, of course. because we haven't got the stats, he will do this. Absolutely.
I mean, you do skirt dangerously close to attempting to talk to me about Q order, which for those of you at home who don't know, if a co-caster tries to talk to me about Conquest pick order, I will leave the broadcast in protest and they can solo cast the rest of it. And Lorinda, you get dangerously.
Oh, hang on.
Sometimes.
Right, so anyway. I'm with you tomorrow at some point. I'll just go straight into the pick order, good old solo cast. None of this being corrected nonsense. Just go for it. Just talk my own gibberish for an hour on my own.
It's Raven who has the solo cast happy play. I've never seen him happier than when he gets to solo cast. He just gets to prattle away on his own, saying whatever he wants. Never been happier.
How do you feel that Warrior has performed in this tournament from what we have seen? Because I think there's two schools, but I'm curious as to what you think.
Just based on what we have looked at so far?
Yeah, you could throw in a bit of anecdotal, what you think off-stream might be happening as well, but yeah.
Well, I mean, just based on what we've seen so far, I would say it's underperformed because what we've seen it do is lose to Demon Hunter, which is exactly the opposite of its job, right? So I think based on our sample size, we kind of have to say that. But overall, in the tournament as a whole, I think it's performed largely as expected, just looking at the stats in general. Nothing really seems like a massive outlier to me, having looked at that. It's fallen just kind of where I would have expected it to be perfectly honest. It's part of, I believe, the 4 highest win rate lineups in the tournament so far. That was the 4 most common lineups that I was looking at before, not the highest win rate. Whereas in terms of matchup win rate, it's just kind of done what you've expected it to do, right? There are decks that punish it and there are decks that it punishes. It's a very polarized deck, so it's going to trend towards the middle of the pack, just almost based on lineup matchup RNG, right? Which players do you face when you have the Control Warrior in your lineup?
Yeah, part of the reason I ask is because it seems to be one of those decks, and it's weird to me that it's a warrior in this spot, not some newfangled thing, where several players, Bunnyhoppor being one, just think it's the best deck right now, and others are just like, well, it just doesn't really draw the stuff, does it? And I'm trying to work out if that's just an experience-based thing, or if there's literally some players playing it miles better than others.
I do think, having dipped my toes in the Control Warrior water at the very least, I do think there is a higher skill ceiling than kind of some Control Warrior variants in the past because of the need to find creative win conditions with not random cards, but cards that cost random amounts of mana over the various courses of the game, right? Like the ability to look at the bottom of your deck, discount the bottom of the deck, swap your entire hand with the bottom of the deck, nargling win conditions, Nelly win conditions, mutinous win conditions. These all kind of vary significantly from matchup to matchup. Finding the solution to the individual puzzle that you're faced with in any given matchup, I think is a lot more difficult than it ever used to be. The anti-aggro matchups are still very much the anti-aggro matchups, right? You draw the removal, you blow out the board, and then when you can actually make a board of your own to definitively win the game, you do that. That's just kind of Control Warrior 101 and always has been. But it's the kind of outsider matchups apart from that, which I think have made the deck a lot more interesting recently.
But even that, we go back to Blyze earlier, just playing a buckler on 2. He had to. It wasn't a particularly genius play or anything, but seeing a buckler played on 2 as your only buckler in hand against the aggro druid, I think it was. Just get that 5 armor now, those sort of things. Don't worry about your combo, blow up the board. I know I'll find something to do with it later. There seems to be a lot more of that going on in this deck as well.
Yeah, agreed.
And this card, Finley, obviously. You're talking about the dredge component of the deck. The Finley, the use of Finley is absolutely critical sometimes.
Yeah, wildly overrated Hearthstone card, by the way, but specifically in the deck that discounts the entire bottom of the deck, then drawing that entire bottom of the deck in one go, yes, that's a very powerful effect. But multiple people I saw saying, oh, you're just going to play this in every deck. Like, no, what? Would you play Plot Twist in every deck? No, of course you wouldn't. What are you talking about?
But again, it's a card that has a standalone value outside of that combo. Like, obviously, it's in the deck because it has the combo, but it is a card that, hey, this hand sucks, I'll try a new one with 1 less card and 1 less mana. And actually, we might not be far from that point.
Bubbles doing their work, Lorinda. What an incredible point of analysis that was. Look at how awkward these Divine Shields are. You're a genius. How did you ever foresee this? It's incredible.
It's the thousands and thousands of games at rank 200 million that I've played this month. It's all it can be.
Nargling from the depths, by the way, is a small out, if there ever was a small out, to go along with Sir Spinley in hand.
I do like that name for Finley. Look at him go.
I mean, genuinely, I haven't taken my eyes off it for more than a few seconds at a time. Like, when the Discover box popped up, I flicked my eyes down to the Discover box, registered what they were, and then went back to looking at Finley immediately. I can't help it. It's captivating.
Like TJ's webcam.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just interested to see what he took there in the end from that Discover, because he had the other out of it's either Finley and Prey or Brawl and Prey, and I think he had to work out some math there on which he thought was the better option.
Yeah, I mean, the weird one is, right, it's the card that you're going to draw next, so it's a card that you can play before Finleying, I suppose, is the way to look at it. Because, you know, if you're doing things in that order, then, yeah, so he's going to dredge it again, or discount the dredge again, and then go for the gusto with the Finley, I imagine, because that Brawl is still down there and still double discounted at this point. So now you do not pick the Brawl under any circumstance, because you want it remaining on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, the Shield Shatter's not much use, because both of the Bucklers are in hand.
Oh, okay, you could also do it this way, if you really want to. Pick up the card that you just put on the top by using the Forged in Flame. Sure.
Yeah. There you go. Those are things you were just talking about. Many ways of doing similar things for different amounts of mana and time.
Yeah, multiple roads to El Dorado, as a wise man once said.
Indeed. Many times.
Frozen Buckle of Fur.
Oh,
Then gonna
and he
drop
knows.
Spinley.
And he knows the clears on the bottom with the armor. At least one of them. Does he get a second shatter, though?
Well, he knows he's getting the Brawl, right? Which I think is the card that's getting played this time. He does get the second Shield Shatter, though, which is huge. And now with Rakara as well, that is a huge stack of armor that is not going to go anywhere.
And
he's going to have these Shield Shatters lined up for the following turn. He's going to lose 5 armor naturally from the Buckler, which means this 4 attack is doing nothing. He's going to have a massive armor stack for the following turn to, as you say, just tempo out a Nelly.
True strength comes from within.
Okay, then.
Job's done.
Enjoying FaceOff's faces as he processes the different things that have been happening in this match. Seems to find them all amusing, which is one of my favourite facial expressions.
Do it. Have to do it, right?
Double Shatter Nelly?
Yeah.
Seems good. I mean, it's not ideal, but you're not in an ideal situation, so...
It's something. It's a potential win condition.
What's the other move? You lose your armor if you don't do it now, right?
Go Depths Plumbing again, apparently.
Oh, he's got a brand for next turn. Now it changes things around. Because now we might see a Mutinous instead.
Well, he's already paid the mana for the Dredge, right? So he can't do it.
He's not going to do that at all. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, the brand was always down there, right? Because he'd picked it up from the initial Dredge off blowing up his weapon, and then he'd put it back down there again with the Finley. So the brand was always there, and it was something that I'd considered. It's just for me, especially, like, let's say kwanwoo had done anything that wasn't radar detector on the previous turn, right?
Yeah.
Then I would be considering this line more heavily, because you might feel like you could still develop into a fairly weak board. But when your opponent fills their entire hand up like that, I don't think, personally, that you should feel like you have the time to do this, but maybe FaceOff is about to prove me wrong, because last time I saw 6 Pirates got an awful lot of work done.
Yeah, let's go the other way with that comment you just made. Let's say he's seen his opponent pick up a win condition amount of cards in hand. Does one Nelly get there?
Yeah, okay, no, sure. I see the logic of that too. 2 entirely contradictory statements that both seem to make sense, sure.
Yeah, if he's only going to get 18 done with the Nelly, even though it's fantastic and it gets cleared up, what else has he got? Whereas this
I
is
guess
a potential high roll of 30.
Right, thinking about it in terms of damage, though, is not necessarily where I'm at. What I'm saying is you can clear the board that turn, play your 4-6 and your 5-5 and your 2-6. You're ahead on board that turn, and then your opponent plays their stuff, but then you use 3 1-mana pirates to still be ahead on board the next turn, and then you build from there. Whereas this kind of created that buffer. But yes, if you're going to hit Mr. Smite, which you almost always do off a 6 pirate boat, then I suppose you can just say that, you know, taking that 1 turn of delay is not going to be a big deal. And in the end, while we've been arguing about this, kwanwoo just dropped Leviathan, which was honestly a fairly underwhelming amount of stats in play, right, in comparison to what potentially could have come out. But again, maybe I'm just stuck in the idea that, you know, Mech Mage can play 13 cards with 8 mana, whereas Mech Paladin probably can't.
Probably can't, but now can put taunts in the way in the future of this pirate ship. Or rather, of its contents.
Yeah, these Annoyatrons are huge in this scenario for sure. But it's not looking good regardless.
No, my money's on the Warrior at this point, must admit.
Yeah.
Double smite in there, so he doesn't even have to do it all in 1 turn if he doesn't want to.
Was there a second one found? Okay.
Yeah.
I stopped paying attention when the first one came up.
I can't tell you what the other 4 cards were. I was on Smite Watch.
Interesting, because there was the option here as well to go with Dredge and then draw with the 2 attacks, looking specifically for a Carriel to play that turn, right? Which can then set him up to be resistant to the pirates. However, by delaying it for 1 turn here, there's still not really a way that the pirate ship dies this turn, right? So he's still set up and has used the Dredge to put the Carriel on the top anyway, and is going to be picking that up on the following turn for free. So I kind of like this delayed setup that kwanwoo has gone for here. Problem is, by committing the Annoyatrons now, how is he then going to resist the pirates coming through the other way? Because there might still be enough to be looking at pushing lethal even through Carriel in the end.
Yeah, buffing the cards in hand because he knows he's going to eat them. I enjoyed that. Now there's even more stuff. Mm-hmm.
Did miss on the biggest minion, though, unfortunately.
Did. Now he's setting up an argument, right? It's, okay, well, now you have to kill my Nelly. Because otherwise I'm just going to mutinous you to death.
Yeah, very true.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
Which is kind of, without this Carriel at least, was a checkmate situation. It still might be, but it's probably not, as he needs to do, I don't know, what, 23 times 28 times 2, 56? Yeah, I do know what it is. There you go.
Now,
56.
Is this still draw card first? You have 2 mana to play with here, so is there anything for exactly 2 mana that you would be willing to dredge first and then draw to play exactly this turn? With both Annoyatrons gone, I think the answer to that question is no. You do draw first.
That is probably correct.
kwanwoo disagrees. Takes the automaton. Draws the automaton.
Oh, you draw first because you want to hit smite.
Sorry?
So you dredge first, so you can hit smite and buff it for your lethal outs. America's out, sort of.
There'd be a lot more relevant if there was a Mr. Smite in the deck.
Is there not one in there?
No.
Well, don't do that then. Easy.
Meanwhile, how much did you say this was? 54 needed?
I said 56 at the time, yeah.
So it's now 54, so that's 17, 29, 31. Outseed Captain.
Weapon, freebooter, cannon
Got a
man.
lot closer than it needed to be because of exactly the 2 mana, well, the 1 mana, I suppose, 7/3 coming out on top of all of this.
Look at it all.
Even absolute crazy RNG best case scenario, I think this is still short, just based on a quick count.
Trusting your quick count. Trusting it less and less as the hits are
Trusting it significantly less, yes indeed. There it goes, all to face in the end. Wow, that was an
56.
absolutely absurd amount of damage.
That would teach you to 30 me twice in 2 games. Take 56, idiot. Yeah,
I had it when I counted it. I had everything going face plus the 2 cannons also going face with 2 minions on board, and I had that as 1 short. So I don't know how I managed to get that horribly wrong because he still had an entire spare pirate attack to go on that turn. So who knows?
I mean, there were captains, there were freebooters. It was all kicking off. Then there's the are they odd or even numbers, which matters as well when you're adding it up like that.
That's very true. Yeah, that's
rounding.
probably where I went wrong. Yeah, rounding errors. It's always the rounding errors.
Yeah, we'll go with that. And the captain actually probably turned most of those into rounding error numbers. Smite goes up 1, and there was 2 smites. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, they're all odd numbers. Look, here we go.
Picking up specifically the Bloodsail Raider is what really made that all possible, right? Just having that extra additional 7 attack, 8 attack minion coming down in that spot. We'd accounted for the double smite, but the Bloodsail Raider being in there as well. Absolutely ridiculous game from FaceOff, and on reflection, I think absolutely correct to go for the greedier line with the brown boat in the end. Because I think, you know, resolving that down from my position, there probably wouldn't have been enough to challenge the Colossus over the 2 turns, right? I think that would have traded things down nicely. I think the carrier would have then cleared up, which is something that you have to account for, because if you make your push and you gas out, even if with the play I suggested you win board for an extra turn or 2 quicker, you get there quicker and you hold it for an extra turn or 2 longer, the carrier is still going to keep the paladin alive at that point, and even if it takes them an extra turn or 2 to regrip the board, they have the time to do that. So I think the plan from FaceOff was absolutely on point on reflection there, to go dredging for the brand that he absolutely 100% knew was there because he put it there in the first place, pick that up, take the 1 extra slow turn on board. I would still argue that turn played by kwanwoo was a little bit slower than even you might have expected, just spending 7 mana on 7 at that point as opposed to combinations of various cards chucking tons of power into play. But still, I think on reflection, FaceOff absolutely 100% correct to go for what he went for.
I'm going to suggest another example, or a first example maybe, of Warrior being maybe a little bit tougher to play than it looks at first glance, because your argument was pretty compelling at the time. Let's just get on board and wipe out these things and have some stuff. That's kind of how Hearthstone works. But he worked out, especially with the Mutinous as well, he worked out that the Mutinous was going to be a big deal there, because I don't know if he can predict the brand's going to still be there, but he knows that if the ship's still there, the brand's still there, then he gets the Mutinous.
No, honestly, to the contrary, I think that might have ended up being the actual X factor for the whole decision as well, because if you wipe the board in that spot, and then you play Brand Nelly, I think you have a reasonable expectation that brand might survive a turn at that point, because your opponent likely is not going to want to pop the boat. They're quite likely to do something that the opponent did on the other side, at which point, if he had planned that far ahead to be able to then foresee Brand Mutinous at the same time, then hats off to him, because that is a very, very, very insightful play. But I absolutely would not put it past someone at this level of Hearthstone to have something set up that far in advance. And I do think that Brand Mutinous was not something that I had considered, because it could have been even better than expected, right? If a line had been gone for where kwanwoo chose to hold the Annoyatrons, for example, to try and play around one of those burst lethals at the end, if there would have been bigger minions than click clockers in play to begin with, there could have been, you know, maybe even an immediate lethal setup through that carrier that came down. So I do think very, very insightful play from FaceOff in that one. Very, very well earned. But now we are going to come down to what have really been the 2 problem decks of the series, Lorinda, with the Mech Paladin going up against the Boar Priest. Am I right in saying that these are the decks responsible for all of the losses in this series so far?
The deck's responsible for all of my losses on ladder, I know that much. But yes, you are very much correct in that, as I'm sure you're taking great glee in delivering to me. But one of them's going to win now, Sottle, so you can't be smug for much longer.
Yeah, the Boar Priest is going to win, the good deck.
Okay. I hope it does, because I haven't seen it really do its thing. Again, apart from in that really weird, well-played game by Moyen against Fury Hunter last night.
Which I didn't see because I had passed out at that point.
There was all sorts going on in that game. Because Silence Priest, and me and Jude just like, yeah, Silence Priest, we know about this from 5 years ago with exactly the same cards, honest. We know what we're doing.
I have quite enjoyed most variations of Silence Priest throughout the years, to be fair. It's a silly deck.
It really is. All right, some cheap stuff there for Kwanwoo, which obviously is a mixed blessing. But right now, with the hand he has, I think it's nice for him. He's going to be able to fill out the board. He's got the Automaton, which is going to be a big deal for any of the Priest cards apart from Zyrella to deal with. And not scared to insert the 1, because 1 is not a dangerous amount of damage for the Priest to have to heal up. Quite happily do that and take a view on how much damage he wants to do going forward.
Yeah, or maybe he just forgot for the first time in 3 games. He's been so disciplined up to this point. But no, I do absolutely agree with you. I think 1 damage is no big deal to poke into the Priest face at all. Shard, yeah. I think take as many shards as you can possibly get your hands on in this matchup to deal with those Divine Shields, if needs be.
Oh, need will be for absolute sure. I know what the deck is.
Engage.
Double bot in hand. So the Automaton's going to be a very annoying thing to deal with. I know you say that the shield's only 1 health, but it's already on 4 health. How much more does it really need?
Yeah, not that much.
And it's also Zyrella proof, right? We talk about Pyros clearing it, but it is Zyrella proof with a big shield on it.
On that front, FaceOff healing his own face there, by the way, which isn't necessarily always correct in these positions, especially when you're playing against an opponent who has shown that they are incredibly committed to not pushing large amounts of damage against you. But I think this time around, Kwanwoo is just putting in that chip damage. Again, 3 is the magic number. That's kind of the most you can do without really ever having to think about it, I suppose.
Yep.
Because of Gift of the Naru. Any more than that, and then you might start getting yourself into trouble.
FaceOff using cards. The healing's there, but that's not what he was worried about. He was worried about getting some more stuff in hand, because currently he is not well equipped to deal with a board full of shielded mechs, which is what he's got in front of him. And now this has answered the question. Kwanwoo not messing around. He is just getting all the damage while he can. There's no real way to do 30 in a turn. Obviously, there is ways to do that in this deck, but yeah, realistically, you've got to chip away.
Yeah, so I don't think this board is going to get dealt with this turn, but if FaceOff can find himself a Desperate Prayer from this Thrive in the Shadows or from the natural draws at some point, he will be able to likely clear this up. And any board that comes down, in fact, he'll be able to clear up with the second shard, the Desperate Prayer, and the Zyrella in combination next turn, but that will involve tanking an enormous amount of damage in the meantime.
Does Desperate Prayer work like that?
Sorry?
The Desperate Prayer, it doesn't proc shields, right? It's not damage.
No. What? Desperate Prayer is just heal for 5.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought you meant. I'm thinking of Devour. It's okay. Desperate Prayer.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Shadow. Yes, for example, yeah. To answer the question you asked, which was nothing to do with what I was talking about, Shadower Devour kills a click clocker with a Divine Shield without interacting with the Divine Shield. Yes.
It's good. Good to know. Thank you, Sottle, for commentating both on what's happening on the board and what's happening in my head simultaneously.
Yeah, it's a little tricky sometimes. We can do it.
Any world where Sneeds is useful here? Probably none.
Don't think so, no.
I was going to say, is Mooncatcher too slow? Possibly. So yeah, Gorilla Bot makes absolute sense just to keep this all coming turn after turn.
Okay, possibilities are now afoot with the Priestess. Hopefully FaceOff does not spend too long thinking about them, because he's already fallen into that particular pit of spikes once during this series.
Yeah, this is the biggest pit of spikes, is trying to calculate it so you waste no mana and no cards in this spot. Fine, if you can do it, go for it. But if you're not quite sure, just play some cards. You never count, right? You just see get a feel for, yeah, this is enough to do all the things I want to do.
I absolutely agree. Decision paralysis is the biggest pitfall with this deck by far. You just end up doing nothing.
Halfway through the turn, and it's kind of there. If you waste 2 mana and you've done the things you want to do, just do those things. I'm getting angry. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. I'm having flashbacks, Soddle. This looks like my games. I assume that means he's made the decision some time ago not to use the Priestess, right? That's all I can come to. Though he's now using his 6 mana carefully.
Yeah, sure.
Because when you've decided not to use it, now you can just play a proper Hearthstone turn.
Leviathan now coming down. The Shard of the Naru was preserved, which gives face-off options for Shard plus Light Bomb in the future. He does want to go for that, potentially even right now.
Yep.
But it looks like he does have other plans still.
I mean, he needs to draw as well as clear the board, right? Just light bombing doesn't get you anywhere apart from killing some stuff.
Yeah, he's still a long way away on his tradables as well. Still needs to get that done at some point, which again, as I was saying at the start, you know, it's very easy to forget to account for the amount of mana that you actually have to allocate. Like 3 trades for 3 Amulet of Undying is 3 mana that you have to spend over the course of the game, which doesn't sound like a lot. But when your removal costs 6 and you've almost been dead for the entire game and it's only turn 7 already, and yes, that's an enormous amount of mana that you have to spend at some point over the course of the game.
Making the space quite efficiently here. Finally finds the Pyromancer that he's been hunting for the last 24 cards.
Yep, there comes the Devour. Able to take some of this damage off the board at the very least.
Did get quite a lot of cycles in there. I'm going to assume, for the sake of argument, which is I probably shouldn't, given my track record, that the amulets are now stacked up to what they need to be.
Did one of them come back after the start of the turn? I only took note of 2 trades during the turn. I'm not sure if one came back to the hand after it was traded initially.
I thought it did, but I might be wrong, honestly, at this point.
Oh, Bubble Bot again!
FaceOff also ended up using a lot of spells there to just deal with what he had in front of him last turn, which means this Pyromancer or the next Pyromancer are both going to be hard work.
Carrier Dredge as well, which means FaceOff is going to have to play the hard mode version of the matchup where he's going to need a double weapon to be able to get the job done.
That's a 3 on that, I'm pretty sure I saw.
So is this now just Boar Shard and Light Bomb?
Yeah.
It leaves a freaking... Well, it doesn't leave a 7-8 behind, but it still leaves the Gorilla Bot behind. Trades it away. Which means, is he going to try and find it right now with the Cleric?
Got to decide again, like you keep on about this, or I keep on about the decision paralysis. You're right, this is so tough, but you try and find it right now, can't get it all done, right?
Well, I believe the other amulet does cost 0, so I think it would be theoretically possible in some world, but not without knowing the exact makeup of the deck on the other side.
Right. He also doesn't have many spells left, and also the tradables would be difficult. Oh, he's just leveling.
Get on board. Yep, having traded away the Shard, he didn't have any way of dealing with it. Obviously, with the Shard, he would have removed the Divine Shield, so he would have potentially killed the Leviathan, but he would have still left the Gorilla Bot behind, but it would have been silenced, so it would have only been a 3-4 or a 3-1 at that point after the Light Bomb had hit it. But again, without knowing the exact makeup of the last few cards left in FaceOff's deck, It is hard to tell you exactly whether trading away gave him shots to go for it. I do think in some worlds he did have shots to go for it with Cleric, Pyro, Gift, blah, 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 because the other amulet was discounted to 0 at that point, as long as they were juiced up as much as they needed to be. But even then, it was going to prove to be a difficult game if he didn't get it done then. And this is something that incentivizes going for it early in positions like this as well. If he pops off this turn, the carry-all never happens, right? So FaceOff doesn't have to worry about getting that second weapon done with the Zyrella and getting to that point in the game. He can just get there with the first weapon because kwanwoo will never have enough mana to play the carry-all in the first place. Boar Priest is very, very hard. I don't think that was us witnessing the deck being played at the highest level. It was certainly a level of the deck higher than what I've reached with it so far, and I think I'd speak for my co-caster there as well. But certainly not the exhibition that we've been waiting for. But maybe somewhere in top 16, top 8, top 4, top 2, there is a Boar Priest king or queen hanging around that can show us how it's done.
And it might be FaceOff. I don't think he's been on stream many times before, if any. We usually talk about that a lot. We didn't today. We're kind of getting used to players just jumping onto stream and not minding so much these days. But, you know, I told you about his curve, his improvement curve across those qualifiers recently. Maybe this is just another step he hasn't yet taken, which is playing well on stream under the pressure, especially something like Boar Priest, where the second you turn a camera on yourself and play a game of Hearthstone, you lose 30 seconds off your turn. I'm not telling you how, I don't know why, but I think most players have experienced that at some point who have been on stream. Your time just goes so much more quickly for some reason. I don't know if your head's full of thoughts of, oh, what are people thinking about my Boar Priest play? But the time goes somewhere. And I'm not the only one who experiences this. But maybe we'll see him in the top 8 and do it properly.
Yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, though, if you want to look at it from a purely neutral perspective, perhaps that was the right result in the series because FaceOff is actually paired down in this bracket. So he was the 7-0 player, kwanwoo was the 6-1 player. So the fact that it broke down that way means that both of those players now end up on 7-1, which is a qualifying score for top 16. So happy days all around, I suppose, if you want to take that away from what you just saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to take it away. I like to watch the players who get into the top 16 before they get there. We don't get to see all of the round of 16. We do see every match after that, so we cover it as much as we can. But that round of 16 has allowed us to have a much sharper cut, a much cleaner cut, a much better cut for the players involved, rather than having several players on tie breaks and stuff. Now it's just 1 or 2 lucky people get into the top 16, rather than like 9 missing out or something. So even though we don't get to show all of that, it is like an extra round of Swiss. And you will see a lot of the action tomorrow. But I think we might have some more action today, Sottle, as well, with some more action from this round of huge importance for everything going on around the whole of the Masters Tour, seasonal championships, last call Grandmasters, all of that being decided over the next few minutes. So without further ado, let's have a look at the next game on the list. Take a short break to set it up, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Sottle, and we have the pleasure of bringing you some more coverage from the last round of Swiss here. Last coverage you'll see before we know who's in our top 16, get to see who's going to be battling it out for that championship spot tomorrow. Sottle, how you doing, bud? Coming off a pretty long match.
It was a full 5-gamer. I think both players were hitting the ropes sometimes to their detriment in the series. So it was a long one, but it was a really interesting one. And honestly, I do think a lot of the games have been incredibly interesting and complex as the tour has gone on, which is something I kind of predicted right in the intro, right? Because I think there are a lot of decks that that lend to it, where you just get these insane board tension kind of positions where both players are in agony trying to work out how to find the advantage, as well as just players trying to line up various things with like dredge mechanic combos as well, particularly in some of these warrior games that we've been seeing. So it's been a sort of different expression of what good Hearthstone looks like than we've perhaps been used to seeing in some of the more combo and burn based metas that we've seen previously. But it's still been certainly very, very engaging. It's been keeping me on my toes throughout, so been having a good time.
You know who else is having a good time?
Shiinamahiru?
Kurtrus.
Ah, okay.
Close, very close. But yeah, Shiinamahiru versus Bunnyhoppor. I believe we're going to jump into this match in progress.
Okie dokie.
Shiinamahiru is going to be playing the Naga Demon Hunter. And I think this is going to be game 2. And I'm not smart enough to look at these small boxes and know who actually won game 1. So we'll find out. I didn't even look at the graphic.
It appears Bunnyhoppor won game 1 on Warrior from what I'm looking at.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. It always confuses me from the get-go. From the get-go.
Confirmation.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So Bunnyhoppor doesn't have the Warrior available. Players had very similar lineups coming into this. In fact, I don't want to say it's card for card the same, but it's not card for card the same. Their Warriors differ slightly. Their Quest Hunters differ slightly.
Yep.
And their Ram Druids differ slightly, but same archetypes all the way across the board.
Yeah, Harpoon Gun versus no Harpoon Gun, 1 Forged in Flame versus 2 Forged in Flame. Just little differences here and there, but yeah, archetype-wise, very, very similar indeed. Bunnyhoppor going to be going here with the Quest Hunter, going up against the Demon Hunter on the other side. Curious as to whether in this series we will get to see Hunter versus Warrior played out from either side, because that is a matchup that I still have a bit of trouble with in terms of how I've seen very good players play. It's one of those things where I've seen, supposedly good players play the matchup and, in my opinion, play it very badly. And then I've talked to other very good players who've then gone, no, you're right. You're not supposed to play it like that. What you're saying is correct. And then I've gone and cross-referenced that with a different player, and they've gone, no, Sottle, you're an idiot. What the player did on stream was right the whole time. So I basically have no idea what the right answer is. So it's a matchup that I am interested in seeing a little bit more of, but we will have to see if we can come down to that a little bit later on, because for now, it is going to be the Quest Hunter going up against the Demon Hunter.
That's right. Now, obviously, Demon Hunter can pack a ton of damage, get Lady Steno out really early, and with no threat of minions from the Quest Hunter, can deal a lot of damage and initiate and sometimes win a race. I do think that, especially with this version, the Naga version and not like the Fel version, Quest Hunter should be in a pretty good spot to at least take control of the early board.
Chaos Strike going through, choosing that over just dropping the Battle-Worn Vanguard, which I do think is correct, but only specifically because of one card in particular, and that's Barb Nets. I think otherwise I would just be quite happily putting 2 must-kill minions on the board at once in that position, but I think Barb Nets just does too much work in a single card if you end up doing that. So I like playing up the curve here with the Chaos Strike on 2 and then Battle Worn on 3 with the hero power.
Strike now!
Sounds like a plan.
Now, how does Bunny want to clear this up? He has an incredibly fast hand, really, available to him here if he wants it. Go Barb Nets, Wound Prey in some combination this turn to be able to clear everything. And if he really wants to try and Turbo Quest, he can then also just rip an Arcane Shot at face if he really feels like it.
Well, he could just go Raj Najan and then Barb Nets,
Coin Wound.
Face plus Vanguard, and then Coin Wound Prey, yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
You're pushing a good amount of damage and progressing the quest, and the next turn you just launch Arcane Shot and Furious Howl.
Is it always face plus the 2/2, or would you could, because you could preserve the 1/1 minion from Wound Prey, right? If you double shot minions, I don't know how relevant that ends up being against Demon Hunter hero power though.
It's probably going to get in 1 damage on average, 2 damage on upside, whereas Barb Net is always 2 damage.
Yep, I think I agree. Ah, option C. Don't even coin.
All right.
The choice to not coin here does mean that you lose your face Naga to Pufferfish, exactly, which is the scenario that Bunny has been faced with. Still a reasonable pan out, though. Bunny has no issues dealing with this.
It's just how does he want to? Is this the Furious Howl turn now? Could go Arcane Shot, Wound Prey, Coin, Furious Howl.
I think spending your last mana just on the Explosive Trap this turn is fine, right? And then you can reassess on the following turn.
Okay.
Because this allows you to do this, where you send significantly more damage face.
Yeah. Well, where does this hero power go?
That's the thing, you don't necessarily even have to clear the minion here, right?
Yeah. So this is an Explosive Trap only.
Yep.
So it's not like Bunnyhoppor would be giving up any information by just going hero power face, so
I like it. And most of the time you'll get a card cheap enough next turn to be able to get the full 3-card draw with the Furious Howl.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, obviously, like, most of the time, Explosive Trap is just immediate quest progress that you wouldn't have made by casting Furious Howl previously, right? Like, it's rare in a matchup that is based around your opponent hitting you in the face that they are going to sit there and not proc your Explosive Trap just for the sake of not advancing your quest progress.
Yeah. Arcanite Reaper.
Just Fury, I think.
Straight up damage.
Yep. He still has need for greed if he really needs to draw cards over some point in the game. I think with that, plus Kurtrus, plus Fel Barrage, just looking to count to 30 this game. That's the worst draw in the deck.
Oh, no. Not really another play, but just going Furious Howl. I mean, I guess. You never really know with Bunnyhoppor, but... Oh, no. Wait, that's Yarla. A lot of similarities between the two, but I think Bunnyhoppor is more inclined to just play cards.
Yes.
Ugh. Ugh. Well, Wound Prey plus Piercing Shot next. turn is damage. I'm just going to go ahead and get it out of the way now, so that way you can Tavish next turn.
Exactly. This is just 2 for 2 on Tavish right now. So if he finds an extra 1 mana spell on the following turn, saving the mana now might end up being relevant.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to drop Wound Prey Piercing Shot combination for sure, but yeah, there's no way that's happening.
What have you sacrificed?
Well, all right.
Just making sure the game knows very clearly what he would like to receive here. There we go.
Emergency maneuvers with Treasure Guard is interesting.
It is, yeah. Even with the Tavish itself, if it lives long enough to actually get value out of 2 additional 7/7s, which does seem unlikely when you're at 18 against Fel Demon Hunter or Naga Demon Hunter at this point in the game.
There's more Fel spells than Nagas, so to be honest, I've always been a little on the fence about the naming.
Yeah, true.
What are you waiting for?
I feel like the name Fel Demon Hunter just evokes the idea that it has Jace in it, though, right?
Yeah, but that's our fault.
I mean, I don't think the guy responsible for Big Hoot Warlock really has much skin in the game when it comes to naming decks properly.
How dare you?
The Queen's trove is forbidden. My blood boils for war.
Well, this ain't looking good for Bunnyhoppor.
It sure isn't. Freezing Trap was the other secret picked up here, which is the absolute worst case scenario against what has happened with the little Fel Wings coming out. Looking very much like Bunny is going to find himself dropping down to 1-1 in the series here. Yeah, tracking has to be the choice.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
He was off to such a good start, but then just kind of whiffed on a couple turns in a row. Picked up Piercing Shot, Terror Guard, and... Terror Guard. I keep saying Terror Guard. Treasure Guard. Who guards Terror? And the Tavish came in just such an awkward time.
Yeah.
Obviously, hero for hero, Tavish into Kurtrus's 1 second quest, has a second portion of the quest has already been complete. Just feels bad.
Yep, agreed. I think here with these attacks, with the Fury, with the Fel Barrage, there is infinity damage available to shiinamahiru. And this is going to square up the series, 1-1. Demon Hunter picking up the win against the Quest Hunter for Bunny. Yeah, I think your assessment was spot on. Clean opening. I think the arguable turn was perhaps whether it was worth protecting the Face Naga against the Pufferfish turn by using the coin. Bunny chose not to. Can't necessarily call that wrong, but it's certainly a turn that you can look at as well. But from that point onwards, the setup he had emptied his hand into the Howl, and then the cards he drew both pre and post Howl were just absolutely not what he was looking for. He got 2 or 3 of the most expensive cards in his deck from that point, which was not what he was lining up to do. I think that is just a bad rub of the green at that point, but very well played on the other side from Demon Hunter. And now we will move forward and still have this potential Hunter versus Warrior matchup, which I am very eager to watch on the horizon.
As am I. And also potential Demon Hunter versus Warrior.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Oh, I talk about it a considerable amount, Mr. Sottle. We're just going to watch him kill him again. Like,
Well, I thought you were then going to proceed to talk about it. That would have been the thing that I expected to hear, but it just didn't come. So I wasn't sure whether you were done. It's classic TJ casting. No idea if and when. You're just pausing for 7 seconds before you say the next word, or whether you've just finished talking altogether.
You know, that's a fair point. You know, you talked earlier about being on your toes with this metagame, and I'm just continuing that trend of keeping you on your toes. Am I done? Am I not? Who knows?
Oh, okay,
I certainly don't.
So, Control Warrior coming out. We will see now whether it's the Hunter on the other side. But this does have what we will loosely refer to as the orange tech in it from Bunnyhoppor, with the Gerlock Ravager being thrown into the mix. Sorry, from shiinamahiru, not from Bunnyhoppor. I have my decks backwards. With, of course, the idea being that with the synergy of Sir Finley and Mutinous, and both of those cards being extremely powerful in a lot of matchups, having that Gorlock Ravager in there as well just gives you the added consistency because of the addition of Dredge. If you have any of Sir Finley, Gorlock Ravager, or Mutinous in your top 10 or so cards, or in your bottom 5 or so cards, you're going to draw them every game, right? And then by having the Gorlock Ravager in there as well, that increases the consistency of then hitting the other two. So it's a cute idea. It makes sense. Whether or not it just falls under, you know, cute but ineffective or cute but revolutionary, I think maybe we still need a little bit of time to find out. But it is a very good mechanical idea at the very least.
Cute and revolutionary is such a deadly combo.
That was my nickname in secondary school, actually.
If only I knew what secondary school was.
Sorry, high school.
Joke would probably be really funny.
The thing is, most people in this country now refer to it as high school because I think a lot of schools have switched. But it used to be primary and secondary school for when I back when I was a lad, TJ.
I can only picture you as a lad, just your same exact head, just put on a much smaller body.
Yeah, honestly, not far off.
See, told you.
Here we are.
Tempo Raj
in the Hunter versus Warrior matchup. Ooh. There you see it exactly. Gorlock Ravager and the Mutinous both down there, picking up the Gorlock. But yeah, so my point of contention in this matchup is that obviously, I think ideally, if you are able to do the setup where you get exactly 0 mana repeatable upgraded Tavish hero power, great, right? Like that's going to beat Warrior every single time. But what I think I see too many players do is hold out and play very specifically for that out. Which Bunnyhoppor now can absolutely do if he wants to, right? Because he sees the Tavish. But I've seen players at a high level literally sit there not casting damage spells, waiting for the Tavish hero to appear before they start doing it. Whereas in my opinion, I think if you just start throwing damage at your opponent's face, that still gets there most of the time. So you should start the game like defaulting to that and then only like pivot to the Tavish if and when you need to. Obviously in this situation, Bunny's dredged the Tavish early, so he has 100% flexibility as to how he wants to play the game. Dare I ask if you have opinions on this topic, TJ?
No. Don't ask.
Okay, good.
Don't ask because I don't.
Glad I asked before I asked. No?
Yeah, I'm kind of a... I always used to say, play with your deck and not your hand. But I've only said that. In practice, I always play with my hand and never my deck.
Right.
And so, I never wait for Tavish.
Fair.
If he dies, he dies.
Sounds right to me.
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
I wish I could say that that would be the end of this Arnie impression, but I'm sure he'll be back.
Not gonna do it as much as I want to. I won't play these games with you.
The only thing you play games with, TJ, is my heart.
You're just baiting me.
I am. You're right.
You
You
know
have been
that-
randomly bursting into song.
You know that I'm so prone to breaking out into song.
Yeah.
And you don't even care. You have no respect.
Nope. None.
RESPC.
Stay tuned, because after the break, you will find out what it means to me. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that with your history, you actually went for the real version and not the butchered Michael Scott version of the song. So you can weave in your two favorite things, bursting into song and making US Office references at the same time.
Those are two of my favorite things. Thank you for remembering.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a game of Hearthstone that I said I was interested in about 10 minutes ago, I've almost entirely ignored for the last 4 turns.
Well, it's been sort of the Tavish waiting room, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
This is nearly the perfect time for it.
Yes.
And let's see. None of them are, like, super good. I guess Ice Trap is the only one that provides any amount of reasonable disruption.
Yeah.
I don't think you're really concerned about, like, explosive trap damage, just because, you know, with the Tavish played before the quest completion, you're gonna have infinite damage, it seems, at a certain part of the game.
Nope.
Just board refill after board refill, so.
Oh, Dredge the Viper there as well. Could end up being a really big deal here. Picked Ice Trap and Emergency Maneuvers. I think Emergency Maneuvers, as you were saying about Ice Trap, is the only one that really offers utility in the game state you're heading towards. Emergency Maneuvers on Huffers, for example. Oh dear, you're in trouble if that happens.
Who here can spell Zinjari?
Sleeping Huffers.
Buddy?
Just big old snoozing piggies.
Can't make a song out of that.
Impressed if you could, to be honest.
Well, I could, but
It just wouldn't be very good, is the point.
yeah, my kids have been watching a lot of Peppa Pig recently,
Ah, yeah, of course.
which makes it even harder to not do a British accent whenever I cast now. It's just so ingrained into my brain because I just hear it all day long.
You have any idea, like, I'm not a huge Peppa Pig aficionado, but I believe all the different animals have, like, different regional use.
Different regional, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
But if you were gonna ask if they have any deeper meaning behind it,
Well, I was going to say, if you could...
any underlining message about the regions of the UK, they don't.
Okay. I was just going to ask if you could identify any of them, was all I was going to
Probably, just because I spend so much time around you guys, but.
Our enemies will meet their ancestors.
The Queen's trove is forbidden!
Ooh, double. That is the juice right there.
Yep.
Reason being, I think any board that you generated here, you would be 100% confident was going to get immediately blown up. So the fact that you are drawing 2 cards off it is absolute best case scenario.
Only thing Bunny really needs to do to not throw this one would be to complete quests before Tavish is playable. But that's a pretty easy thing to do when he ended with the quest completion last turn. Oh, ooh.
Free Huffer. Dragonbane shot your Huffer, so you can roll another Huffer. This is how you play this deck. There you go. Now this is pod racing.
It's just...
There you,
oh,
there
yeah.
you go. It's just how the deck works. It's just a hidden Easter egg in the Hearthstone code. If you are smart enough to Dragonbane shot your own Huffer, you get rewarded with one shiny free Huffer.
And another Dragonbane shot.
Exactly. How could this possibly be exploitable? I see no issues.
This one's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it is.
I guess Nelly.
Oh, it's so many Huffers, TJ.
It's a lot of Huffers. shiinamahiru is just shaking his head like, what do I do? Nelly, 6 Mr. Smites.
Yeah.
With Bran.
Yep, that'll do it.
Even then, the turn you play Nelly, you probably die.
Yep. He spent 1 mana so far this turn.
Yep. I mean, this very well just... Could this be lethal?
Bunny just absolutely not reacting to any of this so far. Okay. Oh, yep, 100% Huffers and Leox. Yep, that's what you want. Good. Sign me up. There's the Dragonbane shot. Tell the game what you want. Point it at the one you want.
Another Huffer.
He's just dead.
It's just lethal. Yep. It's just... Yep.
Bunny just takes his headset off. Yep, perfectly normal game of Hearthstone there. Nothing to see. Played that one perfectly. Moving on.
Standard day at the office. For Dr. Bunnyhoppor. And now it's just the Demon Hunter remaining. And 2 good matchups.
Yes, agreed. 2 highly favorable matchups against the Hunter and the Control Warrior.
It's just math.
Oh, TJ. What are we going to do with you?
Thank you very much. I'll be here all weekend. Maybe.
I just looked, like, for my own curiosity, at the off-curve data matrix for the Masters Tour. Once again, my once per tournament shout out to Wicked Good and Off-Curve for the wonderful work they do on stats for these Masters Tours. The Demon Hunter matchup against Control Warrior is like bright, vibrant red on its matchup matrix. It's literally just the games that we've seen on stream and no others that the Demon Hunter have won in the entire tournament.
Well, yeah, because on stream, we watch the players with good records.
Ah, of course. That makes sense. You're saying that Demon Hunter just being such an incredibly difficult deck to play, that only the very best, the absolute creme de la creme of Hearthstone players know how to win the matchup against Warrior.
Yes, exactly.
That makes sense.
Legion's rage pales before
Let's see it.
mine.
Frozen Buckler keep. Yep, I think from the depths, Outrider's Axe, where the auto keeps there. The debate was on the Frozen Buckler, and I kind of respect it from shiinamahiru.
You just want to keep the combo pieces for armor plus shield chatter.
Pretty much, yeah. And then things that draw those things, if not exactly those things, which is the case, of course, with From the Depths.
Yeah. I'd say that's a pretty good hand for shiinamahiru. Bunnyhoppor, on the other hand, not a fan. Full toss.
Garbaggio.
All right. This works. It's not the aggressive opening start, but it's the draw a bunch of cards, play Kurtrus start.
Yeah. Yeah, very mid-rangey opener now from Bunny. Likely Spectral Sight into Mankrik. Okay. It got a lot less mid-rangey and a lot more aggro-y real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Coin Dredge coming out. See what is lying on the bottom. Okay. There are some good cards down there.
Which one, though?
7 mana Raid Boss Elixir is a pretty insane win condition if you can get to that point.
Yeah, and he's playing Outrider Jax on 4. He kept it.
Yeah.
But... So that, like, kind of goes against Rikara a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Did choose Rikara, though.
In which case, probably just Frozen Buckler Shield Slam this turn, yeah. Still has the heavy plate to activate Shatter synergy if needed. Boom 25 of stats. Yeah.
Bah! An old one, but a good one.
I grow impatient.
Bunny taking his time. I can't imagine it's not Drekthar. Even if your opponent has the shield chatter or whatever other way to clear this, like it's a one-card clear at that point, and you have plenty of gas to still keep redeveloping afterwards. So
yes,
absolutely fine with it.
Okay, still gonna go Outrider's Axe. Shake of the head because Nelly not really doing much in the hand at the moment. Needs to find that clear. Right now, Bunnyhoppor looks like he's in a position to kind of run away with this game. Obviously, things could change incredibly quickly. One shield shatter would clear the board in its entirety. Rikara plus double heavy plate there to gain a ton of armor.
You are
Stop
carving
taking
away
that recurring damage.
all of the existing armor this turn, though. So for there to be a shield shatter clear, it would have to be another big armor synergy card plus the shield shatter. Which
Well, it's Rikara.
Well, we know that. Bunny doesn't know that, is what I'm saying. So from his perspective, I think he still will just load up on board here. Yep, with the Puffer Fist, as expected. Holding back, though, with the weapon charge, just going to swing for one and then play the weapon charge afterwards. And I think this is motivated specifically by that multi-strike that is in hand, right? They can cash out ridiculous amounts of damage with the multi-strike and the glaive by holding on to the extra charges here.
Yep. Also, if he needs to, can get an extra attack pre-Kurt. Well, I guess he would be able to do that anyway, because he would have equipped it before the attack. But he holds on to that additional charge in this instance.
Who here can spell?
Still needs a little bit more gas in terms of damage, but once that Kurtrus is played, Spectral Sight goes into outcast position. I think Bunny's looking pretty good. All right, Provoke. Solid. Drekthar
By the way, if
is
you need
the first minion played.
demonstration number 25 to dispel the nonsense myth that has always been nonsense, that, quote, battle cries happen first. No, they don't. There's another demonstration for you. Drekthar is in play before the minions it summons from its battle cry, therefore attacks first into the provoke. Sorry, it really annoyed me.
How does that mean that battle cry doesn't happen first?
What? Of course that's what it means. Because that means the Drekthar.
Oh, you mean battle cry happens before the minion hits the board?
That's what people claim.
Who claims that?
Everyone. It's utter nonsense. It comes from people misunderstanding the SI7 agent killing a mad scientist interaction. That's where it started. And people have been saying it ever since. And it's just wrong. Sorry. I will die on this hill.
SI7 agent's a combo card.
Very true, TJ. Not sure why that's relevant, but true.
Because there's no battle cry happening. I'm confused. You just confused me.
I'm pleased.
I don't even know where I am anymore.
You are mid-voyage to the Sunken City. That's where you are.
No force on Azeroth can stop me.
Just gonna dig really hard for shield chatter here.
Yep, shield chatter exactly.
Shake of the head means that he hasn't found it. Concede. I guess that was just lethal showing on board, huh?
With the hero
even
powers,
with the 10 armor, with the hero powers, yeah, that's... Or, at the very least, Bunnyhoppor would be able to put him in critical territory. There's no way he'd be able to armor out of whatever would come next from Bunnyhoppor, hoping that he has no damage. So, there you go. I mean, an expected outcome in that game. You know, given that at the top of the top, Demon Hunter's just favored in that matchup. But Bunnyhoppor will move up to 7-1. Which means that he secured that spot in the top 16. Or if you're Raven, even though this is literally the final match, and I can look at it right now and see that he's in the top 16, and 7-1 is guaranteed top 16. If you're Raven, it's 99.9% chance that he's in the top 16.
Yes. Yeah, that does amuse me during Grandmasters as well, because, like, I have my own version, which is, you know, I'm not a tournament official, don't take this word as law, but, you know, this player has done this, right, for a fact, based on my calculations. Raven just goes one step further and just like, nope, might still be wrong, I'm not going to say anything. I just don't want to be wrong on broadcast. It's like, come on now.
I mean, it wouldn't even be anything new, am I right?
Hey, high five.
Hey. Oh.
Wow, look at
there it is.
Two handsome, smiling faces, TJ. Habu Gabu and Orange both making it into the top 16. Two players who I think both said they felt really, really good coming into this tournament. Habu loving this meta, loving Naga Mage. Orange loving this meta, loving Naga Mage. Can you see a pattern developing here, TJ? I think we might be onto something.
I think so. This is a pretty good top 16. There are, what, 5 past GMs in this top 16 across the regions. Orange, Possessi, Bunny, Leta, Trahison. Yep, that's 5. Plus some names that have been around for quite some time. Like Insane, Habu Gabu, Cursed. Cursed been around forever.
Yep.
Burro, yep. So we gotta. I was about to say the regional representation is pretty good, but there's a significant lack of America's players in this top 16.
I have to share this because I just glanced over and saw Fury Hunter had tweeted that he finished higher than every single America's player and he overslept and missed an entire round. Which, I mean, you can't say it much better than that, can you?
We're gonna get 0 America's players in the seasonal championship. Oh, good. we guaranteed one?
I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, it feels so much like bullying and punching down at this point that it doesn't even seem funny to make fun of the Americas region anymore. So I think what we will focus on instead is the incredible representation that we do have, such a stacked-looking lineup, which I suppose when you take all the Americas players out, what you're left with is going to look like a stacked lineup, right, TJ?
Yeah, and I can throw out some excuses here on behalf of the Americas players.
Yeah.
This is an incredibly difficult time zone.
Yes, it is, yeah.
For Americas. Like, even gamers' hours don't coincide with what this time zone is. So it's been rough. It's been rough. But there you go. There's the excuses. Every Americas player that's watching right now, go ahead. You can tweet that. Didn't have sleep. You got unlucky. That's it. 1 and 2. It's a 1-2 punch right there as far as excuses go. That's all you need. Any more, Saul? You want to throw more?
No, I mean, I think I've said my piece at that point. But genuinely, dunking on Americas aside, which, I can't resist. Apologies to the Americas region. Well, actually, no. Apologies to South America and Latin America, because you're doing your part. It's just actually NA that are letting the team down, okay?
And Monsanto, okay?
Monsanto, okay, yeah. But I can't resist taking my shots when I'm casting specifically with TJ. But jokes aside, I think that is genuinely a really, really strong-looking top 16.
It is.
Cannot wait to get into this tomorrow. And I do think, again, jokes aside, just because they were in the the 1st and 9th positions being highlighted in that bracket. 2 of the biggest Naga Mage enjoyers making a deep run into top 16, I think, might not be a coincidence. I think that deck has cycled all the way through from flavor of the day and like the pre-release event to, this deck isn't as good as we thought it was on like day 1 and 2 of release, to then Habu Gabu hitting rank 1 legend. Everyone thought it was insane again. And I think right now we're kind of in another valley with the Naga Mage where some people are saying, it fell off. And I think Habu and Orange and perhaps a couple of other players in that top 16, not sure how many of them are running it, starting to fly the flag again. I'm like, no, we were right a week ago. Like, this deck is insane and you should all be playing it. So really, really looking forward to see if that can make the run all the way tomorrow.
It's like Brute Demon Hunter, but better.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of, the ebb and flow of the deck's popularity. But like Sal said, that should be a great top 16 to tune in for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start off right with that top 16, and then we're going to run straight through. We're going to broadcast every single quarterfinal, semifinals, and finals until we have our champion. So with that, we are done. So we will return tomorrow, same time, same place. You're not going to want to miss it. So for myself, from Saul, from the other casters, from the broadcast crew here, thanks for watching.
How excited he is. Look how excited he is about the top 16. Look, it's incredible.
Who, this guy? Oh, I'm blurry. Oh, that's what you mean.
yeah.
Top 16!
Much better outro. Stick with that.
Yeah, top 16. All right, so that'll do it. From myself, from Sottle, from the other casters, and the entire broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. See you then. That's insane. What the heck?
That is incredible.
That's every minion destroyed.
The Bless, that's just lethal, right?
Bless Apotheosis, like he's still going. I can't imagine this doesn't end up being lethal at some point. It's just dead on turn 5. He just played a rod and then fell over. That's what he got to do this entire game.